Dreamscape presents Sunshine and Bullets by Coralee June, narrated by Joe Raylan and Benjamin D. Walker.
Prologue. Callum. The club Gavriel picked for our annual meeting was different than his usual preferences. Over the years, I'd noticed the clubs he chose grew progressively upscale, each venue more lavish than the last. This time, it was a red brick building hidden in the shadows of Harlem, but designed with posh comfort in mind. I didn't have to fight a line of drunks to get inside. When I gave the bouncer my name, he immediately fumbled to unclasp the gold chain in front of the door, allowing me in. It was busy enough to slip past the crowd unnoticed, but not too overcrowded, which meant we could speak comfortably. Being seen with a federal agent was bad for business, as Gavriel liked to say, so we had to be careful. I'd taken the day off of work and driven from D.C. to get here, but we'd done this every year. I wasn't exactly sure when we became friends, or even if that's what we were. I represented everything Gavriel hated about this world. Despite being a federal agent and bound to the law, I still met with one of the biggest, baddest crime bosses once a year. All because of a girl. Our meetings were always quiet. We'd sit in a booth at whatever bar he deemed appropriate while giving each other understanding glances. Most years, we sipped sunshine whiskey and wordlessly reminisced. The cheap liquid tasted like shit, but we didn't drink it for the flavor. We drank it to pay homage to the girl that brought us together. My bond with Gavriel and the Bullets was a curse. I loved her, and she loved them. This year, he was running late, which I expected. His empire was growing rapidly. The bigger he got, the more enemies he made. Just because I upheld the law didn't mean I wanted anything to happen to him. I'd even leaked a tip that he was spotted in Texas, hoping it would direct the FBI's attention elsewhere for a bit. He walked through the large wooden door of the club, bypassing the attendant without a second glance. Two of his men flanked him, one on each side, and it was odd seeing him in a suit that probably cost more than I made in a month. His Rolex shimmered under the lights of the piano bar, and his tie was subtle, yet stylish. I stood. Although our meetings were rare and far between, I knew the drill. The man on his left, who had a tattoo the size of my fist around his neck, stepped forward and began patting me down. He checked for wires, and when his hand landed on my duty gun, I reluctantly pulled it from my belt and handed it to him. I understood why the pat-down was necessary, but it didn't mean I had to like it. I hadn't been without my gun since I became a public servant 6 years ago. It was an extension of me, a security blanket of gun smoke and metal. Once Tattoo Neck determined that I was safe, Gavriel gestured toward the booth, and we sat. "Hey, Callum," Gavriel said. It was a shitty greeting, but I accepted it all the same. Neither of us wanted to be here. We were friends, maybe, but without her, everything felt empty. She was the glue that bonded us together. The waitress brought over our glasses, and Gavriel downed his drink in one steady gulp. He didn't wince as the 90 proof slid down his throat, and when his glass was empty, Gavriel lifted his index finger to indicate that he wanted another. Usually we at least pretended to exchange polite conversation, but not today. "I have a lead," I said before taking a sip of my drink. The amber liquid burned in my chest. "You always have a lead," Gavriel replied. He wasn't wrong. Since Sunshine disappeared, I'd been clinging to whatever information I could find. "But this one's good," I tried to explain. I knew it in my gut that I was close to finding her. I expected Gavriel to ask questions about my information, but instead, he surprised me. "Why do you think she ran?" I took another sip of whiskey while taking a moment to gather my thoughts. Although we weren't close, at least not in a conventional way, Gavriel could still dig up my deepest insecurities. Had he not gone down the path of crime, he would have made a good detective. He was an observer. He picked people apart and exploited their weaknesses. I have a few theories. An older gentleman wearing an oversized suit shuffled across the stage and sat at the grand piano. We watched as he cracked his knuckles before tackling the keys. The song's light melody didn't match the intensity of our conversation. "She's in Baltimore," I said with steel certainty. It was the first time I'd had a lead so concrete. Before, the world felt too big. But when I saw her photo come up on a traffic cam scan, I felt hope for the first time in 5 years. "It's a blurry photo, but I got it," I explained while watching Gavriel's reaction. On the surface, he seemed unaffected, but I knew the truth. His heart was racing at the possibility of seeing sunshine again. One look at the quick pulse in his veiny neck, and I knew. He wasn't fooling anyone, least of all me. "How sure are you that it's her?" he finally asked. The waitress brought over another glass of whiskey. I waited until she left before responding. "Her hair is lighter, but it's her. Either she learned some new skills or she's working with a seriously skilled hacker. The image was gone within 24 hours. I barely caught it." I pulled her photo from my coat pocket and handed it to him. I'd spent the last 3 weeks staring at her, tracing the lines of her face with my fingers. She had tattoos now. Her eyes were downcast and her lips pursed. It was a grainy traffic camera, but I knew in my gut that it was her. It was both amazing and difficult to look at. Her hardened exterior was so unlike the simple, sweet girl I once knew. "I don't have the resources you do. There's too much red tape, and I'm not sure I want the media breathing down our necks. You see, her dad is running for lieutenant governor now." Gavriel didn't respond. He looked down at the photo, and I hoped to see some sort of reaction, but there was none. I guess being in the mob did that to a man. He was desensitized, jaded, emotionless. "It could be her, I guess," he said before taking his finger and lightly tracing the edges of the photo. The small gesture was the only crack in his facade. "I could put up a bounty on her, but I can't make any promises. We can't keep doing this, Callum." Gavriel looked back towards his men who were standing off to the side while he adjusted his jacket. "The only thing we have in common is a girl you and I don't even know anymore." I took a good look at Gavriel. Before, I was so concerned with finding sunshine that I didn't notice the black circles under his eyes. Scattered crimson blood was lightly dusted along his collar. When I looked down at his whiskey glass, I noticed that his second one was already empty. I opened my mouth to speak as he beckoned the waitress for a third. "Are you okay, Gavriel?" I asked, knowing full well that he wouldn't answer. Instead, he picked up the photograph, folded it, and slipped it into his coat jacket. "This is the last time, Callum. I think maybe we need to start considering that she didn't run away. I think we need to at least be open to the possibility that she's dead." I slammed my fist on the table, the loud bang causing the pianist to stumble and hit the wrong key. Gavriel's guards reached inside their coat pockets while stepping towards us. Gavriel held up a hand, stopping them. "I would know if she was," I began, unable to say the word. "I would feel it, wouldn't I? When you loved someone, you just knew." "Dead," Gavriel finished. He ground his teeth and stared pointedly at me. Gavriel never allowed his feelings to disillusion him. He was a realist. "I'll try this one last time, but afterward, we're going to stop pretending like we know each other and put an end to these yearly meetings." It was bittersweet, watching him walk away. On one hand, I knew that he was the only person that could help me find sunshine. He was right, though. I'd been clinging to his group with what little connection I had. She was what brought us together, and she'd inevitably be what tore us apart.
Chapter 1. 5 years ago. Sneaking out of my parents' 2-story home was painfully anticlimactic. I didn't have to shimmy down the large white oak outside my window in my too-tight dress, nor did I have to say I was going to a friend's house. I waltzed downstairs, past the sad figure of my passed-out mother's too-thin frame, and quietly walked outside. It made the build-up to my escape meaningless. For years, I feared going against my parents. I never realized how too absorbed in their own problems they were to truly worry about me. As long as I smiled for the camera, they couldn't be bothered with whatever else I did. I stood in the front yard, debating whether to knock down my father's campaign sign, the one that said, "The future is bright when you vote for Bright." The slogan annoyed me each time I saw it. And now that the campaign season was in full gear, every lawn on the street paid homage to him. Woodbury Lane was a shrine to the Bright name. Dad was out again, and he claimed it was work-related. But the chief of police for a wealthy neighborhood didn't usually work nights. And since running for Congress, he didn't really work at all. It was all paperwork and publicity. Occasionally, if things were particularly tragic, he'd make an appearance, but otherwise he had a very predictable schedule. I had my suspicions about where he disappeared to most nights. She'd never admit it, but Mom's nightly cocktail of wine and sleeping pills made me think he was having an affair. So when he called a few hours ago to say that he would be late, she knocked back more pills. When she fell asleep, I made the last-minute decision to attend a bullet fight. I was feeling reckless, desperate. Adrenaline surged through my veins as I walked down the drive. My high heels clicked triumphantly against the concrete. It wasn't long before a beat-up Mustang pulled up beside me. Blaze. Everywhere I went, he magically appeared. It was like an invisible force guided him to wherever I was. Biting my lip, I turned to face him as he leaned over the passenger seat. I watched in amusement as his flexed arm rolled down the chipped glass. He looked different without his signature aviator sunglasses. "Sunshine, what the hell are you doing walking around in that?" he asked in a loud voice over the sound of his roaring motor. I giggled. I guess I did look different. The dress was black, tight, and short. My heels added 4 inches to my height, and I'd left my hair down in large curls that fell along my back. "I'm headed to the fight." I gave him a coy shrug while stepping off the sidewalk and into the street. I slowly strutted towards him and leaned over the door of his car, peering inside. His hazel eyes dipped to my cleavage before shifting back up to my face with a gaze of approval. Although we were just friends, he never missed an opportunity to make me feel beautiful. I bit my lip to hold back the laugh stuck in my chest, which made his eyes zero in on my bouncing shoulders. Blaze chuckled in disbelief, shaking his head before running a hand through his short, rust-colored curls. "No, you're not. You never go to our fights. Could you believe the scandal if Chesterbrook's golden child was spotted at an underground fight club?" "Well, it's the last one before I go off to college, right? Figured I'd like to see Gabrielle in action at least once before..." Blaze tossed me a sympathetic frown. Whenever I couldn't finish a thought or say the words caught in my throat, he just knew. Our friendship was odd, at best. We were complete opposites in every sense of the word. But somehow it worked. I was quiet, observant, and reserved. I preferred to watch a room rather than be at the center of one. Blaze was rude, cocky, and dangerous. He was brave and charming and belonged to the only gang in our small town of Chesterbrook, Virginia. The Bullets. The Bullets were my best friends. They ran the school, the town, and my heart. I never smoked their pot, attended their parties, or met their girlfriends, but I knew their fears, their hopes, their goals, and ambitions. They were an enigma. At the end of the summer, they'd disappear into whatever life awaited them after foster care. I felt compelled to see them in their element, at least this once. "Fine, if you're gonna go, at least stick with me. Where did you even find that dress?" Blaze swallowed when I opened the door and dipped low into the passenger bucket seat. I winced when the back of my bare thighs scraped against the torn vinyl. Blaze let out a hiss of air as I crossed my legs, adjusting the black fabric so that it lay in the middle of my thigh. "I've been hiding it from the parents. I answered with a shrug while forcing myself not to smile. Everything about tonight was out of my comfort zone. Sneaking out, the revealing clothes. It was thrilling, and made me regret not doing it sooner. Not to mention I'd be lying to myself if I didn't feel a slight sense of glee at Blaze's obvious stare. You should wear it more often. Blaze put the car in drive and sped off. This is a one-time thing, Blaze. If Mom saw me, she'd skin me alive. I don't even want to think what would happen if Dad's campaign manager saw, I said with a shiver. Mom had always been hyper-aware of our image in the community. Being Chief Bright's daughter meant I had to hold myself to a certain standard. And since the start of election season, she'd become even stricter. She controlled every aspect of my life, except my friendship with the Bullets. That was the one and only secret I got away with. Well, I guess I'll just have to make the most out of your little walk on the wild side, he joked, and I rolled my eyes in response. I was supposed to meet Brooklyn there. If I'd known you were coming, I wouldn't have asked her. Do you mind? He asked, his voice unsure. If I remembered correctly, Brooklyn was his girlfriend of the month. I could never keep up with who the latest conquest was. She was pretty enough, but I knew she was temporary. They always were. I was probably the only constant in their lives. They did their best to keep me separate from their dating habits. Girls usually got jealous when they found out how close we were. Over time, it became second nature to just downplay our friendship. But I knew if I made them choose, they'd always choose me. Sure, I answered while adjusting the radio volume and changing the station. Blaze had an obsession with acoustic music played by obscure artists. It completely contradicted his rock star persona, and I teased him about it regularly. Although I usually found the quiet strumming of a guitar relaxing as we studied, I craved a more aggressive beat for my night of rebellion. You think Riker can handle a fight? I asked over the music while pulling at my dress. I'm not sure. He's strong enough, Blaze responded, referring to his newest foster brother. The Jamesons, the Bullets' foster parents, were assigned another placement about 8 months ago. 17, abusive parents. Riker was quiet, but easily slipped into our group dynamic. This was his first fight. I'd caught him working out in their front yard on many occasions to prepare. Gabrielle had been training him for months. There was something primal about his dedication to learning to fight, so I was curious to see how he'd hold up. Most everyone assumed that he'd have his ass handed to him by Gabrielle Moretti, the original foster kid. The original Bullet. Probably not as strong as Gabrielle, I murmured, but loud music overpowered my voice. I didn't have to attend a Bullet fight to know that Gabrielle was ruthless. People cowered when he walked the halls of our school. What brought this on? Blaze asked while turning down the music. I was feeling... I didn't know how to explain. On one hand, I'd never felt like I was missing out on this side of the Bullets. I've always been content to be their low-key secret. I'd rather know their hearts than see what everyone else saw. I'm gonna miss you guys. I choked on my words. This summer is gonna go by fast, and then what? I'm not ready for this to end. I'll be off to college, and... Blaze reached over and covered my hand with his own over my knee. He squeezed lightly, assuring me that he was still there. If you think you're getting rid of us, you're dead wrong. You could end up on the other side of the world and I'd still find my way back to you. I'll always find you, sunshine. I swallowed my emotions. When Blaze said things like that, it made me question if there was more than friendship between us. I had to consistently remind myself that it wasn't like that with him, or with any of them. It's almost annoying how easily you find me, I huffed. Last week, Gabrielle, Blaze, and Riker crashed a date I was on. You still mad about your date? Blaze asked with a laugh. That guy was a dick. He leaned back in his seat and rested a single hand on the steering wheel. I'm never gonna get laid if you assholes keep running everyone off. This is the third time you've crashed one of my dates. Next time, I'll make the guy take me out at Chesterbrook. I joked. The guy was our class valedictorian, and his mom was best friends with Dad's campaign manager. There was nothing romantic about our date, but Blaze didn't have to know that. Without warning, Blaze slammed on the brakes. I gripped my seatbelt and braced my feet on the floorboard. After pulling over and putting the car in park, he shifted to face me. "You want to get laid, sunshine?" he asked in that cocky tone I'd heard him use on the girls he messed around with. "Maybe," I replied. Blaze crept his hand up my thigh and leaned in closer. My breath caught in my chest. Was this really happening? "You want to fuck some boy? Let him buy you a cheap dinner and suck him off in some fancy car his parents bought?" he asked. I felt him drift even higher and tensed. It took a lot of effort to force my eyes to stay open. I wanted to enjoy the feel of his hands seeking the heat between my thighs. But I couldn't let him see how much he affected me. I'd never hear the end of it. "I'll never get the chance if you keep crashing my dates, Blaze." I was impressed with my ability to keep my shaky voice even, despite how much I craved his touch. I knew this was just a game for him. All the bullets liked pushing my buttons. I wasn't necessarily a prude, but I was inexperienced. I wanted more. From all of them. We'd cuddled, had lingering stares, flirtatious banter, but we never went too far, never crossed the invisible boundary that would ruin our dynamic. Every time they danced along the line, smirking at my blushing face and teasing when my breath hitched, they broke down my carefully constructed illusion about our friendships. They knew how to bend a woman to their will, and they loved to leave me guessing what they did behind closed doors with the girlfriends of the month. "Then I guess I'll have to crash every damn date you go on." Blaze winked at me before pulling back and putting the car in drive. The abandoned restaurant at the corner of Main and West Street was filled to the brim with bodies. They were like vultures circling, waiting for something to happen. Blaze walked in like he owned the place, and the moment Brooklyn saw him, she flocked to him like a magnet of cheap perfume and desperation. She was pretty, long brown hair and full lips, but all I saw was the rigid way she carried herself, almost like a toy that was always wound up. Brooklyn and Blaze smiled and greeted people while I gaped from behind. It was surreal seeing how he commanded the room. I always knew that I only saw a small part of the bullet persona, and usually I preferred it that way. But tonight, I craved the full effect. I spent a few moments observing the crowd. It didn't take long for me to realize that there were 3 types of people here. Some of them were out for blood. They saw an opportunity to displace the brutality that lived inside of them. They let the bullets act out all their gruesome fantasies, then got off on it. Then there were the gossips. They showed up to whisper about how tragic it all was. They clutched their cross necklaces, whispering prayers over the bloody offering before them. Lastly, there were those enamored by Gavriel and his band of misfits. Since Gavriel showed up 4 years ago, the entire town watched from a distance. The bullets' devotion to chaos demanded attention. I was the only one that knew the truth. The bullets were strong and fierce, but they were also broken. Blaze stole a ball cap from one of the guys chatting up a girl beside me. He held it out to people, nudging them with stern glares and then clapping their backs as they dropped the price of admission in. He walked around the circle until he came to me. I took in his plump lips framing a bright smile before dropping a 20 in the collection. His smile widened, pleased by my communal offering. "Look at you, already fitting in." His eyes shone mischievously. Blaze always teased me for keeping to myself in school. At the beginning of our unconventional friendship, the bullets tried to get me to tag along to their ragged adventures, but I had too much to risk. They only saw the surface of my family's fucked-up dynamic, and I intended to keep it that way. I looked up at him through my thick lashes as Brooklyn grabbed the crook of his arm, steering him away. He turned to look at me, debating whether he should leave, but I waved my hand. I didn't need a babysitter, and I knew I'd never fill the role that the many women who rotated in and out of their lives did. The bullets liked their women raw, confident, and damaged. I was unwilling to compromise our friendship for something temporary. I preferred their loyalty in the form of friendship. Or at least that's what I told myself. Someone brought out speakers and began playing music with an adrenaline-boosting beat. I looked over to my right and saw Riker, the newest recruit, leaning against the wall and smoking a cigarette. The milky white clouds from his death stick filled the space. The sharp, musty smell made me cough. "That'll kill you," I said. "So will fighting." He took another slow drag. His long, dirty blonde hair was tied up in a bun, and his well-defined muscles pressed against the tight fabric of his shirt. Riker had pale skin and vibrant green eyes. His peach lips were curled around the white cigarette, and I watched as he puffed out rings of smoke. I was always amazed by how mature and wise he seemed. He moved with intention. Despite being the quietest person in the room, when he did speak, it meant something. "I don't get it," I said to myself. "Why do it? Why fight? It's easy enough to walk away, right? Is it just a macho display?" I crossed my arms over my chest. Riker threw the butt of his cigarette on the ground and smashed it with his red sneakers. His green eyes were bright and blinding. For a moment, I stilled, captivated by his good looks. His moody expression was sultry, demanding. He smelled of smoke, but there were undertones of another scent I couldn't name. "Sometimes people need an opportunity to bleed. Gabriel lets us hurt each other so we don't hurt the people that matter." His watchful eyes appraised my long legs and too-short dress. "You look good, sunshine," he added before heading towards the center of the crowd. I watched him walk away in his red gym shorts and a tight t-shirt. All the guys called me Sunshine, but he was the only one that made it sound like a prayer. His voice danced over the syllables, and the sound of it made me want to hum at his bass melody. Riker ripped off his shirt, revealing an impressive array of defined muscles. A scrawny announcer danced around the center of the room, high off the energy of the antsy crowd. "Knockout wins. Keep it clean, no cheap shots, and don't just stand there either." His voice squeaked and the crowd laughed as his face turned red. I pushed myself off the wall and inched closer, my gaze intent on Riker. I watched as he closed his eyes, bouncing on the balls of his feet. He looked far too comfortable for someone about to get the shit beat out of him. Riker popped his neck and massaged his knuckles in the center of the makeshift ring as the crowd parted. I turned my attention to the left to see the man of the hour, Gabriel Moretti, taking purposeful strides towards Riker. It was like he moved in slow motion. Everyone's gaze locked on the broody bullet leader before more cheering erupted. His stern brown eyes looked daring as they locked on their target. He'd combed back his jet-black hair, and his tanned skin, alluding to his Italian heritage, glistened with droplets of sweat. He'd spent the last 30 minutes running around outside to burn off the excess energy. He once told me it was how he prepared for fights. "Look who it is! Summer Bright!" A blond guy fell into me, spilling beer on my dress as he wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. The interruption caused me to tear my stare away from Gabriel's flexed, unyielding stance. "Can I get Chester Brooks' good girl a drink?" he asked with a sly smile that made my stomach churn. "Although I hear you're the bullet's dirty little secret. I'm willing to bet you're not as good as you want everyone to believe." I opened my mouth to refuse when a hand jutted out between us and connected with his chest, pushing him away. Blaze had returned and was not amused. "She doesn't want to be date raped tonight, Lionel." I took a step behind Blaze. Lionel balled his fist like he wanted to punch Blaze in the jaw. "Whatever, dick breath. We all know you're Gabriel's bitch. There's a reason we never see you in these fights. It's 'cause you get your ass whooped," he said before pushing through the crowd away from us. I let out an exhale and tried to look unaffected. That wasn't the first time people had accused Blaze of being Gabriel's bitch. People didn't get it. There was a certain air of codependency about their relationship. Bullet loyalty was bred from the harshest of pasts. I saw their brotherly love for what it was, a lifeline. Off to my right, Brooklyn was hanging on to a guy that appeared only mildly interested in what she had to offer. I wondered if she had ditched Blaze for the night, or if it were the other way around. "Stay right here," Blaze said, bringing my attention back to him. "I can't wait to see Gabriel's face when he realizes that you're actually at one of his fights. He's going to be too worried about you to focus. Shit, Riker might actually have a chance." Blaze chuckled while slapping a palm on my shoulder. I should go place a bet. I rolled my eyes as Blaze disappeared into the crowd once more. Although there was a certain mysterious appeal to the Bullets Fight Club, I preferred our time alone. In our quiet moments together, we weren't an accumulation of the various stereotypes the world labeled us with. We were just 4 friends. The music cut as Blaze returned, and for a brief moment there was complete silence. No one moved. No one spoke. It was as if the entire crowd were holding their breath, waiting to hear the first punch, the thud, the impact of skin on skin. A whistle blew, and the sound of the first hit was clear, distinct, and harsh. I stepped forward with a gasp. Sweat covered Gabriel's tan chest as he dove and jabbed at Riker. It was a dance full of intensity and power. Their skin rippled with each impact, and their scary movements enthralled me. I'm surprised, Blaze said in my ear. Goosebumps traveled down my neck at his closeness. Looks like Riker can hold his own. Gabrielle punched Riker in the cheek, and blood sprayed over the crowd. Brooklyn let out a high-pitched squeal as splatters of red spit covered her dress. Riker staggered for a brief moment before diving into more punches. Their feet bounced as they moved around one another. Each punch grew consecutively harder. As the fight continued, the crowd got more restless. Feeding off Gabrielle's and Riker's fists, they were salivating from the violence. The noise level grew even louder, and I wondered how long this would last. Riker and Gabrielle were perfectly matched. I continued to stare, soaking up the opportunity to gawk at them so openly. They dodged one another until Riker had his back to me. He swiped his head left and right, evading punches with skilled precision. I looked over his sweaty shoulder and finally got a good glimpse of Gabriel's face. He was handsome, with his strong jawline and pointed nose. The scar above his lip was tempting. With labored breath, he wiped sweat from his brow before readying his stance again. There was a split second where his mud-brown eyes connected with my hazel ones. His eyebrows shot up in surprise. For a brief moment, he stared at me with calm intensity, and my heart raced at the tiny gesture of recognition. His eyes flashed back to Riker in time to dodge a hit, resuming his focus on the fight. "Aha!" Blaze screamed while throwing a punch in the air. "I knew he would be shocked to see you." Blaze grabbed my hand and began a slight victory dance while spinning me around. He was always playful, but it felt different tonight. I let out a high-pitched giggle while bumping into people around us. Blaze released my hand to check his phone, then began typing out a quick message. The hardened expression on his face made me wonder what was wrong. "We gotta go cut the music," he finally explained before grabbing my wrist and moving us towards the stereo. I dipped my brow in confusion while following after him. "What's wrong?" I yelled as he reached the speakers and pulled the power cord. Instead of answering me, he simply released my wrist and jumped up on a chair before screaming, "Cops!" Chapter 2. 5 years ago. There was a brief moment when all you could hear were feet shuffling on concrete and fist-hitting flesh. Blaze sucked in another deep breath and yelled once more. It wasn't until then that everyone realized what was happening. Drunks swerved through the crowd, stampeding towards the exits. I tried to find my way towards Gabrielle and Riker. They were still fighting, despite the scattering crowd around them. "Riker! Gabrielle!" I yelled as someone pushed against me. I fell to the ground and let out a scream as someone's heel dug into my calf. Another sneaker stepped on my finger as hands circled my waist. In a flash, I was picked up and pulled towards a hard chest that smelled like salty sweat and vanilla. Gabrielle. "I'm gonna spank your ass for coming here tonight, sunshine," he yelled with the ghost of a smile. Before I could answer, he yanked me across the room. Blue and red lights flashed through the cracked windows of the abandoned restaurant. We dodged people fleeing the building and made our way to a side door. "Where are we going?" I yelled. "They'll already have the exits covered. We're gonna hide," Riker yelled back, passing us. He opened a metal door, hidden off to the side, and everyone but me filed in it. I took a second to observe the bare freezer in the stripped-down kitchen with trepidation. I dug my heels in as Gabrielle tried to pull me inside. I shook my head. I'd rather get arrested and punished than be locked in a metal coffin that smelled like moldy food and rat poop. Gabriel turned to me as a girl's screams filled the area. Men shouted orders behind us. "Oh, no, sunshine, you wanted to come play with us? You're gonna do what I say. Get your ass in this freezer. Right now." Gabriel's voice was stern and forceful. Despite my doubts, he wasn't going to give me a choice to flee. I nodded with reluctance before following him inside. And when the door shut, I winced as the claustrophobic tension spiked up and down my spine. "Come here, sunshine," Blaze said softly, and I shuffled towards him with a slight limp. Gabriel placed his ear against the metal door and listened before turning to face me. "Why are you here? You never come to these," Gabriel whispered before squatting and shining the light from his phone on my calf to inspect the cut. I looked down to see that it was bleeding. "I don't know. I wanted to see you in action. At graduation, it really hit me that you're going to leave soon." I slipped my shoes off. Once the bottoms of my feet connected with the grime of the floor, I cringed in disgust. "I wish I would have known you were coming," Gabriel grumbled. He always was the bossy leader of the group. Quick to anger, slow to forgive. Gabriel was a broody, overprotective asshole. "I'm sorry, Gav. If it makes you feel better, I won't ever attend another one of these." Blaze groaned. "You have to come. It was fun having you here. We only ever hang out at our house." He pouted for a moment, and my brows shot up. Was it really that important to him that I take part more? "And you," Blaze patted Riker on the back, "you held your own. I've never seen Gabriel struggle like that. You totally could have had him." Riker didn't respond to the compliment. He simply shrugged before looking back at my calf. He dug around the pockets of his gym shorts until he pulled out some tape. "You need to cover that," he said in a no-nonsense tone before squatting and swatting Gabriel away. With precise fingers, he wrapped the tape around my cut, and I let out a slight hiss. Gabriel was still shaking from the adrenaline high of the fight, but Riker seemed unfazed. Things were different with Riker than with the other guys. Blaze and Gabriel had seen me through my awkward teen years. I'd been their recluse, dorky friend for so long they didn't know anything else. But Riker... My breathing went shallow and my blood simmered whenever he was near. There was a certain depth in his observation of me that made me flush. Abrupt yelling outside the freezer made us all go still. "Yeah, let me check in here." A muffled voice filtered through the steel door as the handle turned. We each held our breaths as it opened, its rusty hinges groaning as an officer walked inside. I smiled when I realized who it was. Riker, Blaze, and Gabriel stiffened as I relaxed. "Summer?" Officer Mercer asked in a whisper while shining his flashlight in my face. I squinted and turned away from the bright light while throwing my hands up to block it. He lowered his flashlight, then glanced over his shoulder before sliding inside the small room. He shut the steel freezer door behind him. "What are you doing here?" He looked around at the bullets and let out a low sigh. "Actually, I don't want to know." "I came to see the fight," I replied with a shrug, while Gabrielle looked between us in disbelief. Callum Mercer, or Officer Mercer, was one of the youngest rookies on the force. His parents died a few years ago, so Mom invited him over for dinner every week. "Summer, you can't do stuff like this. Are you hurt? Did one of them hurt you?" he asked before taking a step closer. I approached him and heard Gabriel growl under his breath as I passed. "They didn't hurt me. I was trampled when the cops decided to bust the party, and some chick stepped on me with her stiletto." "Ouch," Callum replied. He was classically handsome, and with only 5 years separating us, he still had a freckled, boyish face despite his rugged beard. My gaze lingered on the way his hand rested on his duty belt just above the pistol, and I bit the inside of my cheek. "So, what's a girl gotta do to not go to jail tonight?" I asked, cringing once I realized how suggestive that sounded. Behind me, Blaze chuckled, and Gabriel let out another one of his signature growls. "I don't know if I can get you out of this one, Summer," Callum replied with uncertainty before looking back at the door. "Can't you just go back? No one was in here. Say you were looking to see if any drugs were stashed, but found none," I offered. Blaze quirked his lip in amusement, as if plotting his next move, and Riker crossed his arms over his chest. "What's in it for me?" Callum replied. I shuffled my feet as more blood seeped through Riker's makeshift bandage down my leg. Although nothing had ever happened between Callum and me, I'd caught him staring from across the dinner table. "Dinner. At your house. Make sure your mom makes that lasagna I like," he replied. He gave me a sheepish smile, as if also realizing that we were dancing into flirtatious territory. I avoided the Bullets' questioning stares. The Bullets have never visited me at my house. It was too risky. My father was chief of police and now running for Congress. The Bullets had a reputation for drugs, violence, and vandalization. My parents knew we were classmates and friendly neighbors, but if they knew how close we actually were, they'd keep me from seeing them. "Deal," I smirked. "Do you need something for that leg? I've got a first aid kit in the car," Callum added in a whisper, but Gabriel answered for me. "We've got it taken care of, sir." There was no respect in the way he addressed Callum. It was all sarcasm and mischief. Callum looked around the room once more. He paused, as if trying to come up with another solution, one that didn't involve leaving me here with the Bullets. "You owe me, Summer," he sighed before leaving. Gabriel, Blaze, Riker, and I stood there silently as we listened to Callum's heavy footsteps exit the freezer. We each held our breaths as he yelled, "Already checked. Nothing in there." We waited a bit longer until finally we were sure that everyone had left. After scouting the restaurant's perimeter, we filed into Blaze's Mustang. Once Riker and I were settled into the ripped vinyl back seat of Blaze's car, Gabriel spoke. "How do you know that guy?" I leaned back before answering. Riker was staring out the window, but our arms were touching. My skin tingled where it connected with his. "He works with my dad, but he comes around for dinner. We're kind of friends." The explanation felt hollow even to my ears. I didn't exactly know what we were. It felt weird calling Callum one of my dad's colleagues, but he wasn't quite a friend either. I wondered if it was a brotherly camaraderie between us, but his heated stares said otherwise. "Is something going on between you two?" Blaze asked. I glanced up at his reflection in the rearview mirror just in time to see him wiggling his eyebrows. "Not really. I mean, I've caught him looking at me sometimes, but that's about it." I shrugged. "But we sure did get lucky," I added, hoping to change the subject. Now that we were safely settled in the car, I couldn't help but feel giddy from all the excitement of our evening. The adrenaline from the fight, seeing my guys in their element, the cops, me saving their asses. It was fun. It was addicting. "You are so not coming to any more of our fights," Gabriel said. I rolled my eyes. For as long as I could remember, Gav had been telling me what to do. "Yeah, I've experienced the whole Fight Club thing. My next adventure will be one of your parties," I joked. I'd had a taste of excitement and I craved more. "You don't seem the type," Riker replied. He was right. I wasn't the type. I've never been the girl that put herself out there. I played by the rules my parents set. Got good grades, wore pretty smiles. But sometimes good isn't good enough. "I want to see a bit more of your world before you leave," I admitted. Knowing that pretty soon Blaze, Riker, and Gabriel would be on to the next stage of their lives made me reckless. I knew they were feeling it too. "Dad gone again tonight?" Gabriel finally asked. I knew he wouldn't respond to my vulnerable admission. He simply wasn't the type. "Yeah," I replied quietly. It was no secret that things had been strained at home. They just didn't know exactly how bad it had gotten. "Want to stay with us, then?" Although I knew it was a question, there was no flexibility in his tone. When Gabriel wanted something, he got it. I smiled and looked out the window, watching the street lamps pass by in a blurry haze. I bit the inside of my cheek while fidgeting with my fingers in my lap as Riker stilled beside me. "Okay," I replied as we pulled into the Jamesons' drive. The Jamesons, the Bullets' foster parents, were wealthy. Their home was elegantly decorated and easily the largest one on our street. The Jamesons collected sad stories and looks of pity, then auctioned them off to the loudest gossiper. They were rarely home, and when they weren't traveling or smiling at the bullet social worker, they were drinking and partying. I wasn't surprised when I saw that their driveway was once again empty. I long ago gave up trying to know what island resort they were off to each week. Now I just assumed that unless the state was making a visit, they were gone. When we walked upstairs, Blaze paused at the top step and leaned down to kiss me on the cheek. He wrapped me in a big hug, lifting me off the ground. "You surprised me today, sunshine," he whispered before setting me down and heading off to his room. I turned to wave goodnight to Riker, but he was already walking away. He paused at his door, though, and threw me a smoldering look. With a singular nod, he went inside and shut the door. Gabriel guided me to the upstairs bathroom. After picking me up to set me on the counter, he began pulling the tape from my leg. Beneath the bright bathroom lights, I noticed that his cheek was bruising, and there was a cut on his lip. Rarely did I see the evidence of his fights. Riker really was holding his own. Gav poured alcohol on the cut, making me wince and cry out in pain. The top of his lip quirked in amusement as he cleaned the cut and placed a bandage on it. He then pulled me off the counter. "You scared me tonight," he said. "You want to attend our shit? Let me know so we can make sure you're safe." "Yes, sir," I joked in a hoarse voice. I was always teasing him about how bossy he was. But sometimes, when it was just us, his eyes turned fiery at my nickname for him. His spine stiffened, and without a second glance, he left me in the bathroom and headed to bed. Kissing my cheek and telling me a bedtime story wasn't his style, so instead I called after him, "Good night." I went to their upstairs game room. After changing into the shirt Blaze left out for me, I settled on the overstuffed leather couch. Laying there, I processed all that had happened, while cursing myself for not trying something new sooner. At that moment, I vowed not to let the summer go by without seeing each side of the bullets. Chapter 3. Present Day. Hotbirds was a rundown bar with shitty music, watered-down drinks, and shady people. Located in the heart of Baltimore, it was just a few blocks from Johns Hopkins University. The patrons were either rowdy college kids or alcoholic locals, and it was a busy but low-key place. College towns were great for hiding. Students were always coming and going, so the face of a new 22-year-old wasn't out of the ordinary. Bars were plentiful, and owners were always looking for reliable employees. A low-cut shirt and flirty smile typically got me an interview, but my promise not to drink on the job almost always got me the job. Apparently, that was a rarity many bar owners wanted to capitalize on. My boss, Rick, was a beefy man who hated to drink. His addiction of choice was work, which was only second to his love for money. His bar, Hotbirds, was a busy enough place, and Rick got a boner every time I rang up someone's tab. The tips were good, and the company wasn't bad either. Rick was mostly normal, and the cook liked to test out new dishes on me. I never went hungry, which was a nice change. Baltimore was only supposed to be a temporary home, but it ended up being the fresh start I needed. Even though Baltimore wasn't ideal, it was still better than sleeping under bridges or offering blowjobs in exchange for fast food. What I loved most about my new life was that I could finally be the girl that didn't give a fuck. I didn't have to watch my every move or ask permission to piss. My image wasn't constantly being scrutinized. I was finally free. But freedom came at a price. Even though I had made friends here, I still got caught up in the uncertainties of a life on the run. I could never get too comfortable. There was always the threat that he would find me. "Liv, can you take care of table 4? A distant voice asked. I stalled for a moment, too lost in my memories to remember that Liv was my name now. Summer Bright was dead. "Liv, baby, are you in there?" Rick waved a beefy hand in front of my eyes, shaking me out of my stupor. Fuck, I had to get this name business down. Every move I changed my name. It was easier that way, but it also gave me a small identity crisis. Even after 5 years, I struggled to adapt to whatever name I assigned to whatever place. "Rick, I was supposed to be off 2 hours ago," I pouted, crossing my arms to push up my cleavage. I hoped he would get distracted so I could leave for the night. Loud chatter from excited customers filled the small bar as some of the barbacks set up the stage. We had a guest DJ tonight. The November air filtering through the swinging door was cool and crisp. "Baby, you know that shit doesn't work on me. You're like my daughter," Rick said while cringing. I dropped my arms and rolled my eyes. "Go, take care of that table and I'll drop an extra 20 in your wallet," he said while walking off. Bastard. It was Thursday, and Hot Birds was packed with students celebrating the end of midterms. I felt a twinge of jealousy at all the excited chatter. College was just another dream he ripped from me. I turned my attention toward the table he had in mind and sighed at the man on the wooden chair. His attention was glued to the flat screen overhead, and I hoped he didn't want to chat football. He had short brown hair and a copper shade. "What can I get you?" I asked in a bored tone, scowling at an asshole to my left puffing on an e-cig. He was blowing grape-scented smoke in my direction, making me cough. After working a double, I was too tired to pretend to care about a good tip, and with Rick already promising me a flat 20, this guy would be getting the bare minimum. "Do you sell Sunshine whiskey?" His voice was like velvet, caressing the recesses of my memory. I closed my eyes, trying to place the familiar tone. It was bright, playful. I opened my lids again, then shuffled forward. He then turned to meet my stare head-on. Fear and excitement plummeted in a swirl of angst at the base of my gut. My breath stalled, blooming against my tight chest. "Blaze?" I whispered in shock. It couldn't be. Blaze Bennett was nothing more than a distant memory. He stood and stared as if also stunned into stillness. I'm sure I looked different to him. My highlights and tattoos were nothing like the raven-haired girl next door he once knew. Seeing him standing there tore me apart. I itched to touch his broad shoulders to test if it was really him. He was unfamiliar to me now, but seeing him felt like home. All the things I loved and missed about my old life were hidden within his confident smile. "Hey, Summer," he replied. "Or should I say Liv?" His hazel eyes took in my appearance with a smirk before approaching me. "How did you find me?" The loud chatter and thumping music disappeared. Walking closer, Blaze towered over everyone else in the room. He was wearing a small smile, and I got the feeling he was amused by my surprised state. He was the same, yet different. There was always a cool confidence in the way Blaze carried himself. I spent the majority of my teenage years watching him command the halls of Chesterbrook High. His charisma felt amplified now. It overflowed into his gaze, his smile, and his knowing posture. You couldn't help but stare at him. "Don't you remember? I always find you," Blaze replied. My heart raced. He'd found me. How could I feel so happy and terrified at the same time? The conflicting emotions twisted up my stomach as I shifted my feet, fighting the urge to squirm and flee. Blaze stepped closer and grabbed a strand of hair. He then traced his fingers down my neck, grazing over the script tattoo along my collarbone that read, "I belong deeply to myself." His cinnamon breath feathered over my cheeks. "You look good, Sunshine." My eyes fluttered shut at the old nickname. It had been 5 years since someone called me that. I basked in the sound of his honey voice as it danced over the sentimental name. Blaze wasn't the 17-year-old boy I once knew. He'd grown taller, his muscles were more defined. Despite all the changes to his appearance, he still wore his signature tight jeans and a graphic t-shirt. "I can't believe it's you," he said in awe. "It's time to go home." I couldn't go home. I could never go home. Can't believe you managed to keep away from me this long, Blaze added with a cocky chuckle. His laugh was like a drug. I'd spent many nights listening to his joy echo off the walls of the Jamesons' house back in Chesterbrook. I wanted to wrap my arms around his back and hold on. I wanted to slip back into my memories of him. But I couldn't. I didn't dare look around the room, knowing full well it would tip Blaze off that I was determining my escape route. Hotbirds was too crowded, and my bright orange uniform stood out in the dark bar. I'd have to be fast. The kitchen exit was my best bet. "Aren't you happy to see me?" Blaze asked in a teasing voice. He was always the cocky one of the group, and it usually got him in trouble. "Honestly?" I asked while balling my left hand into a fist, preparing to attack, preparing to run. He'd always had this effortless, bigger-than-life way about him. He enjoyed catching me off guard, but it would be me that got the last laugh. "No, I'm not happy. Not at all," I finally replied before rearing back and punching him in the jaw. When my fist connected with his skin, my knuckles stung. He immediately grabbed his cheek, and I pumped a hard kick to his balls. He collapsed on the ground, curling in on himself and groaning in pain as I shot through the bar, grabbing my purse, then darting towards the kitchens and outside. The crisp air hit my cheeks as my all-star sneakers pounded down the street. Cars sped past me, and I looked over my shoulder to see if Blaze was following. My apartment was only a few blocks away. I jetted down the street, determined to put as much distance between us as possible. How did he find me? Why now? Why at all? We were once friends, yeah. I still wore the bullet ring they gave me the night before I ran, but the girl he knew was long gone. I rounded the corner and headed down a dark alleyway as shouts echoed off the brick buildings around me. "Sunshine!" I didn't dare stop. A hand gripped my shoulder, stopping my forward momentum and pulling me back into a hard chest. I wiggled and tried to break free, but strong arms wrapped around me, holding me still. "Sunshine, you don't have to run from me." Blaze was breathless, and his lips brushed against my neck as he spoke. I continued to shift and writhe. I needed to get away. I was in flight mode and didn't want to hear his words of assurance. I knew that if I listened, I'd stay. My willpower wasn't strong enough to run from him yet again. "Yes, I do." Blaze turned me around, forcing me to see his pained expression. Tears fell like knives down my face, and the cold air stung their wet trails. His brows dipped, and I watched as his eyes filled with doubt. "All this time," he began. I shifted my weight, dipping my shoulder in a half-hearted attempt to slip through the gap in his arms. "The others thought you ran from us. I never believed it, but now I'm not so sure." I squeezed my eyes shut, and for a moment was able to fight through the instinct to flee. "I wasn't running from you," I finally whispered. It was the only peace I could offer him. Just because he was here didn't mean I would run off into the sunset with him. I couldn't go back to my life in Chesterbrook, but I could leave him with the assurance that he wasn't the reason I left. I went impossibly still while waiting for him to relax his grip. He smiled, seemingly content with my answer. "Perfect." "But I am now." I jerked from his hands and fled once more. Thunder echoed around me as the wind kicked up. A storm was coming. At the end of the alley, I jumped on a crate and scaled a wire fence leading to the back of another restaurant. After circling its exterior, I sprinted across the busy street to the shithole apartment I shared with my roommate, Phoenix. I barreled through the swinging glass door of our building just as freezing drops of rain began to fall. My chest heaved as I tried to catch my breath. Still, I couldn't stop, not if I didn't want him to catch me again. I made my way down the long hallway towards our efficiency loft, digging in my purse until I found my keys. The fluorescent lights overhead flickered until I was at our door. After glancing back to make sure no one was following, I held the key to the lock with shaky hands. Trying to ignore the way the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end, I hurried inside and shut the door, bolting it. Resting my forehead against the wooden barrier, I let out a slow exhale of relief. I was safe. For now. I heard a grunt as the smell of musky incense filled my nose. Music with a tantric beat filled the apartment, and I winced while turning around, knowing full well what I had just interrupted. Our loft apartment was small, so there was nowhere for me to run or excuse myself. On Phoenix's bed, a woman in a tight black corset was squirming on the red satin sheets. She bucked while tied to the wrought iron bed frame as a blond man pinned her thighs open, devouring every inch of her. Behind him was none other than my best friend and roommate, Phoenix, or Nix, as I like to call him. Strong and commanding, Nix pumped into the blonde's ass, occasionally coaching him on how to please the woman. "Enjoying the show?" Nix asked, not once losing his stride. He winked at me, unfazed that I had interrupted them, and when the man and woman paused, he reared back and released a hard slap on the blonde's ass before chastising him. "Did I say you could stop? Give my girl something fun to watch." His gruff voice made me smile, and the man quickly obeyed, burying his face back between her thighs. The woman reluctantly made eye contact with me before letting out a loud moan. It was as if she was trying to prove to herself that my being here didn't dampen the mood, but even I could tell that the sounds coming from her throat were forced. "Have a good day at work?" Nix asked casually, as if he wasn't slamming into a man moaning with pleasure. I bit my lip. Usually he tried to plan his nights around my work schedule, and any other day I might have enjoyed watching my handsome best friend in his element. We were purely platonic, but even I could appreciate the way he commanded the room. He worked days at a tech support call center and nights giving couples their ultimate fantasy. His smoky, tawny skin glistened with sweat as he nodded over at our futon. He'd been dying to get me to watch his prowess for ages. Tears pricked along the corners of my eyes as I watched him fuck the couple into oblivion. "Phoenix," I began in a shaky voice. He kept his face stern even as he glanced over his shoulder at me. "Banana split." He glanced at me. Our code word was silly, but effective. Only intended for the ultimate emergency, Nix immediately knew it was serious. He blinked twice, then immediately pulled out so he could face me. His eyes roamed my face, as if trying to gauge if this was a drill or not, as I averted my eyes from his raging hard-on. I nodded. Even though every bone in my body urged me to flee alone, to disappear without any ties or obligations, I owed Nix. I'd gotten so used to running, but just this once I wanted to say goodbye first. "Get out," Nix ordered while sliding off the bed. He rolled off the condom he was wearing and threw it in the trash before rummaging through the piles of clothes on the floor. The couple scowled at me. "I didn't even get off," the woman complained in a shrill voice while the man untied her restraints. She huffed as his fingers struggled with the thick brass buckles. Nick straightened his spine, then slipped on a pair of purple boxers. He found his glasses on the nightstand and put the thick black frames on before wiping his hand over his buzz cut. "Are you arguing with me?" he asked the woman, his gaze unyielding. "You come when I tell you to. If I tell you to wait, you wait. Right now, I want you to go home with your husband and think about how good my cock feels in your dripping pussy. And then, maybe if you've earned it, I'll call again." My brow shot up at his commanding, sultry tone. Damn, he was good. It didn't take long for them to get dressed and scurry out of the apartment. Within minutes, Nix was completely dressed and rummaging through his closet. I walked over to our shared dresser and found my clothes in the bottom drawer. He didn't ask any questions. He didn't argue or yell at me for interrupting his evening. I stripped out of my Hotbirds uniform while walking towards the bathroom. As Phoenix frantically searched under his bed, I took the fastest shower of my life to wash off the sweat from my double shift. Once out, I towel-dried before putting on some yoga pants paired with one of his oversized shirts. While looking at my wrinkled work uniform on the ground, I realized that once again I'd have to start over. My life in Baltimore was far from perfect, but I was just beginning to establish some roots. I had a life here. "Okay, I'm ready," he finally said while plopping a full duffel bag on his bed. "I have some clothes for you two, as well as new IDs for both of us. I've got enough cash to get us through a few months, but I'll need to take a few hacking jobs until we can get settled." I blinked a few times, not understanding. "Nix, what are you talking about? You can't come with me." I stepped towards him, wrapping my arms around his torso. He smelled like sex and smoky cologne. "Honey, I have no family, no friends. You running into my life was the best thing that ever happened to me. Who else is going to make me waffles at 2 a.m? Nix pouted while placing his hands on my shoulders. "Finding you in that alley changed my life. You're my person. Where you go, I go." Tears streamed down my face as I remembered the night we met. I was drunk, homeless, and on my last dime. Nix saw me. Really saw me. I spent so much time living on the streets, running from place to place, that I got used to being invisible. I wasn't sure I would have survived without him. He put me back together and forced me to open up. And when I finally told him I was on the run, he told me about his past as a hacker. He'd been keeping my identity safe for the past year, and I've never felt more secure or settled. But that was all gone now. "I can't believe they found me," I whispered. "Who found you?" I took a moment to collect myself before responding. Even now, 5 years later, it hurt to say their names. It was a deep, all-consuming pain. One that ripped me open and rubbed at my soul until it was nothing but a raw mess of existence. The bullets. Chapter 4. Present Day. "So let me get this straight," Nix began while scrounging around the floor for his phone charger. "Your childhood best friend finds you after 5 years, and your first instinct is to dick kick him and run?" he asked with a smirk while bending over. "Typical." He picked up a pair of silk boxers and flung them across the room towards me playfully. I dodged the slinky material with a grin. Despite the recent turmoil, Nix was good at making me laugh. "You don't understand," I began. "It's not Blaze I'm running from. I loved Blaze. But if he can find me, then that means the person I'm running from can too." Nix straightened and looked at me, tentatively. "You loved him?" I cringed when I'd realized I'd let that slip. Nix was always criticizing my lack of a love life, so my admission was big for him. I did love Blaze, and probably always would. But love wasn't enough when you were up against the devil. "Yeah, I loved them all," I replied softly while rubbing away the pain in my chest. I felt desperate to once again explain to Nix why it was so important that I keep moving. He had the very bare minimum of my history, and despite his nosy nature, he mostly respected my need for secrecy. He knew the dangers of my past, but that was about it. Openly talking about the bullets was freeing, but the fear that consumed me made it all bittersweet. This was why I didn't make many close friends. The self-destructive part of me wanted to tell him just how bad it was. This was a life of sacrifices, and I didn't want that for him. A loud banging on the door startled us. Nix grabbed a wooden baseball bat he kept hidden under his bed, then walked towards me. He put a hand on my chest, pushing me back before going towards the door. "Don't answer," I hissed. Nix held up his hand to silence me before peering out the peephole. His muscles went rigid whenever he saw who was on the other side of the door, and I held my breath in anticipation. I knew Blaze wasn't a threat, but I couldn't afford getting sucked back into his orbit. Being friends with the bullets was like a drug, and I was an addict. One taste was never enough. "What do you want?" Nix asked, his voice low and menacing. "I know she's in there," Blaze said from the other side before pounding on the door again. Nix looked back at me with a mischievous smile. I saw the decision in his eyes. It was quick, almost like lightning. Without asking me for my opinion, he opened the door and leaned against the frame with a broad smile. "Well, hello. You must be Blaze, I presume?" Nix shoved his hand out towards Blaze's chest, expecting a handshake. "Where is she?" I peered around Nix's bulky frame to get a better view of Blaze, who was standing there with a frown on his face. When our eyes connected, he shoved past Nix and entered the loft. "We need to talk." Blaze looked around the apartment, appraising it like someone trained to always be on the lookout. You shouldn't have come here, Blaze. I crossed my arms over my chest and leaned against the wooden dresser. I'll admit this isn't exactly the reunion I had in mind, but I'm adaptable, babe. If you want to play this like it's a job, I'm more than up for the challenge. His eyes raked my body and my skin turned white-hot. I cursed the fact that he could still affect me, even after all this time. I may no longer be his innocent girl next door, but he still made me feel like an inexperienced, blubbering idiot. What does that even mean? I asked. I watched as Blaze's lip quirked up in a cocky half-smile I knew well. Out of the corner of my eye, Nix was watching our exchange with glee. His eyes ping-ponged back and forth between us, and if he had a bowl of popcorn, he'd be munching on it. I'm a bounty hunter, Blaze answered. I had to smile at that. It seemed like the perfect job for him. He was always finding people. There's no bounty on my head. Thanks to Nix, I'd been completely erased from every database ever. I was a ghost. There were no warrants out for me because to the modern world, I didn't exist. It was one of the first things he did when I explained that I was on the run. He couldn't erase everything, though. My father was a public figure, so occasionally I'd stumble across news stories reminding the world of my tragic disappearance. They never found my body, but the world assumed I'd drowned after a night of partying. That's where you're wrong. Sometimes I take jobs from Gabriel. If someone falls behind on their debts, I track them down. It would seem that Gabriel put out a bounty on you, Sunshine. Do you owe him any debts? He asked with a knowing smirk. I didn't owe Gav any money. My soul, maybe, but not any money. My mouth gaped open, and Nix took another step towards me. The amusement faded from his expression as he saw me shake with fear. There was a bounty on me? What could Gabriel possibly want with me? Is this the part where you say we can do this the easy way or the hard way? Nix interrupted. He picked up the baseball bat and hit his palm with the slick wood, the slapping sound echoing around the room. Blaze looked at Nix as if just remembering he was here. Still wearing his cocky grin, he observed us with uncertainty, gauging our relationship. No. This is where I tell Summer to get her pretty little ass in my Mustang before I drag her there myself, Blaze replied. Although his words sounded threatening, I couldn't help but let out a hiss of hot air. Blaze was flirty and charming when we were teens, but there was nothing playful about his tone now. His confidence was primal. And maybe it was my imagination, but as his eyes feathered down my shoulders and chest, I sensed that he, too, felt this attraction. I'd love to sit here and bask in the musk of this disgusting sexual tension, but we have a few things to discuss. Why don't you take a seat and tell me who the hell you are? Where do you think you're taking my girl? And who is this Gabriel person? Nick set the bat down, then gestured towards the futon. For a moment, Blaze stared at us, but he finally took a seat. Nix pulled me closer to him before sitting on the bed. I winced, remembering what had happened in these satin sheets just moments before. I considered myself to be open-minded, but even I didn't want to be anywhere near this mattress. Blaze let out a chuckle while looking between us. I'm Blaze, Summer's best friend. Maybe 5 years ago, but that role is now filled. Next question. Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted the duffel bag Nix had prepared. While they were sizing each other up, I debated grabbing the bag and running away. I calculated the odds of outrunning Blaze. It would kill me to leave Nix behind, but I wondered if it would be better. I was thankful for a friend willing to run away with me, but I wasn't sure if I was ready to commit to the level of guilt that would bring. He deserved a normal life, or at least Nix's version of normal. Gabriel offered $50,000 to anyone who brought her in. And when men like Gabriel Moretti give you a job, you take it and don't ask questions. It's a good thing I found you first. I'll at least pretend to give you a choice. Some of the other guys he has looking for you won't be as nice. What does Gabriel want with me? I asked. What happened to Gabriel that he had this much power? Blaze scratched the back of his neck. The same thing we all want. He wants his sunshine back. I grasped my chest as pain rocked through me. For so long, I didn't allow myself to believe that they missed me as much as I missed them. It felt good to know the longing was mutual, but the guilt and sadness I felt rocked me. I left for a reason and place. I can't go back. Being close to me was a death sentence. If you're running from someone, Gabriel is your safest bet. A lot has changed in the last 5 years, and then there's Callum. Blaze met my gaze as I sucked in a breath. Callum? Yet another person from my past was trying to get me back. I didn't have the same relationship with Callum as I did the Bullets, but my heart raced at the thought of seeing him again. Were they all working together now? Were they friends? Since when are you friends with Callum? I asked, remembering their tortured past. My voice wavered on Callum's name, and the ever-intuitive Nix grabbed my hand and squeezed. Since the day you ran away. I closed my eyes and tried to imagine what the Bullets looked like without me. When I left, I was too absorbed in escaping the threat. I'd never considered that my absence would bond Callum to their makeshift family. I had no right to feel jealous, but I did. Look, you already have a bag packed. Gabriel isn't gonna take no for an answer. You've hidden from us for 5 years. And if we can find you, so can whoever you're hiding from, Blaze said while looking at Nix. I sensed a hint of resentment in his tone, and I winced at the hurt behind his hazel eyes. He wouldn't maintain eye contact with me for longer than a second, but in this brief lapse of control, I saw the truth. Once again, he rubbed his jaw, and I felt a twinge of guilt for hitting him. Not to mention your location's leaked. Gabriel put a big bounty on you. If it's not me, it'll be someone else. Or it'll be whoever the fuck made you run in the first place. My life had become so reactionary. So used to fleeing first and asking questions later, I'd never had a choice. Well, Nick said while standing. He pulled me up with him before bending over and grabbing the duffel bag. We'll come with you, but she doesn't leave my sight. If I don't like Gabriel or Callum, we're out. He slung our bag over his shoulder, then gripped my hand tighter to emphasize his decision. Absolutely not. Blaze crossed his arms over his chest. Gabriel doesn't take kindly to unexpected variables. You're not invited. Look here. The only reason I didn't beat your skull in when you knocked on my door was because my girl once had a crush on you. Doesn't help that you look like sex on a stick. I bristled and gaped at Nix. I'd hate to ruin that pretty face of yours, but I wouldn't give it a second thought if you were a risk to Summer's safety. I stood there a moment longer while trying to digest everything. Nix may be on board with going to see Gabriel, but that didn't mean I was. Whoa, wait. I'm not even sure I'm going. My tone was uncertain, even to my own ears. Had I gone from punching Blaze one moment to planning a trip with him the next? You don't have to be sure. I'm not giving you an option otherwise. Blaze observed the loft apartment as if assessing escape routes. Nix let out a loud laugh. We're both going. End of story, he said in a voice filled with steel. Authority flowed through Nix. My eyes widened at the sickening realization. Phoenix would get himself hurt following me. The road to hell and back was littered with casualties. My choice suddenly became crystal clear. I had to leave without him. Fine, Blaze sighed. But don't say I didn't warn you. Gabriel is the sort to kill first and ask questions later. The only person he's ever cared about in this world is holding your hand right now. You honestly think he'll give two shits who you are? I bristled at Blaze's honesty. Gabriel still cared? Was that what this was about? I knew what I had to do. If what Blaze said was right, Gabriel could keep me safe for now. I couldn't stay in Baltimore now that my location was leaked. But I also couldn't risk Phoenix getting mixed up in this mess. I detached myself from Phoenix and nodded at Blaze. Okay, we'll go with you in the morning. I'd like one last night to... I glanced back at Phoenix and kept my voice even. Pack. Blaze looked at me, then up to the ceiling. He knew. 5 years wasn't enough time to sever his uncanny ability to read my mind. and I guess old habits die hard. I was going to run again. I was going to leave someone I loved behind again. "I'll walk you out," I offered, leading Blaze to the door. My hand hovered above the knob for a brief moment, and Blaze stood so close that I felt his breath on my neck. "I'll be down at 2 a.m., I whispered. He didn't respond. He simply nodded and walked out. When the door shut behind him, I turned to stare pointedly at Phoenix. After taking a moment to compose myself, I asked, "What the hell was that?" "What do you mean?" Phoenix moved around the small room, finding extra things to stuff into the small duffel bag. I knew I should be trying to pack, but I didn't own anything of value. I always left with nothing more than a backpack, and I made sure to never own anything I wasn't willing to part with. I looked down at the bullet ring on my finger and smiled. It was the only belonging that had been with me through every move. "I mean, how did you go from being ready to kill him to this?" I pointed at the duffel and scowled. Nix was impulsive and made decisions more on feeling than anything else. Sometimes it got him into trouble, but most of the time he had a good sense of things. He was intuitive, which is why I had to protect him. If Gabriel was willing to send bounty hunters after me, that was one crossfire I wasn't willing to subject Nix to. "I agreed to go, because first, that is one very attractive man. I'm surprised you managed to drag yourself away." He winked, and I forced myself to smile. "Second, I get the sense that he cares for you. But I don't know who this Gabriel guy is, and even if he's our best bet, I'm not going unprepared." Nix reached inside his nightstand and pulled out a pistol. He locked the loaded magazine in place, then put a bullet in the chamber before continuing. "It's not like we had any other escape plans figured out, and this one seems decent enough." After securing the gun in a holster, Nix pulled a laptop from behind his nightstand out of the secret compartment. How many of those things did he have stashed around here? Nix was stalling. "I never pressured you to tell me what you're running from," he said, finally turning to face me. "And I won't pressure you to, even now. But at least tell me, is it one of them? Have any of the bullets ever hurt you?" "No," I immediately replied. Phoenix seemed content with my answer. He continued finding little bits and pieces to take with us before speaking again. "You know, this is the most alive I've seen you in ages. It's like you walked through the door and you lit up from the inside out. I don't know much about your history, but I'll follow that man anywhere if it means I get to see more of you like that. I actually kind of understand why he called you Sunshine now." My eyes watered as I walked towards Phoenix and wrapped my arms around his waist. I was gonna miss him. I'd never imagined that I would have to endure this again. I'd never imagined that I'd have to lie through my teeth and escape through the night. Blaze's appearance started a chain of events that was forcing me to relive my deepest regrets. I threaded my fingers together, locking us tightly in a hug while inhaling Nix's scent. I couldn't linger because he'd know something was up. But for a moment, I didn't think about everything my demons had stolen from me. I didn't think about yet another relationship I was losing. I didn't think about how I was going to break the heart of the friend who saved me. He fell asleep easily. Convinced we were in this together, Nix was content with the idea that we were going on an adventure. And why shouldn't he? I'd never given Phoenix a reason to doubt me. We'd been honest with one another since we dove headfirst into our friendship. After an hour of hearing his light snores, I left a note on his nightstand with 5 simple words. It was all I could bring myself to say. "I love you. I'm sorry." It was surreal walking downstairs. A part of me knew this was the last time I would be in Baltimore. At least for a while. For the past year, it had been my home, but in some ways, it was also my prison. I'd spent a year hiding away with Nix in our loft or working a job I hated. Now that the bullets were back, I didn't know what I felt. I couldn't help but smile when I saw Blaze under the soft glow of a streetlight, leaning against his Mustang. He looked like a model in his tight jeans and boots, and when I was finally able to tear my eyes from his tall, cut body, I took in the clean black paint and bright chrome wheels. He'd restored it. He used the bottom of his shirt to buff out a spot only he could see, and I took a moment to observe his toned abs. I guess some things never change, I said with a timid smile while walking closer to the muscle car. She's my baby, he said with a laugh. It took me a while, but I finally restored her. I just couldn't see giving her up, you know? Too many good memories. My eyes flashed to his, and I wondered if he was thinking about the night I snuck out to see the bullet fight 5 years ago. I didn't know it then, but it was the night that set everything in motion. The beginning of the end. It looks good, I choked out with a fake smile. This reunion was way more intense than anything I'd ever imagined. Blaze opened the door for me, and I shimmied into the front seat. He slammed the door shut once I was safely inside. It was somewhat serendipitous that I wound up back in the passenger seat of Blaze Bennett's Mustang. We were riding off towards a new adventure while reminiscing about the past. He walked around the car to the driver's side, and I forced my pulse to calm down. I felt like a flustered, starstruck teen again. Once he was seated, I asked the question that had been nagging me since I made the decision to go. Do you think he'll be okay? Blaze started the car, and we sat there for a moment longer. Blaze knew better than anyone what it felt like to be left behind. He'd lived it. Honestly, he asked before putting the car in drive and heading down the street. No. Chapter 5. 5 years ago. The smell of Mom's lasagna filled the room as I applied pink lipstick to my lips. Callum was coming over, and for reasons I wasn't completely willing to admit to myself, I wanted to look nice. Since he'd started working at the police station a year ago, he'd been coming over for weekly dinners. He also showed up to my ballet recitals, family events, and some holidays. At first, I enjoyed having him around. It forced Mom and Dad to pretend to at least like each other for the duration of his visit. But lately, they'd stopped caring what Callum thought. It didn't make a difference who was there. They fought with or without an audience. Callum Mercer was Chesterbrook's golden boy. He grew up here, captain of the football team. He went to Penn State on a scholarship. He then returned home to follow in his dad's footsteps and work at the local police department. He was wildly loved, but he was also lonely. His freshman year of college, his parents died in a car accident. I was in middle school then, and I'll never forget the funeral. Dad seemed obnoxiously emotionless, frowning and checking his watch as the military band played. Callum disappeared for a couple of hours during the wake. I remember finding him in the garden shed behind our house, hiding while drinking beer. Why are you hiding? I sat next to him, tracing my finger through the dust along the wooden platform floor. Why did you find me? Since then, there had been this unavoidable bond between us that only seemed to intensify over time. I'd noticed in the past couple months that he was around more. Weekly dinners were becoming an almost daily thing. It was getting harder and harder to keep him from the bullets. Mom enjoyed the attention she got for doting on Chesterbrook's favorite orphan, and because Dad liked it that it distracted Mom, he was more than happy to play happy host for an hour. As for me, I liked Callum. Probably more than I should have. But he was a good 5 years older than me, which meant I had to keep my little crush to myself. When I daydreamed about a world where age and profession weren't a factor, I wondered what the bullets would think. We were only friends, but they were protective of me. How would they respond if I started dating? Summer, Callum's almost here. Mom's voice rang from downstairs. I slipped on a white summer dress and pranced downstairs. I felt eager to see Callum after our unexpected meeting at the fight last night. We'd known each other since we were little kids, attending barbecues and banquets with our parents. But last night was the first time he'd seen me, the real me, or at least the girl I wanted to be. I walked into the kitchen, and found Mom bent over inspecting her lasagna in the oven. Her dress was a bit tight, the heels she was wearing too high for a casual dinner, but she wore them effortlessly. Chestnut brown ringlets fell down her back, and as she stood, she adjusted the top of her dress. After pushing her breasts up so that they were on full display, she turned around and blushed when she saw me. "Why are you just standing there?" she asked in her usual overly critical manner. "Just admiring your dress, Mom," I shot back in a sickly sweet tone. Mom had a bit of a crush on Callum, and he was too polite to notice or comment on it. And she was too desperate to realize how foolish she was to chase after someone young enough to be her son. "Your dad's in the living room. Go greet him or something," she replied with a huff. She then scrounged around the kitchen for her discarded pink cardigan and put it on. I made my way to the living room and paused when I saw Dad. He sat straight as a rod in his recliner and leaned forward on his knees, intently listening to the news anchor. "Another teen went missing last night," the news anchor said. "Police reports say he was out partying with friends and didn't return home. If you have any information regarding his disappearance, please call this hotline." Dad curled his fingers in his lap, and when I let out a cough, he snapped his attention to me. "Hey, Dad," I said, wiggling my fingers in greeting. His combed black hair was wet, like he'd just showered, and his wrinkled button-down shirt had a stain on the pocket. "Is dinner ready?" he asked before slipping his gray eyes from me and back to the television. I wondered if he was on the missing teen case. Although he used to tell me about his job when I was a kid, it was rare that he spoke about work now. It was rare that we spoke about much of anything. My father and I were strangers at best. "Yeah, it's ready." "You on that case?" I asked in a light tone. He was a bit too serious tonight, and I needed him to lighten up a bit if I wanted Mom to stay sober through dinner. "It's 2 towns over, but we're keeping a lookout for him here," he answered in what seemed like a scripted response. I was sure I wasn't the first to ask him that question today. "Do you want me to share his photo with my friends?" I asked. Last night's boldness still rang through my mind. If I was going to step out of my comfort zone, then maybe I should start seeking a relationship with my father. "Sure," he replied, his tone distant and absent-minded. The doorbell rang and I excused myself before making my way to the front door. I went to open it, but was intercepted by my all-too-eager mother. She clung to what little excitement she had in her life, and Callum was excitement wrapped in a sexy package. I swallowed as the door opened, and in walked Callum in his patrol uniform, followed by the ugliest dog I'd ever seen. Mom shrieked as it tracked mud through the house, heading straight toward me. He had shaggy hair, black eyes, and a round body on short, stubby legs. He waddled more than walked. I crouched down to scratch behind his ears, but my fingers got caught in the tangles of his hair. "Oh my goodness, aren't you the cutest, ugliest thing I've ever seen?" His tongue stuck out as he gave me a goofy grin. "I found him wandering outside on my way here. The shelter's closed for the night. Can he stay here until tomorrow?" Callum practically batted his eyes at my mom as she scowled at the dog making a muddy mess on her clean tile. "Sure, Callum. I think we can make room for him for the night." Her face slipped back into a composed expression, and Callum smiled as I continued to pet the dog. "Summer, why don't you go give him a bath, and I'll let Callum help me finish dinner," she cooed. Mom sashayed towards the kitchen. Her too-tight dress was stretched thin over her hips, and Callum adjusted his collar in discomfort. I bit back a smile as I stood. "Actually, Mrs. Bright, I'll go help Summer. We don't know if the dog is aggressive or not, and I'd hate for her to get bitten." Mom paused at the threshold between the arched entryway and the kitchen. "Very well," she grumbled before disappearing. Callum and I raced each other upstairs while our new friend waddled behind us. The dog was wheezing by the time we hit the top step, so Callum picked him up and followed me. We went through my room to my attached bathroom, and I couldn't help but memorize the image of Callum's tall, built frame against the pink walls and frilly bedding. I forced myself not to stare. We squeezed into my small bathroom, and I turned on the water. Callum placed the dog in the bath and then leaned against the sink while I began lathering soap in his fur. The dog practically purred as I scrubbed behind his ears. "He sounds like a cat," I said with a laugh. We should call him that. Okay, Cat. You like the bath, boy? I asked while running more water through his hair. Mud and dirt covered the floor of the bathtub. I felt Callum's eyes on my back as I worked, and goosebumps puckered up along my neck as his gaze caressed me. I wasn't sure when I gained such an acute awareness of him, but it seemed amplified in the small space. I stood eager to get out of there and back to a safe distance where he wasn't as much of a temptation. This was dangerous. I couldn't be attracted to him. None of the outcomes would be positive, no matter how much I wished for them to be. According to the law, I was underaged by 2 months, which meant I couldn't act upon my feelings. Not to mention I wasn't sure my father would approve. At the end of the summer, just after my 18th birthday, I'd be off to Boston College. Long-distance relationships were possible, but not ideal. We'd have a couple of weeks to explore a budding relationship, and then I'd leave. Like all the other men in my life, I would just have to be content with friendship. I stepped aside so Callum could pick Cat up out of the bathtub. And when he set him down, dog hair and muddy paw prints covered his uniform. I laughed. Here. I stepped toward him. Friends were helpful, right? If we get this in the wash now, it'll be clean by the time you leave. I prayed he didn't notice my shaking fingers as they traveled up the seam of his shirt and began unbuttoning. I heard his breath hitch, but didn't make eye contact for fear that he would tell me to stop. Slowly working down the line of buttons, I then helped him slide the shirt off. I cradled his clothes in my arm while removing his shiny metal badge, which read Chesterbrook Police Department. In all the years my father was a police officer, not once had I seen my mother care for his uniform. It was a strange, yet intimate act. The sound of Velcro filled the room as he removed his Kevlar vest. I allowed myself a brief moment to stare at his muscular arms. His black undershirt was tight and left little to the imagination. I'll just, get this in the wash for you. I stuttered while turning for the door, but Callum stopped me. You've got mud on your cheek. And your dress. He chuckled, grabbing a washcloth, wetting it, and using it to wipe at my skin. I buzzed at his attentive care, too afraid to breathe and risk breaking the spell. Guess we should go downstairs. My voice sounded breathy and soft. I need to uphold my end of our bargain and feed you some lasagna. Thanks for that, by the way, I added. Callum smiled. Yeah, you definitely owe me. I didn't realize you hung out with the Bullets. I smiled mischievously. I didn't think you were cool enough to know who the Bullets are. Everyone knows who the Bullets are, Callum replied while rubbing the back of his neck. They've been in the back of my cruiser a time or two. My eyes flashed to his arm muscles as I licked my lips. I noticed him watching my reaction with an all-too-pleased smirk. The cat barked, saving me any further embarrassment. He went back downstairs, and I quickly changed into a new dress. I went to go put his clothes in the wash and past the living room, but paused when I saw Mom and Dad arguing in hushed tones. Where do you disappear to every night? Mom hissed as she stepped toward him, and her feet wobbled a bit on the plush carpet. I told you, Clarice, I'm working. There's a missing kid. He placed a hand on her shoulder and looked deeply into her eyes. I called your secretary. She said you didn't come in this morning. I crept closer to hear their frantic whispers. I had wondered if they'd pretend to be happy while Callum was here, but it seemed that they'd abandoned their image completely. My secretary is an ignorant little bitch, and are you even sure you heard her right? I saw the 2 empty bottles of wine in the trash this morning. Dad replied. I'm trying to run a campaign, and you're not helping things by buying alcohol in bulk. How dare you! Mom's voice grew progressively louder and more shrill. I flinched at the sound, wondering if Callum could hear them. When Callum first started as a rookie patrol officer, he had something akin to hero worship where my father was concerned. But the more time he spent at our house, the less he seemed to idolize him. Dad opened his mouth to reply, but Kat came bounding through the door, interrupting him. Both turned to stare at me as my mouth gaped open in embarrassment. Dad's eyes then zeroed in on the floor to look at Kat, who was purring and nuzzling Mom's leg. "What the hell is that?" Dad asked while wrinkling his nose in disgust. "Callum found him. He's staying here until we can get him to the pound tomorrow," I explained hurriedly. I needed to find a way to distract Dad so he didn't punish me for eavesdropping. "I don't have time for this." Dad sidestepped Mom, who now had glistening tears rolling down her cheeks. "I'm headed back to the office. Going to try and coordinate some search parties in town. Then I need to work on my speech for next week." But what about dinner?" I cringed at Mom's shaky voice. Before, there was bitterness seeping through her accusations, but all her anger dissolved. Now, there was nothing but disappointment and uncertainty in her words. "I'll be back tomorrow morning to pick up that dog and take it to the pound," he sneered as his fingers twitched. Dad didn't give Mom a chance to argue further. He simply strolled out of the living room without a second glance. In the other room, we heard Callum call out to him, "Do you need help, Chief Bright?" But there was no response, only the sound of a slamming door and my mother's broken sobs. Mom was in a drunken stupor by the time Callum and I finished dinner. Callum didn't comment on her sloppy behavior, and when she couldn't stand, he guided her to bed like a perfect gentleman, despite her wandering hands. I didn't blame her for wanting some attention. Dad was distant and cruel. Something had to change, I just didn't know how. I wished her coping mechanisms revolved more around taking steps towards self-care and independence. She was too codependent and addicted to the idea that they'd figure it out. She lived in a fantasy. If she lost enough weight or became interesting enough to hold his attention, he'd get better. She had a vice-like grip on her need for perfection and control, and it was killing her. Mom came from a wealthy family, and she funded all of Dad's endeavors. When he announced that he was running for office, she made sure to give him every advantage possible. She hired the best campaign manager and organized the best fundraisers. Mom loved his ambition and public charisma. I just wished he'd saved some of his charm for his home life. When Callum returned from tucking her in, I noticed an all-too-familiar shade of pale pink lipstick on his cheek. "She's asleep," he choked out before helping me clear the table. I giggled while bumping into his shoulder. "You've got something on your cheek." He wiped it away and bumped back into me before rinsing off our plates. "Want to watch TV?" I asked. It was innocent enough, right? We were two friends enjoying an evening together. Callum's muscles went rigid as he looked at me with a hesitant smile. "I should probably—" "Your uniform still needs to dry. Come on, it'll be fun, Officer Mercer. I promise to be a good girl," I said with a wink while tossing him a dish towel and heading back towards the living room. I tried to be confident despite my racing heart. It was dark in the living room. I snuggled in the corner of the couch while trying to calm my breathing. Soon he shuffled in behind me, and instead of sitting in the nearby recliner, he settled beside me on the couch. He let out a small sigh as our thighs touched, and I squirmed from the heat of his body next to mine. "Wanna watch cheesy cop shows?" he finally asked in a low voice. I wondered if he was as affected as I was. "Absolutely." He grabbed the remote from my hand and began channel surfing. Curled up at my feet on the floor, Kat was content and snoring. I wished we could keep him. It would be nice to have some company in the house. I decided to talk to the Bullets about letting him stay with them until I convinced Mom and Dad to let me keep him. "Is this what you usually watch?" I asked with a smirk while staring at the screen. An officer was searching a white Toyota, and while digging between the seats, found a gigantic pink dildo. I let out a snort as the officer on TV jerked his hand back. He immediately pumped what seemed like gallons of gel sanitizer into his palm. "I learned how to be a cop with this show," Callum exclaimed while touching his chest in mock offense. "I need to talk to my father about his rookie training program." We both let out belly laughs while discussing what was happening throughout the show. "Why'd you become a cop, anyway? Don't you have an IT degree from Penn? You could do anything." I braided my hair distractedly. I felt Callum pull away, and when I turned to look at him, there was a faraway look in his eyes. I almost regretted my question. I wanted to be like my dad. If I'm being honest, I thought it would be exciting. I like that the job keeps me busy. Maybe it's cheesy, but I like defending the weak. I like standing up for what's right. Not to mention being here is like... He trailed off and began tracing circles over my ankle, his fingers leaving a trail of heat. Chesterbrook is the last connection I have with my parents. I became a cop to protect that part of them, I guess, he whispered. I stared at his calloused index finger moving across my skin and causing zaps of lust to flow through me. Well, it's a shame, I replied, hoping to lighten the mood. You look awful in that uniform. No muscles whatsoever. You'd make a better IT guy, honestly. I joked while glancing at him out of the corner of my eye. It took him a moment, but Callum let out a full and hearty laugh. You little troublemaker, he chided, twisting his body towards me to tickle my ribcage. His fast-moving fingers were relentless, and I laughed at the tickle assault. Stop! I cried out while sinking lower into the couch and curling in on myself. Tears from my laughter rolled down my cheeks as he positioned himself on top of me. His fingers dipped lower, causing jolts of sensation to make me squirm. I bucked my hips as he used one hand to pin both of my wrists over my head. His other hand moved up and down my body, tickling every last bit of skin. I wrapped my legs around his waist and squirmed. I wasn't expecting to feel him hard as a rock as he settled between my legs. I writhed and pressed tighter, the playful wrestling veering into that dangerous territory I'd told myself to avoid. Callum let out a groan, but still held me. I sucked in a deep breath, my rising lungs causing my breasts to brush against him. I pushed up again. My summer dress rose up, and the friction of his length against my underwear-covered core made me gasp. Callum licked his lips and let go of my hands before brushing them over me once more. His hands trailed the length of my collarbone. His touch followed the arch of my shoulder and pushed down the strap of my dress, revealing the top of my breasts. I shifted closer once again and was rewarded with the sound of his guttural moans. I knew I was pressing my luck, but as his fingers traveled up and down my body, I couldn't help but want more. I lifted my face closer to his while grinding against him, craving his lips on mine. There was nothing playful about our movements now. We can no longer pretend that this was innocent, or that his dancing fingers along my skin were the touch of a friend. I braced myself for the inevitable rejection, but still zeroed in on his peach lips. I wanted to taste them, if at least once. We can't, Callum choked out. Yet, he didn't move. He stayed still, allowing me to make the decision to grind more against him. Pleasure built within me, and I ached to perpetuate the rhythm of our movements. I let out a little moan and lifted up, kissing his neck. The touch of my lips on his skin seemed to stop Callum. He pulled away from me, and my eyes locked in on his hardness, begging to break free from his pants. He quickly adjusted himself. I wasn't very experienced, but I knew enough to realize that he wanted more. Much, much more. I have to go, Summer. Callum's voice was smoky and full of want. Yet he stood and made his way toward the hallway. I followed after him with a frown. I knew it was wrong of me to feel sad. He was doing what was right. Nothing about us would end well. My lust for him wasn't worth him losing his job or ruining our friendship. I still had 2 months until I turned 18 and would be leaving for college. I'll get your uniform, I said. I made my way to the laundry room and bent over to grab his clothes from the dryer, and when I straightened, he was behind me.
"Don't say a word,"
he began in a rushed whisper while pressing his erection against me.
"Please don't make a sound,"
he warned. I wriggled under his hold as his hands traveled up my ribs.
"This can't happen. Not yet. But know that I want you."
His whispers were full of heavy desire. I wanted to roll around in his words.
"Feel how much I want you, Summer,"
he whispered, and heat pooled between my thighs. After one last thrust against me, he tore himself away. His hands brushed against my breasts as he grabbed his uniform dangling from my shaky fingertips. I turned around as he walked away. Too afraid that I would ruin the night and kiss him, I didn't walk him outside. Instead, I stood in the laundry room and calmed my racing heart. I spent the night imagining a future where I could feel more of Callum's intense attraction to me. Chapter 6. Present day. "So, where are we going?" I asked Blaze while interlocking my fingers in my lap. I was clinging to whatever distraction Blaze could offer to escape the sadness I felt. Did I make the right decision in leaving Nick's? When I fled the bullets 5 years ago, it had felt like I had no other options. But now, the things didn't seem so black and white.
"Gabriel gave me explicit instructions to bring you to him first, but I need to make a pit stop. Callum is waiting nearby,"
Blaze replied while entering the highway. I froze. Last time I saw Callum, he worked with my dad. "I don't care where we go, but please don't take me to Chesterbrook, Blaze," I whispered. Fear was like a vice on my throat. I hated how timid and weak my voice sounded.
"Whatever you're running from is in Chesterbrook. Good to know," he replied with a knowing smile and a nod. "I'm not taking you there. Tonight we're staying at a motel an hour away."
Blaze's phone rang. I took advantage of his distraction to lean against the cool glass of the window and think. Outside, the leaves had just begun to fall.
"Hey, yeah, I got her."
Blaze's tone was curt. I straightened in my seat. Was he talking to Gabriel? A low, muffled voice sounded through the receiver, and I wished I could hear what was being said.
"Well, about that,"
Blaze said while looking over at me. He grinned before turning on the speaker and holding the phone between us.
"We're making a little pit stop," Blaze said. "I didn't say you could make a pit stop, Mr. Bennett."
I recognized it as Gabriel's voice, despite the harsh tone.
"I said bring her directly here. In fact, you're 23 minutes late to arrive at the airport."
My pulse raised at hearing his voice. He sounded different, but still recognizable.
"I need one night. You can't tell me you wouldn't do the same."
There was silence on the other end, and I tried to conceal how much I ached to hear his authoritative voice again. It had gotten deeper, more rugged. It sounded groggy, sleepless, and sexy as sin.
"Bring her to me now, Blaze. I won't ask again. You've seen what happens to men that defy me."
I bit my lip. Gabriel was always so intense. I couldn't help it. I needed to say something. "Gav?" I asked in a soft voice while leaning forward. The seatbelt strained against my chest. Again, silence. The way it was painful, and from the corner of my eye, I saw Blaze sneak a peek at me. The way he gripped the steering wheel made me worry that I upset him. I didn't mean to show how much Gabriel's voice affected me, but I couldn't help it. I craved him on a visceral level. The sound of a huff of breath rushing over the phone receiver filled the car while Blaze's soft music played.
"Sunshine,"
Gabriel said softly. My name was part moan, part sigh of relief.
"Bring her, Blaze. Now."
Blaze ended the call and tossed his phone on the dash. I bent my head, staring at the floorboard while tapping my feet. Gabriel sounded angry, and I wondered how our reunion would go. Already I was hurting Blaze again. Maybe going with him was a bad idea.
A hand gripped my knee. "I looked for you, Blaze said, his voice low. "It's how I got to know Callum. We would spend entire weekends going over the details of your disappearance." "I didn't," I replied softly. I knew I'd handled it all wrong. I shouldn't have left without saying goodbye, but I was a scared 17-year-old girl. "I didn't think it would affect you that much." Blaze laughed, obviously uncomfortable by the serious turn of our conversation. "Of course we were affected, sunshine. Didn't you know? I fucking loved you." Tears welled up in my eyes. Blaze always preferred to be playful. It was easy, non-committal. His admission filled me with both shame and hope. "Let's not talk about that right now. Let's discuss that kick you delivered back at that shitty bar you were working at. I don't think I'll ever have kids, by the way. It probably left permanent damage." He chuckled, dispelling the dark mood of the car with a self-deprecating joke. "Rikerd'd be proud," I mumbled. More emotional turmoil shot through me at saying his name out loud. Riker. Would I see him too? Could I handle seeing him? "Hell yeah, he would," Blaze replied. The playful banter had made me feel almost normal again, like there weren't 5 years of betrayal separating us. "You look good in that uniform, too. Although it kind of kills me to know you wore that every night," Blaze added. I snickered. If he was upset by that, then he'd be positively outraged to hear the other things I'd been up to over the years, particularly my job at the strip club. He squeezed my knee, and I found myself entwining my fingers with his. For the moment, I felt 17 again, holding my best friend's hand and enjoying the ride. The motel we pulled up to was dingy and dark. Rusty cars with cracked windshields lined the parking lot, making Blaze's polished Mustang stand out. "So, where's Callum?" I squirmed in my seat, filled with equal parts dread and excitement. "Room 9. He asks that you come alone, which I'm not really on board with, but it's for the best." Blaze twisted in his seat towards me. "He said he wants to ask you some questions," he explained in a worried voice, as if not completely sure I should go. "Okay." My voice was shaky, and I felt frozen, unsure of how this could go. 5 years was a long time. Blaze's eyes softened. "Is it wrong that I want to keep you to myself a little longer? I know Callum wants to see you, and Gabriel has a private plane waiting for us, but..." I lifted my free hand and stroked his cheek. I tried to imagine what it would be like if Blaze and me, a life on the run together. Then I imagined never knowing what happened to the others, and my chest ached. Blaze was only a piece of my heart. I had to see this through. Maybe I was naive for letting go of my inhibitions, but I'd already gone this far. I had to see all of them. I denied Callum and the Bullets a chance to stand by me 5 years ago. I owed it to them to try now. 1 hour. Blaze shook off his somber expression. "He's got to go back to D.C. tonight. I'll join you after his time is up. We can get some rest, then head to the private airport." "D.C.?" I asked. "When did he leave Chesterbrook?" "I'll let him tell you that," Blaze answered. I put my hand on the door handle to leave, but Blaze gripped my knee. I paused as he said, "I'll be right here." It was cold outside, and I wrapped my arms around myself after shutting the car door. Room 9 was directly in front of Blaze's parking spot, and once at the door, I hovered my fist over the metal. I willed myself to knock, but couldn't. The moment I gained enough courage, someone yanked open the door. I stumbled inside, collapsing into a hard chest. "Callum?" I asked, his arms wrapped around me. He smelled like mint. He held me for a moment before pulling away. The abrupt hug surprised me. Up until a few days before I'd left, we didn't allow ourselves to cross physical boundaries. It felt strange, yet comforting. I wanted more, yet felt guilty for wanting it. "Sunshine," he said with a tight smile. My eyebrows shot up at the familiar nickname. How much time had he been spending with the bullets? I'd never heard him call me anything but Summer. He was older now, a few years shy of 30. A light beard covered his cheeks, and despite the darkness of the room, I could see his freckled skin and bright blue eyes. He looked handsome. Tortured, but handsome. "Callum, what's going on?" I asked, breaking the spell of our reunion. He looked down, and I realized that my hands were gripping the lapels of his suit jacket. I released them in embarrassment before making my way over to the unmade bed in the middle of the room. His chest rose and fell as I settled and folded my arms. "I don't even know where to start," he said while running his hand through his dirty blonde hair. I swallowed hard. "I can't believe it's you. I can't believe you're here." I thought Callum would have moved on after I'd left. He was a fixture in our home, constantly inserting himself in my life, but it wasn't like leaving the bullets. I'd always assumed his life would continue, that I'd just be a distant memory. "I want to do and say a million things, but we have to talk." He stopped pacing and approached the bed. "Summer, I have to know, did something happen with your father that caused you to leave?" I stiffened. Cool, icy shock filled my system as I processed his words. For 5 years, I'd suppressed my memories, pushing any thoughts of my father into the deepest parts of myself. He was a constant threat, ebbing at the recesses of my consciousness. My father was my darkest secret. Talking so openly about the person I was on the run from felt wrong. For so long, I pretended he was a distant memory. And now he felt closer than ever. Why do you ask? I needed to understand his motives. My father was a master of manipulation. This could all very well be a trap, and Callum could be his puppet. "I never believed that you drowned. There wasn't enough evidence to support it. He's involved in some bad things, Summer. I've been following him. He's gotten too good at covering his tracks. Powerful people are helping him." Callum replied. "He's too protected. He's running for lieutenant governor now." I felt the blood drain from my face. It was bad enough when he was elected to Congress. My disappearance had propelled his campaign forward. People voted for him out of sympathy, and he'd been climbing the political ranks ever since. Men like my father shouldn't be in positions of power. It fed their addictions. "I've gone over everything about your case, interrogated your friends, questioned your mother. The only person I couldn't quite get a read on was him," Callum replied. I brushed my fingers through my hair and glanced back at the door. My reunion with Blaze had been difficult, but it didn't feel as forced as this. "Why don't you tell me what you think my father is involved in, and I'll tell you if you're right," I said while letting out a shaky breath. After all this time, Callum just wanted me for what information I had on my father. I wanted him to miss me. "He's laundering money, hiding his tracks, deleting records. I can't pin a single thing on him, but I think you're the key. There has to be more," he pushed. "What do you mean by more?" I asked, irritation blooming within me like a rose on fire. For someone that didn't have much time, he sure was wasting a lot of it by dancing around his accusations. "Did your father ever hurt you?" he asked while stepping forward and placing his hand on my shoulder. I bristled at the contact and pulled away. My father once said that the best way to show compassion for victims of trauma was to place a hand on their shoulder and make eye contact. He said it was the highest form of emulating empathy. He was a master of body language, of pretending to feel. I recognized Callum's gesture as one he learned from him. "Don't touch me. You can't invade my space looking at me like that, then expect me to tell you everything." I stood and made my way towards the door. "Summer, please stop." "I'm sorry," Callum pleaded. There was a vulnerability in his voice that made me pause. There was a darker part of me that once craved more from him, and I knew there was more between us than his need for answers. What about his need for me? 5 years, Callum.
5 years, and all you're interested in is what I know? I thought we had been friends once.
I've imagined this reunion a million times. I've experienced every emotion from relief to anger to sadness. I'm fucking this up.
He thrust his hands into his hair. I crossed my arms over my chest while taking in a deep breath. The act of filling my lungs slowed my heart rate, but rage still thumped through me, pulsing like rock music. I imagined this reunion too, you know, I finally replied. Callum stopped his pacing to look at me.
You did?
I looked down at my watch, wondering how much more time we had.
Yeah.
My response felt empty and emotionless. I knew if I let go of my control, he'd see the truth. He'd see how much I'd missed him.
And, what exactly did you imagine, Summer?
Callum asked in a shaky voice while taking a step forward. This was a defining moment. I considered answering him. I'd explain in detail how I wished he would crash his lips to mine and show me how much he missed me. But it was better to show him. I took a step closer and placed a hand on his cheek, and my skin connected with the rugged feel of his beard. I smiled. He no longer looked like the young rookie I knew as a teen. He was all man now. And there was nothing stopping us. I lifted up on my tiptoes and pressed my lips against his, not caring if this was wrong or bad timing. It's only when you've lost everything that you start to treasure the things you find. It took him a moment to respond, making me doubt myself and our relationship once more. Then, finally, he cupped my neck and returned my kiss. His forearms lay heavy on my chest as I licked his bottom lip, tasting mint. He walked me back towards the bed, and with each step, our inhibitions dissolved. Left with nothing but lust and passion, we gave in to our desires. He laid me down while devouring my lips. Pressing his knee between my legs, I ground against him while we kissed. With one hand, he traced the outline of my body, as if reassuring himself that I was really here. With the other, he held himself up, and I danced my fingers along his arm muscles. I wanted him to take off his jacket, his shirt, and his reservations. Years of pent-up forbidden lust overflowed and carried us further into our kiss. He sucked on my tongue while I squirmed against his leg. I wanted more. I slid my hands beneath his suit coat and started to remove his tie when he pulled away.
He can't stay much longer, sunshine,
he said, his voice full of regret. After taking a moment to calm my breathing, I sat up and scooted next to him.
I have to be at work tomorrow. Bright, your dad, knows I'm on his trail. If I don't show up for work in a few hours, he'll get suspicious.
I clenched my jaw at that monster's name. Bright hadn't been my dad since before I left.
Not to mention, my superior told me to give up on this case years ago. He says I'm obsessed. He thinks it's why I became a federal agent.
You're an agent? I asked. Callum smiled.
I guess all those cheesy cop shows paid off. I got into the academy last year.
We both stood and walked towards the door, our movements slow, prolonging our time together. I smiled at a distant memory, then sighed while knotting my hands around his sleek black tie, pulling him back towards me. I needed more. Kiss me? Please? This was no longer a reunion. This was the goodbye kiss I was once denied. I may no longer know the man in front of me, but I knew the man he once was. He appeared reluctant, but gave in to my request. His lips reconnected with mine as he smoothed his hand up beneath my shirt. Tracing light fingers over my stomach, he drifted to my hips, digging into my skin. I shivered at his touch, and a slow simmer of passion flared within me. His body descended upon mine, rock-hard muscle pressing against me, guiding me to the mattress. I liked the heavy feel of his muscles pinning me down. It felt like I couldn't go anywhere, like he would make me stay if he had to. I wrapped my legs around his waist, pulling myself closer to feel his length through my yoga pants. He felt impossibly good, and I poured every single ounce of the regret I'd been clinging to the last 5 years into this moment. My heart clenched and my eyes welled over, spilling hot tears down my cheeks. He pulled away and lightly touched my cheeks, which were wet from my tears. "You're crying," he whispered before placing the salty drop of my tear in his mouth, internalizing the pain of our separation. He then kissed away the others before reluctantly standing up. His tender eyes hinted that he didn't want to leave, but I knew we didn't have long. I lay still on the bed for a moment longer. Craving Callum was tearing me apart. Although I felt guilt and remorse, there was also an intense relief. How could so much grief come from so much passion? I sat up, rubbing my tight chest. "I have to go, I know." I rolled my neck and placed my fingers to my lips, testing their swollen sensitivity. "This isn't over," he said, his eyes intent on mine. "I'll find a way to come to you at the end of the week. We still have a lot to discuss, but I will protect you." He moved closer and brushed my hair behind my ear before kissing my forehead. "I just hope you don't hate me once you learn what I know," I whispered before detaching myself from his hold. I knew the kind of monster my father was, and yet I'd left. My silence bred other victims. I walked him to the door, and then he asked, "Do you remember our last dinner together?" My shoulders slumped as I remembered that night. "Yes," I replied in a strained voice. "I should have kissed you." Chapter 7. Present Day. There was no mistaking the knowing look on Blaze's face when he walked into the dusty motel room. I patted my hair and adjusted my shirt, praying I didn't look as affected as I felt. The last 12 hours had been a tidal wave of emotions. I was being reckless. "Good reunion?" Blaze asked. "Yep." I forced myself to calm down. "You sure it's okay if we stay here tonight?" Gav seemed pretty adamant about seeing us. Blaze adjusted the blinds of the window and made his way back to me. "Gabriel can wait another night. I've already pissed him off. Might as well make the most of his bad mood." Blaze winked while taking his phone out of his back pocket and switching it off. "So, you're a bounty hunter?" I asked awkwardly while he made his way over to a small lounge chair. "Yeah," Blaze replied. I sensed that he didn't want to talk about his career choice, but I prodded. "When did you start doing that? What made you decide to?" Blaze scratched behind his ears while plopping down on the bed. "I like finding lost things. Lost people. At first, Callum got me hooked up with a bail bondsman in Chesterbrook. Once I saw how good I was at it, I started exploring other options. By that time, Gabriel was already rising in the ranks with the family business, so he got me a couple jobs. I found guys he was looking for and dropped them on his doorstep. I'm not sure what happened after I collected the check, but money is money, right?" My mouth dropped open in surprise, but I firmly closed it when I saw Blaze looking somewhat ashamed. "I'm good at what I do, and I make good money. It made it easier, you know. I couldn't find you, but I could find them." "Where do you live?" I asked, navigating the conversation back to a safe topic. Would Blaze drop me off on Gabriel's doorstep like any other job? Or would he stay? "I have an apartment in Brooklyn. It's nice. I have plenty of business. Gabriel lives in the city." "I can picture that," I said with a smile. Chesterbrook was suburban hell for the bullets. I knew they'd eventually migrate to a large city somewhere. Big cities meant more trouble to get into. "We don't see each other much. Not anymore. He's busy running the world, and I'm busy running from it. I always knew it would be you to bring us back together." "Blaze, I never meant to..." What could I say?
I couldn't give him reassurance or apologies. Even if I could, it wouldn't be enough. "I'm glad you found me," I finally said. Even though I was settling into my life in Baltimore, it was a shell of an existence. The only good thing in my life had been Nick's. Blaze finding me felt like a baptism of fire.
"I didn't find you,"
Blaze replied bitterly.
"Callum did.
"How?"
He saw you in a traffic scan. It was pure luck. It kind of pisses me off to know you were so close. Have you always been in the area?"
I mentally counted the number of places I'd been and frowned. I spent some time in Texas, a summer in Florida, 3 days in New Hampshire, a year in Pennsylvania. Baltimore was the closest to home I'd ever gotten, but I wanted some familiarity. I wasn't willing to admit that some part of me deep down was hoping to run into one of them. I didn't brave social media to keep tabs on the bullets. It was too risky.
"Texas, huh?"
Blaze asked with a small smile. He stood before stripping his shirt and unbuttoning his pants.
"I wouldn't mind seeing you in a pair of cutoffs and cowboy boots. My ma was from Texas, remember?"
For a moment, I couldn't comprehend that he was asking me a question because I was staring at his incredible body. I took in the way each muscle had become more pronounced since the last time I saw him. I noticed a burn mark on his chest the size of a quarter. He turned around to switch off the lamp, and I bit my lip when I saw the tattoos covering his back. "Oh," I began while clearing my throat. "Yeah, I remember. It's kind of why I picked it," I admitted. "Blaze once told me about his mother. She was a kind soul, but had a bad taste in men. One of them killed her the night Blaze found himself at the Jamesons." In the dim light from the street, I could see Blaze staring at me, as if debating on asking me more questions about my time there. But instead, he said,
"You should get some sleep."
Blaze dropped his pants and slipped under the covers. He took just long enough that I could see every last hard-as-fuck inch of him. Once the sheets covered him, I stopped gaping at him, but even in the dark of the room, I saw Blaze's smirk. When we were teens, he would purposely call me out on staring. We rarely crossed the invisible boundary of friendship. We flirted, of course, but never more than a lingering touch or gaze. However, it never stopped me from appreciating them. They were handsome, alluring. I felt like the foolish girl on Woodbury Lane, but I wasn't naive anymore. I was a survivor. Being on the run did that to a girl. Blaze was tempting, and I wasn't a blushing virgin anymore. "Okay," I replied before standing and taking off my oversized shirt. He propped himself up on his elbows as if to get a better view of me. I had all his attention, and I wanted to take this opportunity to introduce him to the new me. This might be temporary. I didn't know what was to come, but I did know that I wanted him to see me. All of me. I trailed my fingers over my chest and abs before shrugging off my tight yoga pants. The glow of a passing car's headlights filtered through the curtains of the hotel window. I watched as his eyes zeroed in on the black lace of my thong. It kept my breathing even as I reached behind my back and unclasped my bra. When it slid from my shoulders and landed on the floor, I heard a muffled moan escape him. I casually walked towards him and kneeled on the foot of the bed before crawling towards the headboard. He stayed impossibly still as I hovered over him. Once I was straddling his waist, I brushed my lips against his cheek before whispering in a shaky voice, "Good night, Blaze." I then rolled over on my back beside him and pulled the blankets up to my neck. I shimmied in the rough sheets, pleased with my performance. Back in Chesterbrook, Blaze had always teased me. He knew full well the reactions he elicited from my body. Even if I wasn't willing to admit it back then, we both knew that the tension between us was palpable. If we weren't best friends, perhaps we could have explored that. When he didn't say anything or move,
I wondered if I went too far.
If you think I'm letting you get an ounce of sleep after that stunt, Sunshine, then you don't know me very well.
Blaze growled before rolling on top of me and pinning my hands above my head. He settled between my legs and leaned over me so that we were eye level. You're right. I don't know you, I replied, my voice shaky and throaty. Not anymore. Despite feeling completely turned on, I couldn't help but feel sad at the realization.
Well, then.
Blaze dipped lower. He trailed his tongue along my collarbone before sucking on my neck. An electric thrill roamed up my spine as I let out a gasp.
Allow me to reacquaint you.
I melted like chocolate on hot concrete as he worked his rough hands against my skin.
It was never enough to be your friend. You know how many times I wanted you? How many times I imagined you when I fucked other women? You know how long I looked for you?
Each question twisted the knife in my chest deeper. He pulled me closer, but I wanted space from the guilt. He hovered, daring me to move, daring me to kiss him and break the space between us and admit that I wanted him too. I caved first, crashing my lips to his in feverish need. We clashed and explored and poured all our yearning into one blinding kiss. I moved my body against his. I needed friction. I needed his hands on my skin. I needed him. We broke apart, and he laid me down while kissing my stomach, then my hip bones. He peppered kisses along my inner thighs, moaning in appreciation with each taste. The closer he got to my core, the more I wanted him. He was teasing me with his touch, forcing me to tremble in anticipation. The dips and curls of his fingers along my skin made me squirm. I ached to have him slip beneath the thin fabric of the lace covering me.
You want me, Sunshine?
Blaze asked. I felt his hot breath wash over my sensitive skin, and I curled closer. Yes, I whispered.
You feel this right here? How we're on the edge of something fucking amazing?
God, yes, I moaned. I drifted my hand down to guide his head between my thighs to my aching need. Right before my fingers could grab hold of his copper hair, he pulled back, rolled over, and abruptly laid on his side of the bed. I stilled and sat up, pulling the blankets over my chest in shock. What the fuck was that? I asked. My pulse pounded in my ears, drowning out the sounds of the highway outside the motel.
That, my dear, was someone leaving you right at the moment things were starting to get good,
Blaze replied. I wanted to smack his confident smirk.
Don't try to tease the ultimate tease, baby.
I gaped at him a moment before laying back down. Blaze was the ultimate tease. Even back in Chesterbrook, it was the same push and pull. He'd give me brief glimpses of what could be, always running before I could read anything into it. Not willing to give in to my anger, I rolled onto his chest, resting my cheek against his muscles. It took a moment, but he then wrapped his arm around me and traced circles on my skin.
I'm gonna hold you tonight,
Blaze said, and his tortured tone broke me.
I wanted one night. I'm sure once I hand you over to Gabriel, you'll forget all about me.
I twisted so I could look up at his face. What's that supposed to mean?
You've always loved him.
Blaze, that's not...
Don't deny it. And just when I had made the decision to fight for you, you left us. At least if you're with him, I can see you occasionally. It's better than not having you at all. Fuck, I can't go back to nothing at all.
I sat up and stared at him, not caring I was half-dressed or if whatever between us was still new and fragile. You never said anything, I said with a stutter. You all had girlfriends constantly coming in and out of your lives, aside from the occasional flirting.
Calling you gorgeous, following you around, scaring the shit out of other guys so they wouldn't even breathe in your direction.
Blaze thrust his hand through his hair before continuing.
I dated because Gabriel made a rule that none of us could have you." Blaze rolled over in a huff while I processed his words. "For fuck's sake, a few hours in your presence and I'm whining about shit that doesn't even matter." I stared into the dark, shocked at everything I had learned. I filtered through my memory of him, trying to remember each encounter, each little moment. Blaze was always sweet to me, but he never crossed the line. "I'm gonna kill Gabriel," I finally growled. "Blaze, get your ass up right now and kiss me. I swear to fucking God, if you're gonna let some stupid high school version of yourself stop us from enjoying tonight, enjoying each other, then I'll kick your ass." 5 years. 5 years of running, of pining, of suffering. Nothing was certain but what we had now, and now I wanted Blaze. He rolled over, and I watched as his expression filled with hope. It was like waves of sunlight washing over his cheeks. I leaned over and kissed him deeply, exploring his mouth with my tongue. I needed closer. Shifting so that I was on top of him once more, I removed all space between us. I spoke between kisses. "You're gonna fuck me, Blaze. You're gonna fill me up and make me forget how angry I am that you all made a stupid rule about who could have me. I loved you, you asshole. I would have loved you." I felt him arch up, teasing the tip of his hard cock along my entrance, and I swiftly slid aside the fabric of my thong. "Would you have picked me?" Blaze asked while pushing further. His question made me stall, and for a moment I pulled out of the haze of my lust to think. "The old me?" I asked. "No, she wouldn't have picked. She would have been too scared to lose all of you," I answered honestly. I knew it wasn't what he wanted to hear, but after 5 years of owning nothing but my truth, it was all I had to give. But the new me? She's experienced loss and fear and pain. She has nothing to live for, so she isn't scared to take what she wants. And she wants it all, Blaze. I braced both hands on his shoulders as I settled down. Inch by glorious inch, he filled me. I wanted to ride him. I wanted to fuck until we were spent and there was no energy left for doubt or fear. I slowly rose back up, resolving not to continue until I knew he wanted this, wanted me. Can you handle this, Blaze? You wanted me back. This is the me you're getting. Summer bright is gone. All that's left is sunshine. As I was poised above him, he looked me dead in the eye before biting out 4 little words that confirmed everything I already knew. I can handle it. I lifted off him and rolled over, submitting to him and to all the changes in my life. I accepted that I might not know what was to come, but the molten passion of his touch made me not care. Blaze rolled over on top of me and placed a hand on my hips while using the other to prop himself up. Then he pulled back before plunging deep inside of me. So tight, he moaned. My walls clenched, clinging to each and every sensation. His fingers dug deeper, steadying my hips as my silky screams filled the room. He gave me the raw, blunt force of his hunger for me, and I danced beneath him. Our bodies moved to a pounding beat. It was hard and demanding. Heat streaked through me, and I owned each ounce of him. I held tight, daring him to push harder. The sounds of his skin slapping against mine echoed around the room as my fingertips curled into the mattress. I wanted to touch myself, but I was saving that privilege for him. I knew that my confident lover would want to claim each sensation. When I came, he would want it to be his. I focused on the building pressure within me as he began teasing my clit. You want it all, sunshine? Blaze asked as his thrusts grew faster. I couldn't respond, couldn't think straight. He started rubbing circles around my sensitive nub, and I had to force myself to keep still. I didn't dare interrupt his rhythm. Blaze massaged me, and my hips jerked as a moan spilled from my lips. Tell me,
he demanded while we danced along the dark edges of pleasure. His thrusts were perfect. His movements were rough. It was as if all the anger and loss was being slammed into each pounding hit. "Yes," I finally choked out. "Yes, what?" he asked before pulling out, then slamming back into me. "I want it all." With that admission, my orgasm crashed through me, shattering my senses. Blaze continued to rock into me. His movements drew out each remaining ounce of my bliss. And when he came, we both fizzled with the devastating finality of it. It was primal. It was perfect. We collapsed, too tired to talk about what this meant. I lay there, listening to my beating heart as it pushed blood through my system. My chest felt tight from the influx of emotions, but my muscles felt loose from my release. I felt a warm laziness down to my bones. He pulled out, and we both took a second to collect ourselves. I continued to lay still, willing my breathing to slow. He went to the bathroom and grabbed a wet cloth, and I watched as he walked back to bed and cleaned me. It was such an intimate act, and at that moment, I wish I'd never left. "I'm clean," I said in a shaky voice. I'd never had unprotected sex, but I was glad I'd saved that experience for Blaze. "And I'm protected. Got an IUD last year." "I'm clean, too. That felt incredible." When we both settled, I once again laid on his chest. I listened to his fast heartbeat slow down until it was nothing more than a lazy assurance that he was really there. We didn't speak, didn't dare make a sound. We both knew that despite our words, this was all still tentative. The moment I saw Blaze at Hotbirds, my soul knew it would come to this. I knew that there would be an inevitable collision of our bodies. I knew that we'd force ourselves to feel all that we'd missed out on. And man, we'd missed out on a lot. If I'd known the depths of his feelings before, I wouldn't have gone. I would have risked death and never left. 'Cause this feeling? It was better than heaven and worth a trip to hell. Chapter 8. Present Day. I woke up to the smell of burnt coffee. I wrinkled my nose while sitting up in bed, then stared at Blaze's perfect ass as he poured me a cup. When he caught me eyeing him appreciatively, he grinned like the cocky bastard he was. There was no fear or resentment like the night before. He was his easygoing self, and I warmed at seeing his confidence. I think on some level I was supposed to feel bad. Within 10 hours of the bullets crashing into my life, I dry-humped Callum in a dirty motel room and fucked Blaze in it a half hour later. I wondered if this was the girl I would have been had my parents not had me on such a tight leash. Would the bullets miss the naive, innocent girl who lived on Woodbury Lane? Or were they content to take the new brazen me, the girl on the run? "It's shitty motel coffee. Probably has dick sweat on the cup," he warned with a low laugh before handing it to me. I took a sip and winced as the bitter drink went down. "Yep, that's awful," I choked out before taking another sip. Blaze's phone rang and he looked at the caller ID before blocking the call and tossing it on the bed. "Still the little princess, I see. Guess you never got rid of those expensive tastes," he joked. When we were younger, the bullets always chastised me for my addiction to the finer things in life, but that wasn't me anymore. I'd eaten out of garbage cans. I'd been homeless and half dead with nothing but a tampon and a toothbrush in my purse. "Sunshine, you okay?" Blaze asked while waving a palm in front of my face. I closed my eyes, forcing away the memories. "Yeah," I replied, unwilling to explain. Remembering that dark couple of years made it even harder to digest that I'd left Nix behind. "Gabrielle's getting restless," he explained while scratching his neck, thankfully changing the subject. "So he went into the family business, huh?" I asked before choking down another sip of coffee. Gabriel came from a long line of crime. His father's arrest was what led him to foster care. "Let's just say he runs the family business now," Blaze said with a frown. I wanted to ask more about Gabriel. I wasn't surprised that he'd taken over his family's crime syndicate. What confused me was the strained undertones of his and Blaze's relationship. We took our time getting ready, neither one of us willing to let go. The motel was dark, dirty, and smelled of mold and cat piss, but something borderline magical had happened here. Something I'd never imagined was even remotely possible. Blaze Bennett had worshipped my body. "Where are we going?" I asked.
"Gabriel has a vacation home in Los Angeles. He's sending his private plane to pick us up in an hour,"
Blaze explained with a frown. "Crime must pay well."
"You have no idea."
Blaze went quiet and stared at the beige-colored wall of the motel room, absorbed in his thoughts. His phone began ringing again, and we both stared at the caller ID, unwilling to answer the angry man on the other end of the line.
"I had to ditch your duffel bag, by the way,"
Blaze said while sending Gabriel to voicemail and once again switching off his phone.
"Your buddy Nix doesn't play. Did you know he had a GPS tracker sewn into the fabric? Found it this morning."
My eyebrows shot up. I wanted to laugh at how thorough Phoenix was, but the pain of leaving him behind was still too strong. It was one thing to be a couple hours away, but now I was flying across the country. Blaze must have sensed my hesitation because he then said,
"Do you want to make Gabriel wait a bit more? I still have to bring you to him, but maybe we can take a little detour?"
I sighed in relief and smiled. "Yeah, I'd like that."
"Then let's go get you some clothes. There's a mall down the street."
I twirled my hair around my finger, debating. "I don't want to stay long," I explained. I knew that I had to tell them all the truth, but I wanted to cling to this illusion of freedom just a bit longer.
"Sunshine, you won't hear me complain about a short shopping trip,"
Blaze said. Throwing me that daring, cocky smile I loved, he winked and gathered his stuff. The mall was small and old like the rest of the town. Stay-at-home moms wearing yoga leggings pushed strollers while gossiping with one another. "Let's make it quick, okay?" I asked.
"Only if you let me pick the clothes,"
Blaze teased. I rolled my eyes and thought back to his reaction to me when I attended the bullet fight. His eyes were like flames licking at my exposed skin. He waltzed into a shop like he owned the place and immediately started picking up cutoffs that were impossibly short. I laughed as he held up a tight little leather skirt to me, and I playfully shoved his hand away with a grin. "It's too cold for that," I explained before taking it from his hands. I didn't put it back, though. I grabbed a pair of jeans and a few soft cotton tees before following him toward the back of the store where the lingerie was. "You gonna pick these out for me, too?" I teased while holding up a pair of oversized cotton underwear. It felt nice to shop and joke with him.
"I was thinking more along the lines of this,"
Blaze offered. He held up a small black number that wouldn't cover a thing. It was all for show. I swallowed before responding. "Looks like something I wore back at the strip club." Blaze snapped his eyes to mine as a multitude of expressions crossed his face. Shock, surprise, anger, lust. Without responding to my little revelation, he held on to them and proceeded to pick out more. We were efficient, but he made sure to select things the old me wouldn't have dreamed of wearing. I couldn't help but grin as I thought of all the times he joked about my conservative clothes. It was 5 years late, but he was finally getting his wish of dressing me up.
"I should get you a swimsuit,"
he murmured while thumbing a chunky low-cut sweater on the rack and picking it up. "Won't it be too cold?" I asked. I'd never been to Los Angeles, but November anywhere was bound to be too chilly for swimming.
"The weather in L.A. is amazing this time of year. And Gabriel has a jacuzzi."
Blaze waggled his eyebrows while throwing yet another bra over his arm. Once again, some things never change. You were always trying to get me into a swimsuit," I chided.
"Could you blame me? I was damn curious what was hiding under those shitty clothes your parents made you wear."
I cringed when I remembered the thick, modest dresses my parents had forced me into for campaign events.
"I'll never forget that black dress you wore to the fight. I thought only women swooned, but I'm pretty sure I did,"
he joked. I circled around the clothes racks, fighting the blush spilling over my cheeks. I felt like I was back in that night again, and I wished I still owned that dress. It was a symbol of freedom for me. I was rummaging through more clothes when I felt Blaze's hand on my lower back. His lips hovered over my ear as he whispered, "Go to the dressing room. Someone's following us." Fear shivered down my spine, traveling through each bone until I was nothing but a collection of nerves. I eyed the dressing rooms and briskly walked in that direction while looking for my escape. Going with Blaze was a bad idea. I'd been found. Once behind the black curtain, I paced the cramped space. My heart pounded in my chest as I listened for approaching footsteps. The upbeat music playing over the shop speakers was like an echo. I froze as my mind jumbled. I couldn't think. I was nothing but breaths and anxiety. What if he'd finally found me? For 5 years, I followed 2 simple rules. Keep hidden and don't speak to anyone from the past. I was so wrapped up in reuniting with the bullets that I forgot the consequences. Finally, Blaze's voice, loud and annoyed, boomed over the noise. "For fuck's sake, Callum!" I squinted in confusion for a brief moment. Callum? Throwing aside the curtain, I left the safety of the dressing room and saw the 2 bickering men. "What is going on?" I asked. Callum wore a ball cap pulled over his face and dark sunglasses. If it weren't for his smile, I wouldn't have recognized him. "I checked in with my boss this morning and found out I got an assignment in L.A. I thought it was strange, but then Gabriel called. My so-called assignment is to get your pretty little ass on his plane before he flies here himself," he explained. "Didn't realize he had connections with my superiors. Not sure I want to know how he got me a bogus assignment for the next month." Blaze, who was crossing his arms over his chest, uncoiled them, reached out, and slapped Callum on the side of his head. "First, how did you know we were here? Second, you could have called. You look like a fucking creeper following us around." Maybe it was the adrenaline or the relief, but I burst into laughter. Between Blaze's no-nonsense expression and Callum's sheepish grin, I couldn't help but feel like a teen again. "I might have a tracker on your phone," Callum explained while throwing me a worried glance. "And she looked happy. I just wanted to see..." His voice trailed off as the last bits of my giggles died down. I took in Callum's embarrassed expression and changed the subject. "I told you watching all those cheesy cop shows would hurt your game. Way too obvious, Officer Mercer," I teased. Instead of pressing him further, like I'm sure Blaze wanted to, I simply wrapped him in a large hug. "That's Special Agent Mercer, actually," he replied. I looked up at his face just in time to see his proud grin. Having him here was exactly what I needed. This little moment of normalcy was perfect. "Should we go eat?" I asked with a cough. "Yes," they both answered at the same time. I should have felt awkward. Callum's kiss was still fresh in my mind, and an ache between my legs reminded me of Blaze's punishing thrusts. But instead of shame, I felt elated. Time with both of them was precious. I wouldn't let awkwardness get in the way of that. Blaze went to the register to check out, and I noticed a much larger ratio of lingerie to regular clothes, but didn't comment. Callum noticed too. His breathing became labored as he glanced between me and the saleswoman folding the delicate lace. At the food court, we each got lunch, and once at the table, I began scarfing down my cheeseburger and fries. I shoveled the food into my mouth, oblivious to their concerned expressions. The guys watched me finish my meal in record time and slurp my soda with a satisfied sigh. "If you were that hungry, you could have told me," Blaze said. He looked genuinely concerned for my well-being. I began, a hint of embarrassment flushing my cheeks. I wasn't sure how to explain to the guys that I had a weird relationship with food. Being on the brink of starvation changed my outlook on nourishment. It made me approach meals like a wild animal. Phoenix understood my eating habits. It wasn't until someone commented on them that I remembered it wasn't normal to eat so frantically. "Oh, no, I'm fine," I explained. When I lived on the streets, I went hungry a lot. I trained myself to eat quickly and not leave leftovers. I never knew where my next meal was coming from. I'm working on pacing myself, but sometimes I forget. I averted my gaze so I couldn't see their scrutiny or pity. Blaze coughed, while Callum squirmed and placed his hand on my thigh.
"It's okay,"
he whispered. After an awkward silence, they both began eating, and I cursed myself for ruining the fun moment. This was supposed to be a distraction from reality, and instead I was throwing the grenades of my past into their unsuspecting laps. "So, when did you two become friends?" I asked. They made eye contact, and I noticed the unspoken words in their gaze. They were silently arguing over who would have to explain.
"When you left," Callum began, "we had search parties. Blaze was on my team, along with the other bullets. We got to know each other, and we kept in touch over the years."
He shrugged. "I see." Sensing that there was more to the story, I grabbed my napkin and began twisting it in my lap. "Do you see each other often?" It was Blaze's turn to answer.
"We all see each other as much as we can, but things are different now. We all have jobs and lives."
I couldn't help but wonder how I would fit into their new lives. "How's my mom?" I asked, almost feeling guilty for not worrying about her more. I felt some twisted sense of responsibility for her, but she knew the kind of man my father was and decided to stay. That was reason enough to block her from my mind. At that, Callum grinned and chuckled out his answer.
"She's still hitting on me."
"Yeah, nothing's changed then." I chuckled, remembering all the nights she'd fuss over him.
"I wouldn't say that,"
he replied cryptically. After our meal, Callum walked us to the car. He had parked on the other side of the mall and was taking a separate flight to Los Angeles. He mentioned that it would look bad if a federal agent boarded a private plane owned by the infamous Gabriel Moretti. We all moved slowly as we walked.
"I'm sorry if I intruded today,"
Callum said. I was glad he showed up. Light-hearted fun was exactly what I needed. Something told me that seeing Gabriel would be hard. Now that I'd spent a few hours with Callum and Blaze, I knew that I could handle it.
"Gabriel is relentless, and he began. "I just wanted to make sure you were still here."
I wrapped my arm around his waist, hoping to comfort him with my touch, because I knew my words wouldn't be enough. They would never be enough. Once at the car, Blaze nodded once before settling into the driver's seat. I watched him over my shoulder for a moment as he gripped the steering wheel and stared ahead. Was he trying not to watch? I turned my head back to face Callum, who immediately swarmed in on my lips. His kiss wasn't as fevered and rushed as last night. It was simple and loving. His lips felt like soft clouds on mine, and I leaned into the safety of his touch, reassuring him once more that I was here. "See you in Los Angeles," I whispered after pulling away. I clasped my hands around his neck, and he placed a tender kiss on my forehead.
"Gabriel got me a hotel. I'll visit when I can, but we both have appearances to keep."
Although it made me sad to know he wouldn't be with me, I nodded my head in understanding before he continued.
"I want to be mad that Blaze and Gabriel are making us travel across the country, but I'm kind of relieved that you'll be farther from Chesterbrook."
He kissed me again, and I sank into his touch. Pulling as close as possible, I enjoyed the feel of him without shame or uncertainty. I had been running for so long that I didn't think of how great it would feel to be found. I wasn't sure how Callum knew who I was running from, but it felt good to know that I wasn't alone. Even if he didn't know the gory details, it was good to have someone believe me. I ran because I didn't think my screams would be heard. "My father is a bad man," I whispered, willing my voice to stay calm. I knew Callum wanted answers. He was on the hunt for justice, and I'd lead him to it. But not now. Not in this moment.
"I'll make him pay for hurting you."
His whispered response resonated strength, and I wanted nothing more than to cling to it, but I knew better. "Men like Paul Bright don't have to pay for their sins," I replied. "They have too much power, too much influence. I'll tell you what happened,
I'll tell you everything, but I'd rather carry this secret to the grave than see you end up dead, Callum. And if you try to go up against him, that's what will happen." Callum went impossibly still. My lungs stalled as I waited for his response. "I'll see you in L.A., sunshine," he whispered, not confirming nor commenting on the severity of my statement. I leaned forward to breathe in his scent. He smelled like home. I twisted my head to the side and stared at the full parking lot, the rumble of Blaze's engine, the soundtrack to our moment. "When did you start calling me that?" I asked with a chuckle. "While we searched for you, the bullets screamed your nickname over and over. It was the first time someone called you something that completely illustrated what it felt like to look at you. Your sunshine, baby. Your light, warmth, pure life illuminating those lucky enough to know you." I nuzzled closer, burrowing my face into his chest so he couldn't see the tears in my eyes. "I'll see you soon," he affirmed while pulling away and opening my car door. He didn't have to tell Blaze to keep me safe. The look they gave one another was silent confirmation that they would do whatever it took to care for me. Chapter 9. 5 years ago. I expected to wake up cuddling Cat in my bedroom, but when my eyes opened the next morning, he was nowhere to be found. I went downstairs, assuming that Mom had let him outside, but she was still passed out in her bedroom from the night before. It wasn't until I entered the kitchen that I realized what had happened. Dad left a note on the counter. "Took the dog to pound, Dad." The tears that filled my eyes surprised me. Although my time with Cat was short, I wasn't quite ready to say goodbye. The bullets in Callum kept me company enough, but I craved companionship at home. Without him, I suddenly felt more alone. Dad had an aggressive temperament, and Mom was self-destructive. Their high standards, combined with the constant scrutiny of the town, exhausted me. I guess I'd been in survival mode for so long, I didn't realize how lonely I was. I had the bullets, yeah, and in some ways I had Callum, too. But I was keeping them at arm's length because it was easier than telling them how bad it had gotten. Not anymore. I quickly got dressed in one of the outfits I kept hidden in the back of my closet. Mom and Dad preferred that I wear modest clothing. I had more knee-length skirts, headbands, and cardigans than I knew what to do with, but not today. I shimmied into a pair of tight cut-off shorts, then grabbed a black off-the-shoulder crop top. The shirt was loose, but still showed off the abs I'd been working hard for. I casually swiped mascara on my lashes and gloss on my lips, then waltzed downstairs. I didn't bother to check on Mom again. For too long, I'd been enabling her self-destructive behavior. She wasn't going to get better until it was the only option she had. Making sure to haphazardly slam the door behind me, I grinned when I thought of the headache Mom would wake up with. The Jamesons' Mercedes wasn't parked in their drive, so I assumed that they were gone again. They were always gone. It was still early, but I knew Riker was likely working out. Blaze was at the garage where he worked on the weekends, and I predicted that Gabriel was still asleep. I grabbed the spare key to their house and let myself inside. Upstairs, I opened the door to Gabriel's room and found his bulky frame still sound asleep in bed. A red plush comforter covered him, and I took a moment to appreciate how peaceful he looked. Normally, his rigid frame was always on the defense. His brown eyes observed the world through a pessimistic lens. It was like he was waiting for someone to punch him in the gut. His room was mostly bare. Despite living here for almost 4 years, it lacked a personal touch. No pictures covered the walls, no posters or clutter. It looked like a guest room, like he was just visiting. And I guess he was. The mornings were my favorite with Gabriel. It was in that blissful post-dream state that he let his guard down. He didn't challenge me or pick fights. He was lazy and sensual in the mornings, so I made sure to wake him most weekends. However, I knew better than to sneak up on him while he was asleep. "Gav, wake up," I said in a playful voice.
He shifted under the sheets, and I licked my lips as they fell down around his waist, revealing his scarred back. I looked at the circular scar close to his shoulder and frowned. Everyone in the town of Chesterbrook knew how he got that wound. He wore it like a badge of honor. That's why everyone called them the Bullets. I knew the story well, as I'd heard him tell it at least a couple dozen times.
When the cops showed up to raid my dad's operation, I tried to flee with the drugs and a couple of pistols. A trigger-happy cop shot me in the shoulder.
The girls cooed and gasped at his story. One even leaned closer, pressing her breast just inches from his face.
The doctor said they couldn't know for sure if they got all the lead out.
He looked around to see if any teachers were approaching before taking off his shirt to show the scar.
Guess I'll always be part Bullet.
I remembered rolling my eyes, but he didn't tell that story too often now. I wondered if he regretted labeling himself that way. Most girls found his tragic past to be attractive, but unlike them, I felt pity when I thought of a 14-year-old Gavriel working with a crime syndicate. "Wake up," I urged once more. Again, he stirred with a groan, but didn't budge, so I sauntered over. Leaning over to look at his face, my hands acted on their own and brushed a strand of hair off his forehead. At my touch, his eyes fluttered open.
"Sunshine, you know better than to wake me up,"
he growled in a sleepy voice that made my stomach clench. It was the same thing he said last Saturday. I grinned, and before I could defend myself, he sat up enough to wrap his arms around my waist and pull me into bed. I fell on top of him with a giggle.
"What have I told you about early mornings?"
he asked. "If I wake you up before 10 a.m. on the weekend, you'll spank me?" I recited, stuttering on the word spank. For some reason, the idea of Gavriel spanking me was too tempting. I forced those thoughts to the back of my mind and gave him a small smile. He, too, seemed to catch on to what I was thinking, and his hands roamed my back, drifting up under my crop top. Stroking the strap of my bra, he chuckled when goosebumps pebbled along my skin. Cuddling with the Bullets was a normal occurrence for me. We'd held hands and fallen asleep on the couch many times. But lately, Gavriel had been pushing the boundaries, and I loved it. A caress here, a heated stare there. He lingered when we hugged or brushed his fingers against my sensitive neck.
"I should spank you,"
he whispered. There was a smoky quality to his voice that made me squirm.
"I know you get your rocks off seeing me first thing in the morning, but it stopped being cute a couple years ago."
He shifted us and pulled my back towards his chest. I stiffened when I felt his morning wood digging into me. Having best friends that were guys meant that it came with the territory, but it was the first time I was so close. "How are you feeling since the fight?" I asked casually, hoping to change the subject.
"I've had worse. Don't you say a fucking word to Riker, but I was impressed with how well he held his own."
I laughed. "I'm sorry, could you repeat that one more time?" Gavriel Moretti's impressed by something other than his own reflection.
"You're such an ass,"
he murmured into my hair, and I felt his smile. His playfulness made me grin. These moments were rare, so I had to soak them up whenever I could. "Gav?"
"What?"
he grumbled, trying to go back to sleep. "Did you really get shot trying to help your dad?" I wasn't sure what made me ask. Maybe it was seeing the scar again. Even though I'd heard him tell the story at least a dozen times, I always wondered if there was more.
"Yeah,"
he replied in a sarcastic tone, as if I had insulted him by asking.
"Why?"
I shrugged and felt his chest behind me. "I don't know. I just always wondered if there was more to the story." I worried that I pushed the magic of our mornings together too far. Gavriel was sensitive about his past. Letting out a long sigh, he responded.
"The cop that shot me, he actually worked for my dad. Got tangled up in some bad stuff, love. Weapons and drugs are one thing, but human trafficking is a whole nother level of hell."
His New York accent came out more when he spoke of his family.
We were at one of the Moretti warehouses in Harlem. I was helping Dad unload the box trucks early in the morning, before school. I expected another shipment of coke, but it was women on the truck. Some of them looked half-starved. Some of them drugged out of their minds. Most of them my age or younger. Dad got pissed. He said it was one thing to front an operation, but he didn't want that shit landing on his front step. But the cop was relentless. He went nuts and pointed his gun at one of the girls. She had blonde hair, or at least I think that's what color it was. There was so much dirt and grime in it, I couldn't tell.
I realized that I had been holding my breath and let it out while imagining the world he described. I knew that Gabriel grew up with some dark shit, but I never realized how traumatic his life before Chesterbrook was.
When he pointed his gun at her, I didn't think. I jumped in front of it. It was weird, like it didn't feel the shot. It took a while for the pain. I'm not sure if time was moving slowly or if my brain couldn't process what had happened. I fell to the ground and bled out. Then he emptied his magazine on the truck. The girl died anyways. He and my dad were fighting when we got busted, while we washed the concrete with our blood.
God, Gabriel, I murmured while settling closer to him. I couldn't imagine surviving such an ordeal.
I like my version better. At least then, when I tell people, I don't have to explain how I failed at being the hero. I like setting the bar low.
We were quiet for a moment, both of us settling into the awkwardness of his revelation. I wanted to tell him that he saved me. From my loneliness, from my family. A full 3 minutes passed before he spoke again.
Fuck, change the subject already. I can practically feel you trembling, and it's pissing me off.
I had a hard morning, I say while cringing at my choice of words. How could my morning even amount to the sort of shit he endured? He pulled me closer. Callum brought over a stray dog last night, but when I woke up, Dad had taken him to the pound. Raw emotion poured into my words, and again I wondered why I was so attached to a dog I had only had for a few hours. He was friendly and quirky and a ball of companionship. The dog embodied the warmth my home had been lacking.
So, you and this Callum guy, huh? I'm not one to judge illegal activities, but you're underage, love. And why does it feel like you've been keeping him a secret?
I smiled and brushed my lashes against his bicep, which was acting as my pillow. They all called me Sunshine, but when Gabriel let his defenses down, he let the little pet name slip. I thought you knew about him. He stayed with us the summer his parents died. Callum is... I tried to think of what to say. He was amazing, handsome, reliable. He was everything I wanted. But if I were being honest with myself, so were the bullets. Nothing is going to happen, I finally said. You started coming around more these last couple of months. I didn't intend for it to be a secret. You never discussed the woman in your life. I didn't think it pertinent to discuss the men in mine. I knew I was sounding defensive, but I didn't like the double standard. Besides, Callum wasn't even a man in my life. Not really. I frowned at that realization. All these men, but none of them were mine. He scoffed.
Don't tell me you want something to happen,
Gabriel asked. He lifted his leg and placed it over me, sandwiching me further between his thighs. My skin felt hot as we cuddled. Maybe, I answered. So what? I'm tired of being the naive girl next door that hides behind closed doors. I want to explore. Gabriel went impossibly still. His body was rigid and firm, and I worried that the spell of our early morning was over. Usually it took at least an hour before he remembered to be the brooding asshole everyone feared.
Come on.
He finally choked out. It sounded like something was stuck in his throat.
Get out of my bed.
Although he said he wanted me to leave, he didn't release me. He interlocked his arms around my chest and his legs around my hips kept firm. I wanted to test the boundary too. I arched my back, pressing and wiggling against him. It wasn't the casual cuddle we'd shared many times before. This was tempting and forward. Here, in this room, I wasn't the awkward friend that hid while they terrorized the town. We should really go, I pushed while pressing back once more. I knew Gabriel wasn't going to ask what I was doing. He wasn't the type to confront change or conflict with his words. He was all action. And right now, I was begging him to act. He unlocked his arms and lay his left hand over my collarbone. His pinky finger dipped beneath my cleavage, just barely. Instead of getting up, I rolled back over so that we were facing one another. His morning breath made my nose wrinkle, but the smell of his cologne on the sheets overpowered it. You get up first, bossy pants, sir. I joked, tempted to wrap my leg around his body and pull closer. This wasn't what friends did. I shouldn't want this. I knew what the bullets did to women when they were done with them, and I never wanted them to be done with me. Instead of answering, Gav grabbed my thigh and guided it over his hip, doing exactly what I wanted. I gasped and cursed the tight shorts covering me. His fingers drifted up over the denim by my ass. I held my breath, too nervous to do anything and ruin this moment. He saw the wanting in my stare. I knew if I broke the silence, he would stop. I wanted to let Gav show me exactly what he did to the girls he paraded around town. He teasingly pulled his hand away from my ass and traveled towards the button on my shorts. Another boundary I wanted him to shatter. His knuckles grazed against me over the denim, and I let out an involuntary moan. We really should go, he whispered once again before cupping me over the thick fabric of my jean shorts. Ever so slightly, he began moving up and down. I jumped. This was what I wanted. You don't have to go to that fucking cop, Gabriel growled while moving his palm faster. My breath hitched, and I clamped my mouth shut to stop a moan from escaping. You want to know what it feels like to have someone touch you? You come to me. That's what friends are for, love. I went rigid, his words like a bucket of ice on my senses. I reached down and yanked his hand off of me. He then grinned at my angry expression while slipping his thumb in his mouth and sucking. I gasped, more heat pooling in my core. Gabriel broke the tension, and the smug look on his face said that he knew exactly what he was doing. He wanted me aching, wanting, and he wasn't going to do a damn thing about it. Nor would he let anyone else. He got up and stretched his arms over his head. I lay in bed, watching his back muscles flex. Then when he turned around to face me, I couldn't help but stare at his tented boxer briefs. I'm gonna go take a shower. His voice was low and husky. Don't look so scared. I was just messing with you. He added with a half-hearted laugh. Gabriel left me on his bed, and the sounds of the running water in the shower pulled me out of my trance. Did I just openly ogle Gabriel? Did he touch me? I thought of his coy smile and immediately felt shame. It was a joke to him. I was the naive and inexperienced friend. I shot up from the bed, preparing to run for the door when the shower cut off. Hey, I'm going to the animal shelter. I'll talk to you later, I said before jerking open his bedroom door and fleeing down the stairs. Pounding feet sounded behind me. I got to the front door, then turned to see Gabriel wearing only a towel and bounding towards me. Where are you going? He asked with a bite. There was my obnoxious alpha friend. That was too far. We've never... I was flustered, and the smile on his face showed that he knew how shaken I was. He strutted towards me, water droplets dripping down his chest.
I was playing with you. I didn't know you were such a prude.
I dropped my mouth open at the derogatory word. He knew I was sensitive about my inexperience. The last 2 days were the most action I had gotten ever.
It was nothing, Joe. I didn't peg you to be one of those girls that gets all worked up over some petting,
he teased. At first, I was angry. Gabriel was using my insecurities against me. But instead of yelling at him, I laughed to hide the pain and embarrassment I felt. I'm not all worked up. I forced myself to shudder and prayed it didn't look like the shiver of arousal I felt. I began knowing full well what my next statement would do to him. When Callum was over last night, he got me worked up, but at least stayed long enough to get the job done. I lied. I wanted nothing more than to have Callum stay and explore the tension between us last night. I'd been in a heightened state of wanting ever since. Maybe that was why I didn't stop Gabriel's touch. I turned back to the door as his tanned face went red with anger. I twisted the knob, preparing to leave, but his palm slammed on the door above my head to stop me.
Grab my helmet and put it on. We're going for a ride.
I rose, excitement pushing away my earlier anger. I'd been dying to ride on the back of his motorcycle since he got it last year. Yet each time I asked, he came up with the lame excuse of why I shouldn't. Outside, I waited for him to get dressed while staring at the bike. It wasn't anything special. He bought it at a garage sale, and Blaze helped him fix it up with parts he found at the salvage yard. But it was fast, and added to the bullet badass image. He strolled past me wearing dark denim and a white shirt. After he mounted the bike, I shoved the black helmet on my head, clumsily flung my leg over the seat, and shifted forward. Wrapping my arms around his waist, I purred at the feel of him. He kicked the bike to life, and I squeezed my eyes shut as my entire body shook. Each time he accelerated, the bike jumped to the next gear with a stutter. It wasn't a smooth ride, and my teeth chattered each time he hit a groove in the road. I was thankful for the helmet. Not only was I doubting the safety of his death trap, but it concealed my identity. On the off chance that we ran into my father, I didn't want him to recognize us. I gripped Gabriel tighter as we rode through town, and as he got further from our neighborhood, more trees and winding hills surrounded us. It was exhilarating and terrifying at the same time. Each stretch of straight highway, he went faster. The bike felt like it would fall apart at the first sign of trouble. The shocks were nearly non-existent, and every bump had me rising in my seat. He turned down a small road in a remote area outside of town. He stopped right before a gravel road, then, without warning, revved the engine before descending down the rocky road. The vibrations of the bike intensified, and a whole new sensation took over my fear. Lust. The vibrations hit me just right. I was no longer clutching Gabriel because I wanted to feel safe. I was grounding myself against him. I trembled as I straddled the bumpy leather seat. The road felt never-ending. He would approach a curve, and I thought that it would be the end of my blissful torture. Then he would continue along another path. The quaking of his bike, combined with his muscular body pulled tightly against mine, made for an embarrassing situation. If he didn't stop soon, I'd have my first orgasm on the back of Gabriel's motorcycle, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. At the end of the road, he met a dead end and stopped abruptly. I let out a hiss at the pause and sensation. He waited there for a moment, not speaking. I was stuck between wanting to get off his bike and get off on his bike. He revved the engine once more, and my breath hitched. 2 more times, he pulled back on the accelerator, and my knees locked tighter around him. I felt his chest move up and down in short jerking motions, as if there were laughter caught in his chest. We then continued roaring back down the road, kicking up gravel and dust behind us. He picked up more speed, and this time, I knew an orgasm was inevitable. Flying down the back road, the sensations grew and grew. He hit that perfect ratio of velocity that had me breaking apart at the seams. It was like an explosion bursting through me. I willed my body not to relax. Clinging to his chest, I held still even though my body demanded to slump into languid relaxation. The aftershocks of my orgasm rocked through me as he continued to barrel down the road. I squeezed my knees tighter while lifting up, my poor core too sensitive to handle much more. Finally, he exited the gravel road and I slumped in relief, keeping silent even after he got off the bike. So that was an orgasm. Why the hell had I waited so long to experience it? And when could I have another? I made a mental note to look up vibrators online, but then blushed. I was daydreaming about vibrators as Gabriel waited for me to get off the bike. He didn't seem to notice my reaction, and I prayed that he just thought this was a fun ride between friends. If he knew what had happened, I would never hear the end of it. I could almost hear their teasing now. Innocent little sunshine coming on the back of his junkyard bike. With shaky legs, I dismounted. Gabriel removed my helmet with a smile, and when our eyes met, I forced back my embarrassment. Was this crossing a line somehow? Even if he didn't directly cause my orgasm, he was still involved. I shook away the worry as Gabriel brushed a strand of hair behind my ear. He leaned in closer before whispering, "How's that for follow-through?" He didn't wait for a response. Instead, he strolled into the animal shelter like he owned the place. He knew. I debated kicking the damn motorcycle, but caught myself. Gabriel would only tease me more if I acted out. They all thought of me as an inexperienced prude, and I had to change that perception. So instead of crawling into a hole and hiding for all eternity, I followed after him. The red-headed woman working inside gave us a once-over before going back to checking her phone. Gabriel strolled up to her desk and gave her a stern frown. "Did someone drop off a dog here this morning?" The woman smacked her gum. While rubbing a thumb along the blue eyeliner under her eyes, she responded, "It's a shelter. We get lots of dogs." She rolled her eyes as if this was the most inconvenient interaction she'd had all day. Gabriel's broody methods of intimidation didn't work. Time for plan B. I strolled up to her with a smile. "Did Chief Bright stop by?" I asked. My father was a local celebrity of sorts. He'd often found ways to go places unnoticed, but she'd remember if he came in today. The woman let out a huff and tossed her phone aside before looking at me. "No Chief Bright, no dog. We did get a couple cats and one pissed-off opossum, though." I dipped my brow in confusion, wondering if there were many shelters in town or if Dad hadn't stopped by yet. Surely he wouldn't want Cat in his squad car for longer than necessary. "Okay, then. Thanks for your help," I said while turning around. Gabriel took in my confused expression and rested his hand at the base of my back. "Do you want to go back there and check for sure?" he asked while nodding his head towards the loud kennels behind a closed door to our left. I shook my head. No. It was curious. Doubt nagged at me, but I was determined to assume that I misunderstood the note Dad left. "No," I began with a small sigh. Figures, the one companion I made would disappear right under my nose. "How about we go for another ride?" I asked, feeling brave. Gabriel smirked at me for a moment, dragging his eyes up and down my legs. Tossing the black helmet at me once more, he said, "You're full of surprises lately, love." His eyes went dark.
You've journeyed far through this story. Now allow the music to guide you into stillness and calm.
Yeah. So are you. Chapter 10. Present day. Flying on a private plane was surreal. Polite flight attendants catered to our every whim as we sipped our champagne. Blaze and I eyed the bedroom on the plane, but neither of us got up to use it. We were too aware of the suited gentleman that boarded our plane alongside us. During the entire 6 hours, the only words he muttered were into his phone receiver once we boarded.
She's here.
A limo picked us up from the private airport, and we drove through the winding hills of L.A. Everything was so green, vibrant, and crowded. When we pulled up to a gigantic stucco home, I gaped at Blaze. He simply kept his eyes ahead. The limo driver checked in with the security team at the gate before descending down the long drive. "This is where he lives?" I asked in shock, feeling wildly inadequate.
Yeah, I have a feeling he's showing off for you. He spends most of his time in his penthouse in New York. He only comes here when Riker has a fight.
Blaze explained. We both sat in the car for a moment longer, enjoying the silence and the safety of the moment. We didn't have to speak to know that once our door opened, everything would change. "Riker still fights?" I asked. Blaze chuckled like my question was absurd.
"Does Riker fight?" "Ha!" he replied. "He's one of the best."
Funny how some things never change, yet nothing feels the same, I mumbled. I wished I could take a moment to study all I'd missed out on.
"Do you still want it all, sunshine?"
Blaze asked. It was so strange hearing the lack of confidence in his voice. In all things, Blaze Bennett was self-assured, or at least the Blaze Bennett I remembered was. "I want to be happy," I whispered, hoping my admission was enough. It was easy to spill confident declarations in the dark. But I didn't know how I could possibly have it all when Gabriel apparently already owned the world.
"That I can do,"
Blaze replied with a tight grin before the driver opened my door, letting us both out. Once on the drive, he threaded his fingers through mine as we walked up the white steps towards Gabriel's front door. I let out a sigh as the door opened. My eyes dipped towards the floor at a pair of shiny black dress shoes. I slowly raised my eyes and took in his tailored pants that fit perfectly. Fine Italian leather made up the belt at his waist. I observed his crisp white shirt with the sleeves rolled up and the tattoos covering his arms. And then my eyes got stuck on his strong shoulders, taking in their width. He'd grown over the years. I lingered, too scared to look Gabriel in the eye. I wasn't sure what I'd see there. Wasn't sure who he was now, and what he wanted with me. Finally, when I felt brave enough to dive into the depths of his black gaze, I gasped when I saw his raw, consuming fury.
"Took you long enough,"
Gabriel growled, not bothering to even look at Blaze, who now had a death grip on my hand.
"She was tired. We needed to rest. I don't pay you for your fucking excuses, Blaze. I pay you to get a job done."
My eyebrows shot up in surprise as I really took in Gabriel's appearance. I looked past the expensive suit and handsome face. I looked at his rigid posture and his fists clenched at his side. His black hair was ruffled as if he had spent the night running his hand through it. His legs were locked and firmly planted to the ground. "So I'm a job?" I asked, angry that this was how he was going to greet me. 5 years, and I'm nothing more than a job, Gav? His eyes felt like knives on my skin. He sliced up and down my body, scraping his attention along my legs. I held firm, taking in every painful inch of his scrutiny. I didn't expect a hug or sighs of relief from Gabriel. I didn't expect him to say he missed me or proclaim his undying love. Intimidation was his game. He wouldn't feel satisfied until I was squirming and begging forgiveness. And maybe Summer Bright would have done that. She would have dropped to her knees and pleaded for whatever drops of attention he'd offer. But not anymore. "What's the bounty for, Gav? Why try and find me after all this time?" If you've come to collect on a debt, you're dead wrong. I don't know you a damn thing. I hoped I sounded more confident than I felt. If I had my way, I'd hug him. I'd smile and try to thread back together the jagged edges of our friendship. But that's not what Gabriel needed. I used to never understand why he hosted those fights when we were younger, but I did now. Riker once told me that sometimes people needed a chance to bleed. So I was willing to cut open and pour out every last drop if it meant we could get through this.
You okay, sir?
A bulky man in a suit asked while shifting closer to Gabriel. His frame filled the entryway. The man gave me a steel look, as if I were a problem he didn't mind eliminating.
Yeah. Go home, Joe. I need some time alone with Miss Bright,
he replied in a dismissive tone. I flinched at the formal name. He still wouldn't acknowledge my words or Blaze. The large bodyguard shoved past us, and I shivered when his intense, hateful stare hit me full force. We gonna stand here all day, Gav? I asked once the other guy was out of sight. He released the fists he was holding at his side, and his fingers twitched. I expected him to fight back. In the past, we were constantly pushing and pulling at one another. We tested the limits of our anger until there was nothing left but resolution between us. But he surprised me. Instead of arguing, he stepped aside and gestured for me to come inside. His slip into cool, collected confidence was scarier than the brash boy I once knew. As I walked past him, I pushed the boundaries once again and brushed my shoulder against his chest, sweeping my body across the soft fabric of his shirt. He didn't bristle at my touch, but there was a slight hitch in his breath, only audible to me. I bit the inside of my cheek to hide my joy at hearing his reaction. Inside, the house was immaculate, but cold. Despite the cozy beach setting, the home had a modern, minimalist feel. It didn't look like someone was here to enjoy it very often. Even as a teen, Gabriel didn't put down roots. His room at the Jamesons was bare, no personal touches to provide insight into the hardened boy that lived there.
Have a seat, Miss Bright.
Gabriel's tone was curt as he motioned for me to sit on the long gray couch in the formal sitting room. It didn't escape my notice that he used my formal name to put emotional distance between us. I moved cautiously, following behind a tense Blaze. And when we both settled into the stiff cushions, Blaze shifted so that our thighs were touching. Gabriel's eyes zeroed in on where our bodies connected, an angry expression on his face. He stared openly as his lip curled in aggravation.
I have your check, Blaze, but cut 10% since you failed to bring her within our contracted time frame.
Gabriel's methodical voice made me wince. This felt like a business transaction. I then realized that his methods of meanness and cruelty had evolved over the years.
I don't want your money, Gav. You know I would have done this regardless,
Blaze answered through gritted teeth. I squeezed his hand. How did their friendship get like this? They weren't anything like the boys I once knew.
Well, she must have been a good fuck if the infamous Blaze Bennett's turning down cash. I thought that's all you were motivated by these days.
Gabriel sneered. His voice was low and scratchy.
And for the record, I'm not in need of your services anymore. You can leave.
I looked up at Gabriel through my thick lashes, feeling small. For a brief moment, Gav looked down at me and licked his bottom lip before turning away.
This wasn't a regular job, and you know it,
Blaze replied.
You jumped through quite a few hoops to make sure it was me who found her. I was tracking someone in Florida. You sent the fucking plane to bring me in.
I squeezed Blaze's hand harder, unwilling to let go. He was my roadmap to navigating the new Gabriel.
Get out of here, Blaze,
Gav said. Fuck you, Gav. This isn't like before and you know it, he replied. My eyes pinged between them in shock. I wanted to kick Blaze for now warning me that there was animosity between them. What happened to you two? I asked, not sure I wanted to hear the answer. They both were teetering on the edge of telling me. One breath could push them over.
Nothing,
Gabriel answered, ending the conversation.
Get out. he said to Blaze, his voice hard. Guess I'll be going then too, I replied. I stood and pulled Blaze up with me. I felt the anxiety rolling off of him, and I ached to soothe his pain. I mourned the loss of their friendship and of the boys I once knew. How could I possibly think that without me everything would continue as it was? I wanted to leave and come back to find them the same force of nature they once were, but instead, they were broken, shattered.
You could try to leave, but I'd advise against it.
Gabriel walked over towards a small bar in the corner of the room. It was still morning, but it didn't stop him from pouring his glass full of amber liquid and downing it. Can't you at least talk to me? I pleaded. You hired Blaze to find me. How do you know where to look? I looked around the expansive, cold house. Gabriel was mid-pour of his second glass when he stopped and turned around.
Callum gave me a tip 4 months ago that you might be in Baltimore. I had some people look into it. We had a general area of where you might be, but it still took a while to find you. I put a bounty on your head. I can't leave as often as I'd like. Business keeps me busy,
he replied.
I knew if Bennett had anything to do with it, he'd bring you in.
Gav, I asked. My voice sounded unsure and tentative. I wanted to bite my tongue until it bled. Gabriel didn't like weakness. We bonded when I showed my strength. He turned around and stared me down with an intimidating glare. I was willing to lose his stare down if it meant he would show me a glimpse of the friend I once knew. Why am I here? Why now? Gabriel let out a dark chuckle and sauntered towards me.
Why are you here?
He asked before rearing back and throwing the crystal whiskey glass at a nearby wall. The shattering crash made me flinch, but I didn't dare let out a scream. Shards scattered along the floor, and tiny specks of destruction hit my calves and feet. He took 2 strides until we were nose to nose.
You're here because I fucking want you here,
he answered, as if it were the only explanation I needed. He then wrapped his hands around my throat, but he didn't squeeze. For a second, he hovered along the threshold of choking me. And then he kissed me. He kissed me so deeply that I forgot whose air I was breathing. His touch was suffocating. His touch was something I was willing to suffer for. Gabriel Moretti tasted like warm whiskey and pain. He pulled back, and when I gasped for air, he smiled, pleased with my reaction.
And why now?
He asked.
The only reason you're here now is because I couldn't find you sooner. If I had my way, you would have never fucking left.
My mouth dropped open, and he forced his finger past my lips. My tongue instinctually danced along his skin. I closed my lips around it and sucked as he pulled out, moaning as arousal flooded me. A loud popping noise filled the room once he was free. Tight sounds in my throat echoed off the marble tile, and behind me I heard a cough. I turned to look at Blaze, but Gabriel grabbed my chin and forced me to look back at him.
Don't look at him. He disobeyed me. Others would have lost a hand for touching what's mine, but I have a more effective method of torture,
he hissed. Gav grabbed my shoulders and turned me away so that I was facing Blaze, whose expression was soft. When our eyes met, I saw pain and acceptance. Blaze and I were once bonded by our understanding of Gabriel's complex needs. Gabriel liked to punish and push. He stripped my leather jacket from my body and tossed it on the pile of glass. My skin felt like it was on fire as his hands roamed my chest. I couldn't bring myself to feel shock or shame. There was only need. This reunion was toxic and complex, but touching him was the only way I felt grounded. It was the only thing that reminded me I was still alive. I was still fighting. His hand dipped beneath the denim of my jeans. He curled his fingers, exploring, seeking, and feeling.
I couldn't hold back my gasp. Oh, yes. My breathy voice filled the room. He tapped my clit, and I bucked backward.
"Why did you run, sunshine?"
he asked. Tears filled my eyes as my body and my mind fought for dominance. I was turned on. I was falling apart.
"Gav, don't do this,"
Blaze said while taking a step towards us. At his movement, Gabriel started moving his finger with more intensity. Determined to get me off, he finger-fucked me relentlessly. I squirmed while letting out a throaty moan, and as I arched my back, he pushed his hard dick into the curve of my ass.
"Tell me," he ordered. "Tell me what was so terrifying that you ran away."
My tears were flowing freely now. I choked on their salty streaks as they flooded my eyes. I watched as Blaze's expression went hooded as I straddled bliss and torture. I wanted Gabriel. I had imagined this moment numerous times. I'd craved his touch, imagined the feel of his lips on mine. I wanted him badly. I just didn't want to tell him my secrets.
"You thought you were scared then? That was nothing. I'm the fucking scariest thing in this goddamn world now,"
he growled as his fingers drove me up a dangerous cliff. He wasn't going to gradually guide me over the edge. Gabriel Moretti wanted to send me soaring towards the sharp rocks below with a kick to the gut. "Don't make me say it," I begged. My breathing labored. I squirmed in his palm as more pleasure rocked through me. I was on the edge of spilling all my secrets in exchange for this sweet, sweet release.
"Tell me,"
he urged. Faster, faster, higher. I refused to let it come to this. I refused to let him splinter my trauma with his toxic pleasure. I allowed my weight to go dead and drop to the floor, away from his hold, just before I could orgasm. Sobs broke me. My cries echoed around the house, and I shook so hard my chest hurt. I pressed my cheek to the cool marble floor while holding my arms over my stomach. And while curled in the fetal position, I mourned the old me. It wasn't Gabriel who comforted me. He had already turned his back and was going towards the bar once more. Blaze scrambled to pick me up. We walked in a haze towards one of the guest rooms as I cried. He wiped my tears, stripped my pants, and tucked me into bed. I poured out the words I couldn't say into the river of tears down my cheeks. How could my body feel so sated, but my mind so tortured? I wanted more of Gabriel. If it weren't for my secrets, I would have claimed every last drop of that moment. I hated that the man I was running from stole that from me. I sat there wondering if my past would always be between us. I finally worked up the courage to ask, what happened to him? Indecision marred Blaze's face. I sensed that he was trying to determine if the truth would cause me to tailspin more, or if a lie would be enough to placate me until I could handle the answer. When his expression went hard, I knew he decided not to lie to me, and I loved him a bit more for it. His response was simple but certain. You left. Chapter 11. Present day.
Wake up.
A stern voice filtered through my hazy dream, startling me. When I opened my eyes, it took a moment to adjust to the bright light of the bedroom. A warm arm was snug around my waist. The silhouette of a man blocked the light coming in from the large window on the far wall. Gabriel.
Get dressed,
he said in a soft voice. It wasn't the commanding tone he used when we first arrived. It sounded tender, almost. I opened my mouth to argue. My body was still reeling from the emotional turmoil of the last few days. My muscles ached and my throat was sore from last night's sobs. As if he knew I was going to refuse, Gabriel added, Please. He turned and exited the bedroom before I could say no. I turned to look at Blaze's peaceful form, deep in sleep, before shifting out of his hold. I could stay here and enjoy what comfort Blaze provided, But curiosity got the best of me. It didn't take me long to get ready. I brushed my teeth and stared at my reflection. Tired eyes, pale skin. The black ink in my tattoos was a stark contrast to my washed-out complexion. I put my hair up in a lazy bun and got dressed in jeans and a black t-shirt. When I exited the bedroom and made my way to the kitchen, 2 helmets were sitting on the kitchen table. Gabriel was leaning against the granite countertops, his arms crossed over his chest. I didn't say anything. We stared at one another for what felt like forever, neither of us speaking. I wanted to tell him that I was hurting, that I missed him, that I was sorry, that I hated the man he had become, that I wanted the man he had become. He propelled forward and walked over to the table with a frown. He then picked up the black helmet before heading towards the front door. Once again, I debated whether to follow after him, but in the end, I chose to go. I was painfully predictable. 5 years wasn't enough time to change a heart. I'd always follow him. I wasn't surprised by the expensive Harley-Davidson and his drive. It was a significant upgrade from the junkyard bike he had as a teen. The shiny chrome glistened in the morning sun, and his jeans stretched tightly over his legs as he mounted it. I let out a low sigh before shaking my hair out of its bun and forcing the helmet on. I felt an odd sense of déjà vu as I swung my leg over the seat and settled behind him. The last time I rode a bike with Gabriel Moretti was a memory I'd cling to until my dying day. I never imagined that I'd be lucky enough to know what it was like to ride with him again. I wrapped my arms around his abs while stretching my fingers out, touching as much of him as possible. He roared the engine to life before driving down the long road leading to the gate. It was magical. As he drove down the curves of the hills, we leaned into each turn. Each time he increased his speed, I gripped tighter. The sun continued to rise overhead, and he turned on a road that followed the dips and curves of the ocean. The air smelled of salt, and despite being November, the weather was pleasantly warm. It was paradise. It was heaven. I wrapped my arms around the memory of Gabriel and clung to it as he showed me the beautiful landscapes. We were 2 friends reminiscing without saying a word. It felt too good to hold on to Gabriel without fear of the consequences. For so long, I craved him. No matter how much I clung to him, I couldn't convince myself that he was real. Refusing to let my dark thoughts dwell on last night, I anchored myself in the present. We kept riding along the road until he pulled up into a quiet part of the city. Boutiques and bakeries lined the streets, and women with little dogs walked along the sidewalk. When we parked, I felt everyone's eyes on us, or more accurately, on Gabriel. Once again, I found myself appreciating how handsome he had become. Now that he was wearing a short-sleeved shirt, I saw more of the tattoos collected along the tan skin of his right arm. When we were younger, he already had impressive muscles, but his body grew into the bulk of them. He was striking. He guided me inside a tiny cafe, resting his large hand on my lower back as we walked up to the counter. He remembered my favorite coffee, and I tried not to swoon when he ordered it. Black coffee, with a splash of hazelnut syrup and 2 sugars, he ordered with confidence. Did he still think of my favorite music, my favorite movies, food, and hobbies? Every detail about Gabriel was still vivid in my mind. I knew that he liked to eat breakfast for dinner. He could quote every line from The Godfather, and he was a bit of a control freak. He liked rap music, but preferred the silence. His favorite color was the shade of my lips, he used to say. And his bucket list included smoking a joint at the Grand Canyon, as well as owning a gym. He grabbed a couple of muffins and a Danish before going outside to sit on the patio. Again, neither of us said anything. We were stuck somewhere between a timeless comfort that was natural to us and a fear of the unknown. I took a bite of the muffin, and he watched me lick melted chocolate from my lips. I swallowed before asking, "What are we doing, Gav?" Instead of answering, he looked across the street, and I followed his gaze. There, on the corner, was a polished gym. The tall, tinted windows revealed silhouettes of the people inside. It seemed to capture all Gavriel's attention, and I wondered why.
"Riker's in that gym,"
he said, and my heart immediately began to race at his declaration. I scanned my eyes along the windows, desperately looking for the boy I once knew. "Riker?" I asked, needing confirmation. Knowing I was so close to Riker made it hard to breathe. I tried to swallow, but my throat felt swollen and cracked with emotion. Gavriel took a sip of his hot coffee and placed the cup back on the table. He waited a moment longer before responding.
"I own that gym,"
he said. The bullet dynamic had changed so much over the last 5 years, and I was struggling to catch up with all the changes. Callum was friends with the bullets. Blaze and Gavriel were barely getting along. When I left, Gavriel wanted to break Riker's jaw or kill him.
"I also own everything inside of it,"
Gavriel added. I didn't miss the meaning of his words. Gavriel owned Riker. "How is he?" I asked, no longer feeling hungry. Gavriel brushed the crumbs from his hands and leaned back in his chair. It was like he knew that I was hanging on to each word coming out of his mouth. He wanted me begging for answers.
"Well,"
he began,
"he misses you."
I shut my eyes to force out the frustration. It seemed like Gavriel was stuck somewhere between wanting to hurt me and wanting to give me hope. Saying that Riker missed me still was like a punch to the throat. "Would it make you feel better if I said that I didn't want to leave?" "Damn, Gav. I missed you so much." The tears that filled my eyes surprised me. I touched my cheek to feel their wetness. "I was homeless. Alone. You think I wanted to leave you? You think I wanted this, any of this?" I tossed my napkin on the table and stood, preparing to stalk off and head anywhere but here. But Gavriel's cruel voice stopped me.
"Sit."
I didn't respond, but I didn't leave either. What was it about Gavriel that controlled me so? I wanted to obey him. I wanted to relinquish all my inhibitions to a virtual stranger. Was I so fucked up by my past that I couldn't think clearly? I sat back down, but leaned as far back as possible, putting distance between us. Even the coffee-scented air couldn't relax me. We people-watched in silence as my eyes remained glued to the gym doors across the street. Every time someone opened them, my breath hitched in anticipation.
"I moved to New York shortly after your disappearance,"
Gavriel explained in a tight voice.
"I met my half-sister for the first time. She's sweet. You'll like her."
My eyebrows shot up in surprise. Was Gavriel wanting to have a normal conversation? Catch up like nothing was wrong over coffee and pastries?
"Her name is Grace. Good kid, and far too pretty."
I smiled cautiously. Grace is a pretty name.
"Yeah, well, her mother was a whore. I guess giving her daughter a good Christian name was her way of hoping she didn't go down that path. I'm keeping an eye on her. She's too naive, that one."
"You've always been the protective one in our group," I joked while trying to ease into the flow of conversation.
"It's natural to want to protect fragile things,"
Gavriel replied. His eyes cut to me once again. He didn't think I was strong? He was fucking wrong. I took another sip of coffee and my eyes traveled towards the gym again. I wanted a glimpse of Riker. "So, the family business, huh? Seems like you're successful," I said.
"I do well enough. My father's legacy was in shambles after he went to prison. It took some creative partnerships to get back to how we were. We started small with auto theft. It didn't take long until I moved on to extortion and drugs. Sometimes I dabble in identity theft, but lately I'm not seeing a return on my investment. It's hard finding a good hacker. My personal favorite is weapons trafficking, though. It brings in more money than the coke."
I think Gavriel intended to shock me, and although I was out of my comfort zone, I wanted to prove that I could handle it. What about the fights? Still do that? You used to love it, I said with a grin. Gabriel smiled a bit sardonically and said, I let Riker do the fighting. I'll let him get his teeth knocked out while I get rich off his winnings. He leaned forward, smiling, before continuing. I don't need organized fights to get out my violent tendencies anymore. I get plenty of opportunities without it. Good, I replied. Gabriel needed to bleed. Fighting and fucking were how he stayed sane. He was in the mindset of hurt or be hurt. His eyes widened at my response. I'm not disappointed or disillusioned about your life, Gabriel. I've always been infatuated with the darker sides of you. Instead of acting surprised at my bravery, Gabriel smiled and replied, Indeed you have. Except in the mornings. You were always nicer before you fully woke up. That's why I always snuck into your room on the weekends, I teased. It was like waking up to an angel, he said in a soothing voice, so unlike the devil I met yesterday that I clutched my chest. I'm not an angel, Gav. Not anymore, I replied. We both sat there for a moment, people watching in silent speculation. I remembered the boy I once knew. I thought about our time together while looking forward to the future. He always placed me so high up on a pedestal that he deemed himself unworthy. It finally felt like we were on an even playing field. Why are you and Blaze so distant? I asked, feeling brave. Before I'd left, they were inseparable. There wasn't one thing, Gabriel answered. Nearby laughter from the next table diluted the intensity of his stare. People grow up, sunshine. They start to want different things, have different dreams. And what are your dreams, Gav? Me? He asked while producing a flask from his pocket and pouring it into his empty coffee cup. I want to own the world. Gabriel took a long drink, throwing back the coffee cup like it was a shot glass before continuing. This morning, I realized I'd been going about this all wrong, Gabriel said in a tone so low that I almost didn't hear him. I knew that it was the closest thing to an apology that he would willingly give me. My father once told me that everything is business. Last night, I allowed myself to get emotional. I won't do that again. The world is better when I treat it as a transaction. So I have an offer for you. At his words, the doors to the gym opened, and out walked Riker. His hair was wet as if he had just showered, and his tight t-shirt and athletic pants made my heart race. He didn't notice us across the street at the cafe, and for a brief, selfish moment, I wondered if he still felt our intense connection. I had an all-consuming awareness of Riker, and silently pleaded that he would turn his eyes towards us. But instead, he just walked over to a parked Jeep, got inside, and drove off as if the world wasn't just tipped off its axis. What's the offer? I finally asked once Riker was out of view. Gabriel leaned forward in his black metal seat. You're gonna tell me what happened, he said as my heart raced. His voice was strangely calm, but his tone reverberated power. I don't have the time or patience for people that give half-assed apologies or run from their problems. I don't fuck with people that give excuses. Yesterday was just a taste of what I could do to you. I control you now, sunshine. I'm gonna save you from whatever it is you thought was scarier than me, and I'm gonna show you what a real monster is like. Maybe in the past I would have helped you for free, but now my protection comes at a price, and that price is your complete submission. I swallowed. He pulled between my thighs as I imagined him controlling me in every way. The need to reach across the table and crush my lips to his was almost impossible to ignore. I wanted all of Gabriel. I wanted his extreme highs. I was willing to take the full force of his control because it was better than the alternative. Nothing at all.
Yes, sir, I whispered with conviction, the old nickname like a flame licking the edges of my arousal. It seemed like a fair trait. Gabriel already owned me in every sense of the word. He'd owned me since we met 8 years ago. If that's what it took for him to save me from the hell I was running from, then I'd gladly agree.
Good decision,
he replied. He stood cradling his helmet under his muscular arm before walking towards his parked motorcycle. I stood there watching him for a moment. He was right. I didn't know how far Gabriel was willing to go these days, but I wanted to explore. I was going to test his limits whether he liked it or not. Chapter 12. 5 years ago. The dress Mom picked out for me made me look like a prepubescent teen. The pink, scratchy material that hit well past my knees swallowed my curves. The nude, low pumps looked like dress-up shoes intended for a toddler. She told me to wear my hair up in a bun and to keep the makeup minimal. A fake smile and dull eyes finished the look. Dad's fundraising event was at the country club. I found it odd that Mom wanted to host an event intended to raise money at one of the most expensive venues in town, but it was all about image, of course. It was always about our image. Dad didn't come home again last night. We pulled around the back of the club and met him outside to give the illusion that we arrived together. These events were draining. It was nothing but an opportunity to brag or size up the man next to you. The only benefits of attending were the free food and seeing Callum. I was sitting in the corner of the room eyeing Mom as she flirted with a heavy-set man that was sweating profusely. She was in beauty pageants all her life, and the older she got, the more she used what little of her beauty she had left. She soaked up attention from whomever she could.
I hate wearing suits,
Callum whispered. I jumped, so busy observing my mom that I didn't notice him sneak up on me. I turned to take in his appearance. His suit was a little baggy on his body, but his fresh shave and sparkling eyes still affected me. I hate wearing anything my mother picks out, I murmured. I threw a bright smile at a curious older woman observing us. I had perfected the art of smiling on command.
I don't know. You look like you're ready for a very important tea party.
Callum and I laughed as I smoothed my skirt, feeling inadequate next to him. My outfit made our small age difference feel much bigger. His hand trailed the length of my spine, concealed by the wall behind us. A trail of sparks danced along my skin as he swiftly grabbed the pin in my hair, releasing my massive curls down my back.
Much better,
he groaned, making sure to graze the back of my arm as he pulled back. I turned to look at him and bit my lip. I'm glad you're here, I said, my voice sounding smoky. I don't think I could survive these events without you.
Politics never really interested me. Spending an evening at the country club my parents were once members of isn't my idea of a fun night.
Callum began. I shuffled on my feet.
But a night with you? That sounds pretty fucking ideal.
Dad was talking to a tall man with thinning hair and bright green eyes when he waved Callum and me over.
Here she is,
Dad said. His smile was bright, but there was no joy in the depths of his gray eyes. Lately, I'd become more aware of his surface-level emotions. Dad could fool everyone else, but he couldn't fool me.
Mr. Santabello here has just decided to give me his endorsement, and a very nice donation,
Dad said. I stretched out my hand to introduce myself with a practiced handshake. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Santabello, I said robotically. The robust man with yellow teeth jetted his hand out to shake mine. When our skin connected, tingles of fear shot down my spine almost instinctively. This man made me uncomfortable with nothing but a simple touch.
My organization is very excited to support your father. We think his platform aligns with our goals.
I knew what my scripted response should be, but Mr. Santabello still clutched my hand, stalling me. The 3 seconds of contact felt like hours. Callum shuffled closer, providing me wordless comfort, just as Mr. Santabello released my hand.
The Bright family thanks you for your contributions, Mr. Santabello, I said, snatching my hand back to my chest. Callum stared at him with stone-cold eyes before introducing himself. I looked at Dad, curious if he found Mr. Santabello's lingering handshake peculiar, but he seemed unfazed, a wide grin on his face. He patted Callum's back and told Mr. Santabello about how Callum's parents died. He danced around the tale of him heroically stepping up as a father figure in Callum's life.
So, tell me about this beach house in California, Anthony. Is it okay if I call you Anthony? We're to be friends, you know?
Their conversation slipped into cordial politeness. Dad was good at making people feel more important than they were. He could manipulate a conversation well. I listened half-heartedly, and Callum excused himself when work called.
They found a lead on the missing teen. I have to go.
I squeezed his forearm with a grin, taking in his apologetic frown, before saying, "Be safe." I was entertaining a polite conversation with the growing crowd around us when a gentle touch on my elbow got my attention. I turned around. "Blaze?" I asked. What was he doing here? He wore slacks and a polo, the style completely different than what I'd come to expect from him. He was a rock star through and through. Tight pants and black t-shirts. Seeing him dressed up as a preppy socialite was jarring. His gaze fluttered over my shoulder to stare at my father. I wanted to urge him to meet me in the hall, but my dad's voice stopped me.
Summer, would you like to introduce me to your friend?
I winced, giving Blaze a pointed look before turning around and slipping my smile back on. "Hey, Dad," I began with a tight grin. Mr. Santabello excused himself. He seemed uninterested in talking to teens or dealing with overbearing fathers. "This is Blaze Bennett. He lives with the Jamesons." A sense of familiarity lit up my father, and he thrust his hand out to shake Blaze's.
"It's a pleasure to meet you, sir,"
Blaze said. His normal playfulness was completely gone now.
"I've seen you around."
Dad's voice was firm, and his handshake even firmer.
"You like to hang around the station with your friends, don't you?"
The hidden meaning in my father's words didn't escape me, and I wanted to hide. My eyes shot to Blaze, but he seemed unaffected by Dad's obvious display of dominance.
"You'd be correct, Mr. Bright. My foster parents plan to be big supporters of yours."
Blaze looked over his shoulder, and in the corner of the room I saw Mr. and Mrs. Jameson talking to my mother. Fresh tans covered their skin, and I noticed how Mrs. Jameson wavered a bit. Her wobbly heels seemed unsteady as she haphazardly held onto her almost empty glass.
"I normally don't attend these functions, but I figured it would be a fun opportunity to introduce myself. Well, please extend my sincere thanks to your foster parents. I'm always thankful for my constituents."
Dad spun around without saying goodbye. He walked off in the direction of his frantic campaign manager who was fussing over an elaborate deli meats tray. I turned to give Blaze an incredulous look, but he was laughing at me.
"You should have seen your face. You were terrified."
I shook my head and shoved his shoulder before remembering that I was currently on stage. This performance wasn't over yet.
"You look ridiculous," Blaze said with a grin. "Do you think you've kissed enough babies and smiled for enough cameras yet? I'm here to steal you away."
His offer was tempting. Callum was gone, Mom was busy chatting up Mrs. Jameson, likely looking for more drama to gossip about. And Dad was now shaking whoever's hand belonged to the biggest wallet. "What did you have in mind?" I asked. Blaze gave me a cocky grin.
"First, I'm gonna get you out of those clothes."
My breath hitched at that insinuation.
"Then, Riker and I wanted to take you somewhere."
Riker was here? Blaze saw the confused look on my face because he added,
"Riker would have come inside, but he's still bruised up. We thought it would be better if he stayed in the car."
Part of me wondered if my parents would notice if I'd left. Would Dad call me? Demand that I return? Most likely he'd be too lost in his image and campaign to even care. "Okay," I said. "I'll go." I left without a care and without saying goodbye. Outside, in Blaze's Mustang, Riker was sitting in the front seat with a bored look on his face. I tapped on the window, and his eyes brightened when he saw me. Opening the door, he got out and gave me a small once-over before greeting me.
"What are you wearing?"
he asked. It occurred to me that the Bullets had never seen me in this setting before. They knew that being a Bright meant that I had to attend many functions. They weren't seeing their sunshine. They saw Paul and Clarice Bright's daughter. No comment, I said with a half-smile. Riker wasn't wearing his usual athletic shorts and workout cut-off shirt. Jeans hung low on his waist, and a brown t-shirt pulled across his muscles accentuated his light skin. With his messy blonde hair tied up in a bun on his head, he chewed on a toothpick while staring at me. We got in the car, and I asked where we were going, but neither of them responded. I wanted to ask what Gabriel was up to, but knew better. If he wasn't with them, then he was likely on a date. It was an unspoken rule between us that we didn't discuss their dating lives. I had hoped that Blaze would stay true to his word and let me stop by my house so that I could change. Instead, he passed Woodbury Lane, continuing down the highway. After a few minutes of comfortable silence, he pulled into Chesterbrook High School. "What are we doing here?" I asked as Blaze parked. Riker and he looked mischievously at one another before getting out of the car. Ignoring my questions was getting old. Crawling out of the back seat, I exited the car and stood next to the both of them with my arms crossed over my chest. "I'm not going any further until you explain to me what's going on." It was Blaze that finally cracked. "You mentioned that you were feeling rebellious. How would you feel about adding breaking and entering on your rap sheet?" My eyes shot up in surprise, and I looked between them both, unsure if this was a joke. "You want to break into the high school?" I looked up at the tan building, aged yet pristine. The overgrown lawns outside and dark awning gave it an ominous feel. "We graduated a week ago. Why on earth would we want to get back into the building we're finally free of?" Riker took a step towards me and placed a heavy hand on my shoulder. In the dim glow of the streetlights, he stared deeply into my eyes. "Sometimes the fun thing about being rebellious is doing it without reason. Allow yourself to be spontaneous, sunshine." His words were like warm honey, coating my reservations. Blaze leaned forward, lifting up on his toes a bit as he waited for my answer in anticipation. "How are we ever going to break in?" I asked. "Was I dressed right for breaking and entering? What about the school alarms?" Blaze began clapping his hands and threw a fist in the air triumphantly. "You let us worry about that, sunshine. Oh, boy, this is going to be fun." I was surprised with how easy it was to get into the school building. Riker and Blaze moved like experienced trespassers. They knew the exact window that didn't have a lock on it. They also knew that the security alarm had been out for the last 18 months. The district was being cheap about fixing it. My heart raced as I climbed through the open window, but my long skirt didn't allow for much flexibility. So Riker stood inside at one end of the window, and Blaze at the other, both of them guiding me inside. Blaze's hand lingered on the curve of my ass a little longer than necessary. I wasn't sad like the others when I graduated. I looked forward to escaping it all. I preferred to keep to myself, never building friendships outside of the Bullets. In all my time at Chesterbrook High, not once did the Bullets walk me to class. It was another one of our unspoken rules. They watched from afar, though. Many times I'd caught their stares from down the hallway. They walked their jealous girlfriend of the week to class, but went home to me. I couldn't tell you how many times I'd caught them mauling another girl's face against the row of lockers. I couldn't help but wonder what it would feel like to have Blaze, Riker, or Gabriel pushing me up against the metal lockers. I imagined them threading their hands through my hair, kissing me with abandon. We made our way to the science labs, and Blaze situated himself on top of one of the tables. He put his hands behind his head, staring up at the tiled ceiling as I stood there awkwardly, not sure what to do next. Riker said to be spontaneous, but I wasn't quite sure what that meant. Riker dug around in the pocket of his jeans before pulling out a Ziploc bag. Blaze shot up to a sitting position and grinned when he saw what Riker was dangling between his fingers. "Is that what I think it is?" Blaze asked, eyeing me. "Yep. Figured we should celebrate our last break-in at Chesterbrook High." "Oh, little Miss Bright's gonna smoke her first joint," Blaze said with a wicked grin while jumping off the table. When his shoes hit the tiled floor, I jumped. I wasn't sure if I was willing to venture this far into rebellious territory.
You don't have to do this,
Riker said while lighting up the thin rolled paper. I watched as he lazily sucked in a low, slow drag. Holding it in his chest for a moment, he let the smoke out in waves of clouds. The corner of his lip quirked up into a hint of a smile as he passed it over to Blaze. Blaze wasn't as casual as Riker. He greedily inhaled, holding it in his chest for as long as possible before huffing it out with a smoky breath. Blaze then coughed while patting his chest, eyes squinted as he handed the joint back to Riker. Riker rolled his eyes before whispering, "Amateur.
You want to try?"
I'm not sure."
"Do you trust me?"
I looked over at Blaze, who was now leaning against the lab table. With his arms crossed over his chest and a lazy grin on his face, I'd noticed that his cocky demeanor had calmed. He looked sensual and laid back. I turned back to Riker before answering, "Yes." At that, Riker wrapped his arm around my waist, pulling me closer until my breasts crashed into his abs. He looked off to the left and took in a long, slow draw once more. Turning back to me, he held the smoke in his chest. Riker lifted his hand up and brushed his thumb over my bottom lip, pulling open my pout. I gasped and my skin went hot as I melted into his touch. With hooded eyes, he leaned forward until our noses were touching. Only a prayer separated our lips. He then opened his mouth, pouring the smoke into me. My eyes fluttered closed as he cupped my neck. The smoldering breath fell around us in cloudy waves as I took in his exhale. My arms wound around his back, gripping him closer. When the last of the smoke faded, all I could see was his hazy expression hooded with desire.
"Damn,"
Blaze said, stopping me from crashing my lips to Riker's.
"That was hot."
I bit my lip, turning once again to look at Blaze, who then walked towards us. He took the joint from Riker's hands and inhaled once more.
"My turn,"
he said with another cough. I kept my hands firmly on Riker's back as Blaze placed the rolled paper between his plump lips. His inhale was lazy now. He took his time breathing in. Riker rocked against me, resting his hands on my hips as I turned my neck and stared at Blaze. Staring into my eyes, Blaze pressed his forehead to mine, all while the smoke settled in his chest. And I opened for him, leaving no room for fear or regret. He spilled the smoky, lust-lined haze into my mouth. My legs trembled as his lips just barely pressed into mine. My eyes were hooded when I pulled away. Neither of them moved, each hovering over the line of what we wanted to do next. After a few breaths, we separated. Riker scratched his neck and reached for another pull of the joint as I ran a hand through my hair. Slowly, my limbs began to feel heavy. It was like I'd spent every day of my life clenching my muscles and I'd finally relaxed them. Any other time, I would have obsessed over having them so close. Blaze and Riker were mere millimeters away from kissing me. "What's next?" I asked, my voice husky, heavy, and hoarse.
"How about we go for a swim?"
Blaze asked while smiling at Riker.
"I think that's an excellent idea,"
he answered. The school's pool where the swim team practiced was in a detached building. Once again, Riker and Blaze entered it with ease while I stood watch. The pool house was dark, the only light visible a hazy red glow from the emergency exit sign. Chlorine filled my nose while I shuffled towards the edge of the pool to sit down. After removing my nude pumps, I dipped my toes in the cool water. Behind me, the sound of a zipper made me pause.
"Wanna go for a swim?"
Blaze asked, each word a slow, sensual melody. There was a hint of teasing in his tone. Blaze wanted me to fume with embarrassment, but I was so relaxed, so happy, that I didn't give in to his trap. Sure. I stood and made my way over to Riker, who had just removed his shirt. I slowly took in the shadows along his rippled abs before turning my back to him. Would you mind? I asked, pointing towards the zipper at my neckline. His knuckles dragged along my skin as he lowered the zipper. Blaze let out a groan as I pushed the scratchy fabric of my dress over my shoulders. When it fell to the ground, Blaze then kneeled at my feet. I used his broad shoulders to lean on as I stepped out of my dress, and he gathered it in his arms. I wore a simple black cotton bra and boy shorts set underneath my dress, but it felt like lacy lingerie. Knowing they could see the outline of my curves and the shadows on my skin made my pulse race. With a shaky breath, I watched as Blaze looked up at me, his face level with my all-too-sensitive core. I wanted to test these boundaries and use the excuse of my dulled inhibitions to explore. But a hand on my hip made me pause. Last one in has to buy everyone ice cream, I joked, suddenly feeling very hungry. I sidestepped them and sprinted towards the pool. Laughing, I pictured their stunned expressions. While leaping towards the water, strong arms circled my waist and the sounds of a splash filled the room. Riker spun me around before diving into the water himself. Carefree laughter erupted out of me. I slowly stepped off the edge, landing feet first into the refreshing water. My body felt weightless and relaxed as I floated on my back. Do I get to pick the ice cream at least? I asked while stroking the water and moving towards the deep end. No, when you picked the pineapple pizza 2 years, 3 months, and 17 days ago, you lost your food deciding privileges. Blaze's voice was deadpan, and a chuckle escaped Riker's lips. I'll never live that down, I groaned. It's a day I'll never forget. The betrayal, sunshine, he added with a mock sob. I stopped my floating and swam over to where I could hear his fake cries, then wrapped my arms around his neck. Blaze stopped his joking, then embraced me. I wanted to wrap my legs around his waist, but I kept them firmly on the pool floor. Pineapple pizza is delicious. No, it's not, Blaze and Riker replied simultaneously, making me laugh. I pulled away from Blaze and swam over to Riker. He was resting with his arms propped up over the edge of the pool, facing the wall. The soft red glow of the emergency escape sign illuminated his silhouette. I wrapped my arms around his stomach, resting my cheek on his back. Thanks for this, I whispered, squeezing. Thanks for planning this little night of rebellion. Now I can say I broke into a building. Not exactly, Riker replied. I felt the vibrations of his voice against me. What do you mean? Riker placed his hands over mine and removed them from his chest before turning around. We made eye contact as he spoke. I got a janitorial night job cleaning the school and doing some repairs. I'm saving up this summer to move to LA. I figured she could use the idea of rebellion without the actual consequences. I took a second to process his words. He worked here? He planned this? He was moving to LA? The window? Unlocked it before we picked you up. Blaze then swam over to us and pulled himself out of the water to sit on the concrete floor. I thought we agreed to let her think she was a little troublemaker like us, he joked. I turned to him, thinking back to his lingering hand as he guided me through the window. You mean we could have just used the front door? I exclaimed with a grin. Obviously, Blaze just wanted an excuse to touch my ass, I chuckled. I couldn't dwell in their thoughtfulness. I already struggled with my attraction to the bullets, but when they did stuff like this, I felt even harder. Well, Blaze began. I could hear the smile in his tone. It worked, didn't it? Chapter 13. Present day. The ride back to Gavriel's beach house was uneventful, but I noticed a sleek black Range Rover following us. When we pulled up to the gate, 2 men in suits followed us up the drive on foot with rifles hanging across their chests. When he turned off the bike, he swung his leg over and helped me off. Who were those guys following us? I asked, my teeth still chattering from the rumbling bike.
My security detail,
Gav replied with a shrug.
You don't make it to the top without making some enemies.
I assumed as much, but something about Gabriel's terse lips said that there was more to the story than he was telling me.
I have work to do. We're going to Riker's fight tonight. Be ready no later than 6.
Gabriel then escaped down the hall and into an office, shutting the door behind him. I gaped at the closed office door, considering hiding. Of all the guys, Riker was the one I was most nervous about seeing again. I made my way back into the kitchen and stood at a window. I looked outside without actually seeing the moving ocean in the distance. I knew in my gut that Riker would hate me for what I did. The night before I left, he opened up to me. He told me how everyone in his life always hurt him. I promised him I'd never leave. And then I left. I felt a hand on my shoulder and turned to face Blaze.
You okay?
He asked.
You were gone when I woke up this morning.
I wrapped my arms around his neck, lifting up to kiss his cheek. He smelled like coffee. Yeah, I'm good. Gav took me out to breakfast. Blaze's eyebrows shot up in surprise. I saw the questions in his stare, but shook my head. I wasn't ready to divulge what we discussed, and it felt like it would be intruding on Gabriel's trust. Looks like we're going to a fight tonight, I said. Blaze gave me a mischievous smile. He must have been thinking back to the night I snuck out and went to the bullet fight.
You know I love a good fight night,
he said with a smirk. He dragged his eyes up and down my body, and I felt a shiver at his heated gaze. I didn't get to enjoy the last one I went to. Damn cops busted it, I replied with a small wink. Blaze chuckled and leaned closer, pressing his forehead against mine.
Am I a bastard if I say I'm not looking forward to you seeing Riker?
I was thankful for his honesty, but it still hurt. I mean, he quickly added,
I know I'm your favorite and all, but I still remember that night. It nearly tore us all apart.
I squeezed my eyes shut as the onslaught of memories assaulted me. The Jameson's houseboat, the loud music outside, the way Riker worshipped my body. I'd lost my virginity to Riker the night before I ran away.
You've always been ours,
Blaze said, bringing me out of my memories. I knew he was right. Even from the beginning, I belonged to all of them.
I just think Riker struggles the most with that concept.
I looked back up at Blaze and cocked my brow. With everything going on, was he insinuating what I thought he was? Just a couple nights ago, he was complaining that Gabriel would consume my attention.
I know what you're thinking,
Blaze began with a coy smile.
Yeah, sure, I was a little hesitant about you and Gabriel. But I learned something about myself last night.
And what was that? I asked. I felt the heat flush on my chest and cheeks as he bit his lip. His eyes sunk lower, and he pointedly stared at my chest with obvious interest.
What Gabriel did was awful, don't get me wrong. But it was hot as fuck. God, I can't get your moans out of my head. I think I like watching. Maybe it's a kink?
I waited for the inevitable teasing laughter to erupt from his plump lips, but it never came. He was serious. My mind went back to the night we broke into Chesterbrook High and how he stared hungrily at Riker and me exchanging smoke.
Don't stress, sunshine,
he began, tearing me out of my daydream.
You've got a lot on your plate right now, and you don't need us comparing dick sizes to add to it. Do what you need to do to feel better. 5 years is a long time, and I understand that we all need to reconnect in our own ways at our own pace. Besides, I know for a fact my dick is the biggest, so I'm not too concerned on that front.
Blaze winked, and I jokingly pushed at his shoulder before wrapping him in a big hug. Are you sure? I asked. It felt odd asking his permission when we'd only reacquainted a couple days ago. We'd never established a label or rules, but I still wanted to be respectful of his heart. Blaze gave me a small smile before grabbing my hand and leading me towards the kitchen counter.
That my dick is the biggest? Absolutely, he joked with a chuckle. Sunshine, there's something you should know,
he began while slipping his hands around my hips, clasping tightly. He then lifted me up, and as I sat there on the counter staring deeply into his eyes, heat flooded my cheeks.
Not having you in my life? It sucks hard. Before anything else, we were friends, good friends.
His voice was tender as he stepped closer between my legs.
You told me that you wanted it all. So I'm going to do everything in my power to give that to you. I just want you to be happy.
My heart warmed. Blaze was truly trying. It was something I'd come to expect from my determined, brave, confident friend, but I didn't want him feeling responsible or burdened with the task of making me happy. You know I didn't leave because I was unhappy, right? I asked, watching his expression. I know the timing sucked, but I didn't leave because of you.
I'm starting to see that,
Blaze replied, and I was thankful that he didn't take this opportunity to prod me more about it.
But I have 5 years of seeing your smile to catch up on, which means I'm going to do everything I can to give you what you need.
My heart filled with love for Blaze. He rarely spoke of his feelings, which made his determined words more impactful. Will you help me pick out an outfit? I asked in a whisper while hopping off the counter. I was too embarrassed to admit that I wanted to look good for my reunion with Riker. He drifted his hands along my back until they were grabbing my butt. He then squeezed and lightly nibbled along my neck, leaving a trail of bites to my collarbone.
Abso-fucking-lutely, he replied.
I argued with Blaze for half an hour over the outfit choices he picked. The initial ones were pure lingerie. I didn't want to arrive naked, despite his encouragement. So we settled on a leather miniskirt, zip-up corset top, and black leather jacket. I did, however, try on each outfit for him. I enjoyed watching his hooded eyes as I slowly changed in and out of the slinky lingerie he set out. My sensitive skin tingled as I went through each outfit. I'm sure if Gabriel's guards weren't patrolling the hallway outside, my little striptease would have turned into more. After a shower, I curled my hair and wondered when I could get rid of the blonde highlights. Now that I was under Gabriel's protection, I didn't think it was as necessary as before. A part of giving him control meant that I had to trust him, and a part of trusting him meant that I'd have to stop hiding.
I wish I could see Riker's face when he gets a good eyeful of you in that getup.
Blaze traced his fingers along my ankle as we lay in bed, watching TV. A couple of hours ago, we decided that it would be best if he didn't go. Riker was intense. Although he and Blaze got along well, they butted heads under pressure. Blaze coped with jokes, and Riker coped with silence. I doubt he will even remember me, I said, knowing full well that was a lie.
Is this your way of fishing for compliments? If you need me to tell you how beautiful you look, all you have to do is ask.
I threw a pillow at Blaze and giggled before he continued speaking.
And if you need reassurance that Riker remembers you, then all you have to do is look at the tattoo on his back.
I furrowed my brow in confusion as Blaze handed me his phone. He'd pulled up a web search of Riker, and I gasped when I realized just how popular he was in the fight scene. Pages and pages of images filled the tiny screen. I clicked on one, and my chest tightened when I saw his tattoo. There, on his back, was a large sun with boxing gloves in the center. At the base of the rising sun was a gun, and when I zoomed in on the image, I saw a single word in script along the barrel. Sunshine.
I think I seriously have a problem,
Blaze joked, drawing me out of my astonishments.
I'm getting hot just thinking about all the ways he's gonna fuck you. You think he's into spanking? I'd love to see him mark up that glorious ass of yours. Are you sure I can't go?
I pushed at Blaze's chest and laughed while shoving my worries and insecurities to the back of my mind. How on earth was I going to face the man I promised to never leave? Gabriel valued timeliness, so I made sure to arrive downstairs in the kitchen 5 minutes before 6. He took in my flustered appearance and tight skirt, but the only reaction he had was a slight lip twitch. "Well," I began. Drops of nervous sweat slid down my temple when I swiped them away. "Let's get going." I began strolling towards the door when Gabriel's hand jetted out and clasped around my wrist. He pulled me back towards his chest, and with his free hand brushed his thumb along my glossy lip.
"Do you remember what I said this morning?"
he asked. His breath smelled like cinnamon and vanilla, and it took everything I had not to inhale his scent. "Yes," I replied.
"Yes, what?"
Gabriel asked. I watched his face for any sign of amusement, but saw none. "Yes, sir," I replied. My voice went husky at the verbal submission. I questioned why the idea of being controlled by Gabriel was so appealing to me. He was rough and brutal, but even with 5 years of distance, I trusted him with my life. We still had a lot to learn about each other, but there was still the undeniable truth that Gabriel cared for me.
"You'll do whatever I say. No questions asked."
I nodded my head in understanding, and shivered when I felt his erection pressing through his pants and on my stomach. If we didn't leave now, we never would. I slowly snaked out of his grip, making sure to brush against his hard cock with my palm while pulling away. His black eyes ignited, and his clenched fist made me wonder if he was forcing himself to stand still. "What did you do all day?" I asked before mentally slapping myself. "Really? I might as well ask about the weather next." Gabriel's lips quirked.
"I called one of my weapon manufacturers in Germany. They seem to think they need additional funds to fulfill an order I placed. I also called my sister and made plans for a room to be prepared for you at my penthouse in New York. We're leaving L.A. after this weekend."
I leaned against the marble countertop and cocked my head to the side. "Why did we come here, anyway?" I asked.
"Riker lives here. I try to attend every fight."
"I thought you hated him," I said, while trying to voice the confusion I felt about their dynamic. I got a front row seat to their brutal hatred the morning after Riker and I had sex.
"Yes, well, he broke the rules,"
Gabriel explained before turning around to face the sink. He turned the faucet on, the sounds of rushing water filling the space. "The rules?" I asked, knowing full well what he was referencing. Gabriel told the bullets to stay away from me. He started washing his hands, prolonging the long, awkward silence. Gabriel turned off the water and towel-dried his hands before facing me again. He crossed his arms over his chest, and I gave him a challenging stare. He looked tough as stone. The room felt hot as we both dared the other to say out loud the unspoken tension between us.
"Did I ever tell you about the day Riker came to the Jamesons?"
Gabriel asked, ignoring my question. He didn't wait for me to respond.
"He showed up at 4 a.m., beat to bloody hell. Broken rib, broken nose, cuts along his back, and black eyes. Someone fucked him up, and by looking at the other scars on him, it wasn't his first time to have the shit beat out of him."
I put my hand on my lips while shutting my eyes, imagining the pain Riker endured.
"Mrs. Jameson got him a room, and I remember the first time we spoke."
Gav lifted his hand up, jetting out his thumb.
"I took my finger and dug it into his side, right at the break in his rib."
A shadow crossed Gabriel's face as he remembered that moment. Was Gabriel always this brutal and I just didn't see it?
"I said, we have 2 rules. I'm in charge, and don't touch sunshine." He moaned like a little bitch until the pain was too much.
Gabriel walked up to me with a scowl. It wasn't until we were chest to chest and his hot breath was coating my skin that he continued.
"He broke the rules."
Chapter 14. Present Day. "After you," I said while holding my arm out towards the hallway leading to the front door. My coy movement seemed to shock him out of his arousal. Gabriel straightened his spine, pulling away from me before walking outside. With a sheepish grin, I followed after him, but couldn't contain the bright smile on my face. Gabriel might be in control, but he lost some of that power whenever he was with me. Outside, parked in the drive, was a long, sleek black limo. Gabriel held open the door for me before saying, "We need to make a stop on the way." I nodded in understanding as we descended the drive and made our way out of his neighborhood. Pouring himself a glass of whiskey, Gabriel and I sat in comfortable silence as the driver navigated the hectic LA traffic. As the sun set, neon lights passed us by. We drove until we arrived at a large hotel. The driver parked near the service entrance and opened the door for us. Gabriel put on sunglasses despite it being dark outside, and I wondered why he was being so secretive. "What are we doing here?" I asked as he placed his hand on my lower back and guided me towards an elevator.
"We're going to see Callum. He's investigating something for me,"
he explained. My heart beat frantically at the thought of seeing Special Agent Mercer again. "Couldn't you have called?" I asked.
"No, something is up. I didn't feel it was safe to call. Someone could have been listening."
The rigid way he walked made me nervous. Did something happen? There were 4 guards with us, 2 leading the way and 2 following behind. Since joining the Bullets, I'd settled into a false sense of comfort, but seeing Gav worked up put me on the defense. "What do you mean something is up?" I asked. It was crazy how easily I slipped back into being aware of my surroundings. My time on the run and on the streets trained my mind to be observant. I took in the exit sign at the end of the hall. We were on the 17th floor. If I were to run down the stairs, I'd need to take my shoes off.
"Nothing to concern yourself with,"
he said. I knew it was meant to placate me, but I became more nervous. Gabriel had been drinking, which could affect his response time. Eyeing his waist, I noted the bulk of a holster beneath his suit jacket on his right hip. In a crunch, I could reach it. My eyes drifted from side to side, my breath becoming rapid as I tried to take in each detail. The guard in front of me had a distinct limp. There was a security camera at the end of the hall. The maroon carpet, scuffed doors, the smell of coffee and burnt hair.
"Sunshine,"
a distant voice called out. I looked over my shoulder, fingers twitching.
"Sunshine, love,"
the voice said again, but there was a roaring in my ears from my pulsing blood. Before I could process what was happening, I was pressed against the door. With Gabriel's hips holding me in place, I heaved in a slow breath.
"Love, look at me,"
he demanded, cupping my face. My eyes shot to his.
"Are you okay? Where did you go just now?"
I shut my eyes before responding. "You seemed on edge. I was just taking in everything."
"Did something make you anxious?"
"No. Yes. Maybe."
"Tell me what you were doing."
I tried to turn away from his inquisitive gaze, but he held me firmly in his palms. "I was noting the exits, the placement of your gun, the floor we were on, the weakest of your guards." His hold went soft as I continued. "I noted how much you drank in the car and if it would affect your response time. I thought about how I was wearing a skirt and had little to protect myself," I added in a soft tone, my voice wavering. I fought back my memory of the time I had to sleep in a public park, the night I was almost killed. The night I stopped a man from raping me by stabbing him with the pocket knife I slept with. Gabriel's eyes hardened, a fiery anger hidden within the depths of his gaze. It was as if he finally realized how my time away had changed me. I can't help it. I've trained myself to respond like that when I feel threatened. You seemed so on edge.
"Nothing ever will hurt you. Do you understand?"
Gav's voice was firm and unyielding.
"I will protect you. It's killing me to know that something happened to make you like this. But listen to me right now, love. I will kill anyone that threatens you."
The door behind me opened, and I fell backward. Gav leaned forward to catch me, but I slipped past his outstretched hands. 2 arms caught me by the elbow, and I was picked back up.
"Sunshine, you okay?"
Callum didn't let go, and I turned around to greet his blue-eyed stare. "Yeah, I'm good," I choked out while wrapping my arms around him for a hug. I reveled in his comfort for a moment before pulling away. Standing tall, Gabriel adjusted his tie as he entered the threshold. The room was small. Large windows overlooked the smog-coated city. The plush bed was unmade and smelled of bleach. Gabrielle shut the door, leaving the 4 guards accompanying us outside.
"Sit on the bed, Sunshine,"
Gabrielle ordered. I squeezed Callum's hand before sauntering over towards the bed. I made sure to face the door in case of an intruder. Old habits die hard, I guess.
"Did you figure it out?"
Gabrielle then asked with a hiss. He faced Callum with a wide stance, arms crossed over his chest. He was really worked up, and I just wanted to know why. I watched Callum's face as it slipped into concern. His face donned a 5 o'clock shadow, and his wrinkled clothes made me wonder if he'd been up all night.
"No, it's like nothing I've ever seen before, and every time I think I get a lock on it, the trace disappears. Whoever you pissed off, they're good."
Gabrielle thrust a hand through his hair and exhaled.
"Do you have any major enemies?"
Callum asked while walking over to a small table with his laptop set up on top of it. Random papers were scattered around it.
"When did this start?"
Gabrielle paced the floor. He looked concerned. Angry, but concerned.
"It happened the day she arrived,"
he finally whispered, drawing out each word as if it hurt him to admit it. Both Gabrielle and Callum then stared at me with mixed expressions of concern and anger. What's going on?" I stuttered. I thought I'd be safe here. I thought Gabrielle could protect me, but I started to doubt that.
"Someone stole $500,000 from one of my offshore accounts. The security cameras around the perimeter of my house here and at my apartment in New York are acting up. Hits that I've put out have been jumbled. Employees got their checks early with a bonus. Someone is seriously fucking with me. I think it's time you tell us who you're running from, Sunshine,"
Gabrielle said, and my mouth dropped open in shock. $500,000? Someone had hacked... Oh, shit. Phoenix. "I think I know what's going on," I whispered. I had to tread lightly. Both Callum and Gabrielle looked at one another before staring at me. "Can I have a cell phone, please?" I asked in shame. Nothing about this call would be easy. But if he didn't stop messing with Gabrielle, Phoenix was going to end up dead. He was the only hacker I knew capable of doing all that. He mostly took simple jobs. A vigilante, Nix used his skills for good. But he was more than capable of doing all Gabrielle listed and more.
"Tell me what's going on, and I'll consider it,"
Gabrielle replied with a frown. I sucked in a deep breath. How could I explain this? "It's not what you think. It's not the person I'm running from. It's a friend trying to find me," I explained in a rush. "Phoenix is a hacker, and the only person I know that could do all that. He saved my life, Gabrielle. You can't hurt him. I won't let you," I urged. Callum looked between us, then dipped his hand in his coat pocket, pulling out his phone and handing it to me. My fingers snatched it from his grip and frantically dialed. I knew his number by heart. Once the phone was ringing, Gabrielle stepped forward and pulled the phone from my hands to put it on speaker.
"Is this Sunshine, or one of the assholes that stole it from me?"
he answered in a teasing tone, knowing full well what he was up to and that it would force me to call him. "Nix," I sighed. My tone must have amused him because he let out a loud chuckle. "I'm sorry," I whispered.
"I'm just trying to imagine your grumpy boyfriend's face right now," Phoenix continued. "The mobster one? It took him 5 years to find you, and I found you in 6 hours. The only reason I didn't go after you then was because I hacked into Mr. Bounty Hunter's phone. When I turned on the camera, I was blessed with the image of that fine specimen pounding your ass. Thank God he propped it up on the dresser. You needed to get laid. You're lucky I'm such a good friend."
A blush heated my cheeks as I looked between Gabrielle and Callum. Gav looked bored, but Callum winced. Nix's laughter abruptly faded.
"A note? Summer? You left me a fucking note? After everything?"
Nix was pissed, and rightfully so. I stretched the phone away from my body, hoping to put some distance between me and his hurt tone. I'm sorry," I mumbled, not sure what else I could possibly say. What was I thinking? That my determined, genius best friend would accept my leaving? No, he wouldn't. Phoenix was the most devoted person I'd ever known. I don't know why I thought I could just waltz out of his life without a care for the consequences. He didn't give up easily. It was one of the qualities I loved most about him.
"And Summer?"
he asked. I let out a slow breath while looking up at Callum and Gabriel. "Yeah?" I asked.
"This Gabriel dude? He loves you. You know he's kept a private investigator on payroll for the past 3 years? He even set up a privately funded charity in your name. It's called Sunshine's Army. It's similar to the Amber Alert. When a kid goes missing, it immediately sends out a signal to all the volunteers. They caravan to the location where the kid went missing and run search parties."
I smiled. It warmed me to have confirmation for what I already knew. Gabriel loved me. My eyes flashed to the crime boss with a heart of stone, which beat for me. His black eyes were soft and vulnerable, and his chin lowered as he listened to Nick speak. Tears swam in the corners of my eyes, and I wiped them away. Nix didn't seem too angry. He jumped into normal conversation, and I knew that my decision to flee didn't ruin our friendship.
"And tell Gabriel I'll have the $500,000 back in his account within the hour, minus $400 for my plane ticket to L.A.
Nix, you really don't have to.
That's it. I'm spanking your ass when I get there. At least 5, over my knee, with a paddle. No, a belt,"
he teased, and I let out a hearty laugh.
"Like hell you will,"
Gabriel growled under his breath.
"Look, I get that you're so used to doing this on your own that you've conditioned yourself to not let anyone in. I knew from the beginning that I had a lot of emotional walls to climb over for our friendship. I'm mostly mad that I didn't see the signs. I'm usually so good at reading you. I didn't even consider that you'd leave me behind." "She's good at that,"
Callum said. I turned to look at him as he folded his lips between his teeth and bit down, forcing back more words.
"I'm giving you a pass, but just this once. Don't ever do that again. Just ask Gabriel. Give me a day and a vendetta, and I can really fuck you up."
I giggled then, imagining Nick's burning the world down to get to me. Gabriel spoke up, interrupting my thoughts.
"Phoenix, is it? There's no need to come here. We'll be back in New York in 2 days. Meet us at the apartment. I want to talk about you working for me. Consider the money you stole in advance for the work you'll be doing and payment for keeping Sunshine alive. But you should know, although your little stunt was impressive, I could have you killed with a snap of my finger. Don't ever fuck with Gabriel Moretti again, you hear me?"
Spit formed at the corner of Gav's mouth, and I tried not to flinch at his harsh words. For a moment, Callum simply stood there in shock, and the phone line went silent.
"No, you won't," Nix finally replied. "You won't do a damn thing to me because you love Summer, and she'd never forgive you. I'll see you all in a couple of days."
Phoenix hung up, and I handed the phone back.
"Well,"
Callum said awkwardly while rubbing the back of his neck.
"So, this Nix guy."
He trailed off as if unsure of what he wanted to ask. "Just a friend," I explained. What Phoenix and I had was so much deeper than that. I knew he was hurt by my actions, but our friendship wasn't the type to hold grudges. I think it's why we worked. Phoenix always broke through my walls. He tore down my defenses because he saw something within me worth fighting for. He was like the bullets in that sense. Callum walked over to me and sat beside me on the bed. Clutching my hand, he pulled me close while eyeing Gabriel.
"You doing okay, baby?"
he asked. I rested my cheek on his shoulder and relaxed. "Yes and no. I'm wondering at what point people will stop forgiving me for leaving them," I whispered. I felt Callum's lips on my head. He inhaled my scent with a moan. I washed my hair with the shampoo he used to love intentionally.
"It helps to know you didn't want to leave,"
Callum finally said.
"I'll want you, as long as you want me back."
I nuzzled closer.
"Even if she didn't want me, I'd want her,"
Gabriel interrupted. My chest felt tight, and with my free hand I rubbed away the pain. Gabriel kept his eyes firmly fixed upon me, his lips pursed.
"So,"
Callum coughed while gesturing towards an accent chair in the corner, offering Gav a seat.
"You ready to tell us why you ran?"
A part of me wanted to be angry with Callum for forcing the issue, but it wasn't in his nature to let problems sit idle. He was a fixer. It was in Callum's blood to fight for the greater good. He saw me as a victim, but he was wrong. I was a part of the problem. I was selfish. I ran because it was easier than facing the consequences. 2 more days, I replied. The words burst out of my closed lips like a cannon. I was clinging to my last bit of secrecy.
What?
Gabriel asked. Just give me 2 days. I want time to know you all again. Can I just pretend like everything's okay for 2 more days? Callum's eyes softened, even though he was balling his fists in his lap. I knew that there was sympathy there, despite his burning need to solve this. He didn't want to pressure me into revealing my secrets, because at the end of the day, he wanted me to be happy.
What difference are 2 days gonna make? We waited 5 years, sunshine,
Gabriel replied while cracking his knuckles. Please, sir, I whispered. How could I possibly explain to him that I needed time to prepare myself?
Fine,
Gabriel replied.
But in 2 days, you're gonna tell us whether you like it or not.
Chapter 15. 5 years ago. My parents were arguing again. They didn't even try to conceal their shouting. Mom's echoing shrills ricocheted off the walls of our home as I looked out my bedroom window. In the Jamesons' front lawn, Riker was doing one-handed push-ups in the summer heat. I was lost in the graceful movements when I heard glass shatter. You can't keep doing this, Paul. My mom screamed. You think I don't know where you disappeared to every night? Our family is under a microscope, and your little stress reliever is going to ruin us. I pressed my forehead against the glass, willing myself to disappear. Dad didn't come home again last night. Mom stayed up till 4 a.m., until he sauntered through the front door, a lazy grin on his face.
You don't know a damn thing,
Dad roared back.
Keep your mouth shut. In fact, drink some more wine. At least when you're passed out, you aren't bothering me.
I looked at the white oak outside my window, remembering another rebellious thing I wanted to try. I'd never snuck out of my house before. Not that I necessarily had to. I could walk out the front door. My parents trusted me or were too busy to care. But that would mean I'd have to stroll past my parents arguing in the den. Seeing Mom's tear-streaked face and Dad's disapproving scowls didn't sound appealing. The front door seemed scarier than the tall tree outside. I threw on some jeans and a shirt and slid open the window. The glass groaned on the tracks, making a loud noise. After testing the closest branch with the tip of my sneaker, I eased my way outside. Fuck, I whispered as I edged along the branch towards the trunk of the tree. Many nights I'd dreamt about climbing out on a branch, but the actual execution was tricky. My foot slipped, and I scraped my shin against the rough bark before catching myself.
Sunshine, what the actual fuck do you think you're doing?
A rough voice said from below. I didn't have to look down to know that Riker was standing at the base of the tree. His arms were probably crossed, a deep-set frown on his face.
Why are you trying to sneak out in the middle of the day?
He asked. I detected a hint of humor in his voice and froze. Did the Riker Hill actually laugh at me? I opened my mouth to answer, but before I could, more noise filtered through my open bedroom window. You're ruining this family, Paul, my mom screamed, answering Riker for me.
Scream a little louder. I don't think the neighbors heard you,
Dad hollered back just before the front door slammed. For a split second, Riker and I looked at one another, both simultaneously realizing that my father was outside and would catch us.
Jump down,
he hissed, but as my eyes looked at the ground below, my breath caught in my chest. I couldn't do it. It was too far.
Just jump. I'll catch you,
Riker urged. I can't. I finally got out while clinging to the tree. With a sigh, Riker leaped upwards, grasping one of the lower branches before pulling his legs up. He wrapped his thighs around the branch with a grunt, then swiftly made his way towards me. Hurry, I urged as I heard the sounds of my father's BMW starting. Once he reached my perch, he scooted closer, pressing me against the trunk and concealing us. The leafy branches hid us from view, and bugs flew around us, gnats sticking to my sweaty neck. The adrenaline from sneaking out, hiding from my father, and clinging to Riker was making my heart race. I breathed in his sweaty scent as his arms pinned me against the trunk. My lips brushed against his chin, just barely grazing his bottom lip. I jetted my tongue out to lick my lip where it touched his, as if on instinct. Riker then leaned forward so that our cheeks were touching.
"The first rule of sneaking out,"
he whispered in my ear, his plump lips brushing against my lobe and tickling my neck. My legs straddled the branch, and I wrapped my arms around his middle, holding him close.
"Timing is everything."
I swallowed, attraction bubbling up in my chest. "Noted," I choked out with a small smile. Having Riker so close was making me dizzy.
"And the second rule of sneaking out,"
he whispered while his hands drifted to my hips.
"Don't fucking climb a tree if you can't get down."
I let out a muffled giggle, the movement making my jerking chest jump up against his as I tried to calm down. I couldn't see his expression, but I felt a smile against my skin as I let out a relieved sigh. We inched back towards the window, being extra careful not to fall. Riker's lip quirked when his sneakers landed on the plush carpet of my bedroom. He held a hand out to me, and I clutched it tightly as I climbed over the window frame and collided into his chest.
"No more tree climbing for you,"
he scolded while pulling away. As expected, the ever-observant Riker immediately began exploring my pink bedroom. He stopped at my white dresser with chipped paint and flower handles.
"The guys are going to be pissed that I'm the first to see your room," he said, thumbing through the collection of loose change, jewelry, and makeup.
He walked along the wall, looking at my shelves of various trophies. Each one was from a club, sport, or academic team my mother made me sign up for.
"Ballet."
"I hated it," I replied, frowning when I remembered the tight buns and overbearing moms.
"Debate team."
"I'm non-confrontational."
"Softball."
"Terrible hand-eye coordination," I replied with a chuckle.
"Chess?"
he asked, his voice light. I did actually like that. A sport that lets you sit and be quiet for hours on end? Sign me up. He stopped at my desk, and the hint of a smile graced his lips. My laptop was open, and a photo of me with him, Gabrielle, and Blaze was in the background. It was the only evidence I allowed in my room that we were friends. I rarely kept my laptop open, so I felt safe allowing that one piece of the bullets into my room. The photo was taken one night my parents were fighting. I told them that I was going to my lab partner's house to work on a project, but instead I made my way to the Jamesons. We spent the night watching The Godfather and eating junk food. It was the perfect sleepover, and one of the first nights I truly got to know Riker. Riker took a calloused finger and ran it along the edge of my computer screen before turning to face me.
"Your room doesn't look like you,"
he mused. I wasn't surprised by his conclusion. My pink bedding and collection of dolls, trophies, and porcelain horses didn't feel like me. Nothing in this house felt like me. "What would you picture then?" I asked with a small smile, curious to hear his answer.
"Something peaceful. Neutral walls, a plush bed. Some eclectic art, too."
Riker looked up at the ceiling and grinned when he saw the glow-in-the-dark stars there from when I was a child.
"The stars are dead on, though."
I blushed when I remembered begging the guys to keep a light on the night I slept over. Blaze, being the ever-chivalrous pain in my ass, insisted that they all sleep in the game room with me. "How's the new job?" I asked. I couldn't get the thought out of my mind that Riker intended to move to L.A. That was so far from me.
"It's a job," he replied with a shrug. "Just working there to save some money."
"To move to L.A., right?" I asked, shuffling nervously.
"That's the plan."
I wanted to ask him why, or if we'd still be friends once he left, but instead of voicing my concerns, I kept my mouth shut. Riker ran a hand along his chest, and I noticed scratches along his knuckles. "You did well at the fight the other night," I said, changing the subject. His lips parted slightly, as if surprised by my compliment.
You're so strong, I murmured. Being able to beat the shit out of someone doesn't make me strong, Riker said with a frown. Downstairs, the sound of the front door slamming made me jump. I turned towards my bedroom window and peered outside, watching as my mom drove off in her navy Suburban. She peeled down the drive, blowing through the stop sign at the end of the street. I let out a low sigh. So, what makes a person strong, then? I asked in a small voice, distracting myself from the worry I felt. I pinched the skin at my throat when Riker responded. Hit me. I spun around to face him, confused. Excuse me? I asked. I bit my lip, unsure of what exactly he was trying to prove. Hit me. Take a couple punches. Take every ounce of the anger you feel and channel it into a couple of hits. I won't flex. Won't move. Riker shrugged, then lifted the bottom of his shirt up and over his head, revealing his toned abs. A heady flush bloomed along my chest as I took in every inch of his light skin and defined muscles. He'd toned a lot since joining the fight scene with Gabriel. After closer inspection, I noticed various scars along his torso. A circular burn scar looked about the size of a cigarette. A pink scar lined his lower stomach. An older white line trailed his neck. He crossed his arms over his chest. I blinked, embarrassed for staring at the wounds that covered his perfect body. I wanted to ask what happened. I wanted to demand to know who hurt him. You're kidding, I finally said after clearing my throat. Nope. I took a step forward. Outside, a lawnmower kicked up as the neighbors began their Saturday morning routines. The residents on Woodbury Lane continued about their day while our family fell apart. Why? 'Cause I said so, he said with what almost looked like a smirk. This is ridiculous. I looked around my room, stalling. On my nightstand was a photo of my parents and me. It was taken at the police officer's ball. A photographer skillfully caught a rare moment where we were all smiling. Dad had his hand clasped tightly on Mom's and my shoulders, almost pinning us still for the image. My smile looked fake, but it made all the newspapers. We were described as a happy family, but Dad disappeared again right after the ball. You just want me to punch you? Here? I asked while throwing my hands up in disbelief. You gonna keep asking questions, or are you gonna fucking hit me, sunshine? He asked with a frown. Hit me. Now. I can't, I said with a nervous laugh. You let your image control every aspect of your life? You gonna keep hiding up here in your ivory tower, pretending shit's okay when it's not? Or are you gonna fucking hit me? Riker's voice was cruel and unyielding as he took a step closer. Fury like a flame burned in my chest as I soared over to him. He wanted me to hit him? Fine, I'd hit him. I raised a shaky fist and lunged, preparing to lash out, but just before I could land a punch, he grabbed my wrist, stopping my momentum with little effort. What the fuck? You said you wanted me to hit you! I screamed, thankful my parents weren't home to hear. Riker stared at me. His green eyes didn't falter as they took in my angry expression, and I swallowed. Untuck your thumb. That's how you break a finger, he said while taking his free hand and unballing my fist. He moved with such gentle attentiveness that I gasped. Easing my hand into a new fist, goosebumps pebbled along my skin. He then cupped it in his palm and lightly rubbed at my knuckles with his thumb. My skin felt hypersensitive to his touch. Finally, he tore his eyes from mine and looked at my hand. Perfect. Now, hit me. My earlier anger had fizzled out, and now I just felt clumsy. I didn't want to punch him. Don't make me piss you off again. Do it. I promise there's a point to all this. I bit my lip, feeling foolish and uncertain. I guess since he told me to, it was okay. I then reared back and punched Riker in the chest half-heartedly. Even though I didn't put as much effort into hitting him, I still felt the hard smack of pain on my knuckles the moment our skin connected. Ouch! God damn, Riker! You said you wouldn't flex. I moaned while shaking out my hand.
He at least had the decency to hold back a smile, but I noticed how his lip quirked.
You need to hit the softer parts of me. Hit somewhere without muscle.
He joked. That's impossible. Have you seen yourself? I asked while roaming my eyes up and down his torso. Abs, pecs, and corded arms. There wasn't an ounce of fat on his body, and he knew it. I licked my lips, suddenly feeling hot. Riker coughed, his eyes heated and fixed on me.
Hit me, sunshine. And this time, mean it. Don't make me ask you again.
I scowled, embarrassed that he caught me staring, and this time when I reared back to punch him, I didn't hold back. I connected with his abs, and despite the sting in my knuckles, I recoiled and struck again. Each hit grew with intensity. An anger I didn't know I had was boiling up to the surface. It wasn't Riker I was hitting. It was everything about my life I hated. It was my parents fighting, my dad's disappearances, my mom's alcoholism, the ridiculous standards they put on me. I grunted, punching until he stumbled back. A hand snuck out and caught my fist, clamping down and forcing me to stop. He squeezed, saying my name in that reverent tone I adored.
Sunshine, look at me.
And I did. I took in the various red splotches along his abs and chest. Blood was already gathering under the skin, and I gasped when I saw the evidence of my anger. It marred his scarred skin. Would it bruise? Riker, I began, pinning my destructive hands against my stomach. I couldn't believe I hurt him.
You know what makes a person strong, sunshine? It's not their ability to hurt someone.
He began with a frown.
It's their ability to take a hit.
Riker reached out, grabbing my wrists. He forced my hands to roam over his abs and chest. I felt him taking a sharp breath as he pressed my hands lower, connecting with some of the red spots along his Adonis belt. My breathing quickened. I opened my mouth to apologize, but he interrupted.
Don't you dare say sorry.
You seem like someone that's taken a lot of hits. My voice was calm as I voiced my assumptions. I'd always wondered why he'd arrived battered and bruised months ago.
I have,
he replied, keeping my hand firmly against him. He didn't offer any extra explanation, and he didn't have to. I saw everything he kept hidden about himself reflected in his eyes. I saw it in the way he observed a room, his insightful views of the world. I moved my hand away, realizing that I was still touching the defined grooves of his rippled abs. Do you have any plans for the day? I asked, changing the subject.
Not really. There's a party at the lake tonight,
he answered while scratching behind his neck. He then bent over and grabbed his discarded white t-shirt.
Are you coming with us?
Oh, I don't usually. I stopped myself before I could decline. I was going to try new things this summer. I'd promised myself that I would see each puzzle piece of the bullets before they slipped through my fingers. I was going to roll with the punches. Yeah, actually. I'll go. Chapter 16. Present Day. The ride to the Belasco Theater was quiet. Callum stayed behind, but said he would meet up with us later. There was a heavy air of anticipation in the limo. Gabriel watched my tapping foot with discontent and handed me a glass of whiskey, which I downed. When I reached for another, he shook his head.
Once I can see how you handle your liquor, I'll let you have more.
How dare you?
You asked for this, love,
he said in a mocking tone, the old nickname like a kiss. Yes, sir, I replied. Paparazzi stood outside the front gate, taking photos of everyone that looked important. It was a huge change from the last fight I had been to. The bullets started off at an abandoned restaurant in suburbia hell. Now, Riker was headlining a fight at an expensive venue. The press, gorgeous models, and neon lights left me feeling starstruck. Gabriel instructed the limo to drive around back. I sensed he wanted to avoid being seen. But there were still photographers near the loading entrance. The limo driver opened the door, and as we got out, a flash of bright lights filled my vision. Gabriel grabbed my hand and eased me to the theater while scowling at the photographers. The security detail exited their Land Rovers and immediately began confiscating the cameras. As the doors shut, outcries of rage hit my ears as the bodyguards crushed their cameras against the concrete. We wove through the hallways of the kitchens and worker stations. Gabriel obviously knew the place well because he navigated it with ease. He led me towards a large door, but before opening it, he pulled me aside and pushed me against the wall.
"I know this won't be easy for you," he said.
There was a tenderness about his voice that felt foreign to me.
"I want to make it clear, right here, right now. I own you."
Gabriel's declaration sent an electric thrill down my spine. I'd always belonged to him, but hearing it rocked me.
"Riker, Callum, and Blaze, they're all gonna have pieces of you. I tried fighting it when we were teens, but I'm not gonna fight it anymore. I own each of you. You hear me? You can't escape it."
I swallowed.
"He's gonna lash out. He's gonna try to hurt you as much as you hurt him. And he's gonna hate seeing you waltz in on my arm. But you're gonna be and do exactly what I say. Do you understand?"
I was too busy staring at Gabriel, quaking with lust at his words. I craved his ownership. Yes. Yes, sir.
Gabriel cocked his head to the side and glared at me. "Also, these fights, they're networking events for gangsters. Sure, average Joes will bring their teenage kids here to watch some blood get spilled, but that's just the surface. You're about to dive into my world, sunshine. I hope you're ready."
He didn't give me a chance to respond. Gabriel leaned in and crashed his lips to mine with revered attention. I couldn't help but moan as he explored my soul with his kiss. His hands wrapped around my wrists, pinning them together at my navel. His kiss felt like finality. His kiss felt like everything and nothing all at once. It was like he held a gun of lust to my head. When he smiled against my lips, it felt like the cruel calculation of someone that knew he had all the power. He pulled the trigger on my heart. At that moment, I was his and his alone. His lips were hot against mine, and it felt too good to stop. Just when I thought I couldn't want him more, Gabriel tore away from me and grinned.
"Let's go see Riker."
Gabriel looped his fingers through mine and yanked me away from the wall. I was still processing my emotions, still craving his touch and trying to orient myself. For a moment, I couldn't remember who I was or what we were doing. All I knew was him.
"You ready?"
Gabriel asked with a smirk, knowing how not ready I was. "Yes, sir." We made our way through the crowd. I fidgeted with the edge of my jacket, my feet wobbling in their heels as I clutched Gabriel's arm. I didn't see him. I felt him. It was like my soul knew Riker was nearby and decided to ignite with a hyper-awareness unique to him.
"Be strong,"
Gabriel whispered just as Riker's eyes connected with mine. I wasn't expecting the burning resentment and hate reflected in his stare. Despite the change in appearance, he immediately recognized me. His scowl was fierce, with cruel eyes that dug up every insecurity I had. I regretted letting Blaze pick out my outfit. I wanted nothing more than to cover up. I wanted to hide. Against my better judgment, I called out to him, praying my voice would break through his anger. "Riker?" I sounded small and timid. My pulse was thudding. The last time I was with him was in the Jamesons' houseboat on the lake. My lips parted and I felt my muscles relax as I remembered that night. He was so attentive, kissing every inch of me. That night, he made me feel whole and perfect and sexy.
"Hey, Summer," he growled, jarring me out of my memories of the friend I once knew.
Using my name was like a slap to the face. I'd always been sunshine to him. He wanted to hurt me. I took a moment to look at him, really look at him. His nose looked different, Not necessarily crooked. It had been broken and reset a couple times. He wore a robe, but I could see ink swirls along his skin. I ached to see his sunshine tattoo. I clutched my jacket tighter, knowing that if I let go, my fingers would reach out and touch him. He now had a buzz cut. It suited him much better than the shoulder-length hair he had in Chesterbrook. I assumed it was easier to fight without the long hair, too. He was stronger. Each cut muscle on his body had thick veins protruding along them.
"It's been a long time,"
he added. 5 years, I answered. It felt like I was reacquainted with someone I barely knew. Not the man that took my virginity. Gabrielle and Blaze were wrong. There was nothing there between us. Not anymore. Riker hated me, and I couldn't blame him. He took a moment to take in my appearance. Green eyes traveled down my long legs, lingering on my skirt. And after seeming unimpressed, he turned to address Gabrielle.
"Boone's is hyped up on drugs tonight. Should make for an interesting fight."
That was it? That was all I was gonna get? He was already back to business. I knew he was in fight mode, but at least a "how you been" would have been nice.
"You got your head in the game, kid?"
Gabrielle asked, and I almost rolled my eyes at the verbal pissing contest. Gabrielle was always asserting his dominance over Riker. That nickname was one of the many tools in his arsenal.
"I'm a bit on edge," Riker bit out. "A little warning that she was going to be here would have been nice."
I looked down as he clenched his fist. Was he mad I was here? This was a bad idea. I went to remove my hand from Gabriel's, but he kept his grip firm. He wasn't going to let me flee the tense confrontation. I wasn't sure if I wanted to punch Gav or kiss him for making me stay. I needed some sort of closure with Riker, and I doubted he'd let us pick back up where we'd left off. Gabrielle frowned before speaking.
"Don't get your dick in a twist. Sunshine needed some help. Callum found her. Blaze brought her in. Well, the gang's back together again, I guess."
Riker growled once more, and I wanted to hide. I looked between them, wondering once again if it was too late to run away.
"What kind of trouble are you in?"
There was a time I would have sought out Riker's comfort and wisdom, but as he shook with adrenaline in front of me, I couldn't articulate a word.
"You're shaking. Get it under control. You never fight well when you're like this,"
Gabrielle scolded. He adjusted his watch, and I brushed my hair behind my ear before looking back at Riker. It felt like someone was standing at my chest, suffocating me. The boy I knew was gone. There was no point in me being here. Of all of them, he'd changed the most.
"Sunshine," Gabrielle called, drawing me out of my dark thoughts. "Go fuck Riker in the locker rooms. I need him to calm down."
I clutched my stomach as my brows shot up. It felt like a lump of guilt and anticipation had gathered in the pit of my stomach. Then I looked up and down at Riker, swallowing. More muscular, more fierce, more everything. He'd always seemed larger than life, but now he truly felt out of my league. He looked angry, and it might have been wrong, but he intrigued me. If I went back to the locker rooms, there would be nothing left of us but primal attraction. He might be mad or even indifferent, but the way his athletic shorts tented showed that there was still attraction fizzling between us. Gabrielle leaned down and spoke against my neck, his hot breath sending shivers down my spine.
"Remember what I said? I own you, Sunshine. But being mine comes with its perks. I take care of what's mine."
Streaks of arousal flooded my core as he spoke.
"I'll give you all the things you're too afraid to ask for. You want to fuck him in the locker room, don't you? If you need someone to give you permission, I'll be that person."
My clothes suddenly felt too restricting. My skin hot. My pulse thudded, and I bet if Gabriel were to move his hand up my skirt, he'd feel the heat between my thighs. I didn't answer him. He knew damn well what I wanted. He knew what I needed. This had nothing to do with calming down before a fight. Gabriel was using his power to hurry along the process of us all being together again. I walked forward and grabbed Riker's hand. Confidence was like a drug. One hit and I was ready to dive in. Riker didn't wait for further approval. He swiftly began guiding me through the crowd. His grip was hard. I still think about, I began, but he interrupted me before I could even finish my thought.
Don't talk about that night.
His voice was harsh, edgy. Riker used to be the calm in the storm. From what I saw back in Chesterbrook, he never allowed his emotions to control him. Once at the locker rooms, Riker pulled me inside, shutting the door behind him.
Gabriel usually sends strippers back here before a fight. Have any experience lap dancing?
He asked. There was no hint of humor in his voice. I considered telling him about my time at Margaret's Gentlemen's Club in Dallas. I learned to dance on a pole. I grew up on that stage. So, this is how you want our reunion to go? I had plenty of experience turning off my emotions. If he wasn't willing to at least recognize me as an old friend, then fine. I could take this for what it was. I was woman enough to admit that I could fuck him without loving him. I could match his selfishness.
I don't want a reunion. I want to fuck. Then I want to fight. Then I want to forget.
He growled. I heard him loud and clear. I was a cheap fuck in a locker room? Fine. I began unzipping my corset top. All right, then. I began channeling the girl I was at Margaret's. I could isolate the enjoyment of this experience. Let's fuck. Riker stalked toward me like I was prey. His eyes locked on my body. There was no love or even friendliness there.
This won't be like last time, Summer.
He growled, driving a knife through my emotionless shield with the use of my real name. Didn't he know? Summer was dead. She died 5 years ago. He lifted me up, anchoring me to him with a grunt. He then forced my leather skirt up before dipping into the plush skin of my ass. I let out a moan, rocking my head back, enjoying his harsh grip. Maybe I was a masochist, but I wanted to feel his anger. I wanted his anger to feel so loud that I couldn't feel remorse. He took his middle finger and explored the line of my thong, pressing past the slick barrier into my wet pussy. He hastily moved towards the bench between the 2 rows of lockers. I hissed when my bare ass slapped against the wooden bench with a thud. There was nothing gentle about his movements. He kneeled at my feet, and when I saw his striking green eyes between my knees, I firmly clamped them together. I wouldn't be able to turn off my emotions if he did that. It was too intimate.
Don't get shy on me now,
he growled in a menacing tone that made me quiver. He made eye contact with me as if daring me to tell him to stop. For a brief moment, I debated ending this now. I couldn't give him that part of me. Allowing Riker to go any further would end in heartbreak. Hadn't I already heard enough? Instead of saying no, I gave him a small nod and let my knees go slack. In one swift move, he ripped off my thong and eased towards me, nibbling on my inner thigh. I was already a squirming mess, and he hadn't even started. He wrapped his corded arms around my thighs, pinning me in place. Dragging his teasing tongue down my leg, he opened my slit with his fingers. He teased me then, gently flicking his tongue on my clit before pulling away.
Keep an eye on the door, will you, babe?
He asked. My eyes shot to the locker room entrance, and I let out an instinctual shiver. I wasn't sure why the idea of someone watching us was so appealing, but I couldn't help but will the doorknob to turn. He began massaging my clit with his tongue, and I swelled with pleasure. I rode his lips grinding against his talented mouth. He alternated between sucking on my bundle of nerves and humming against my pussy. Oh, God, Riker, I moaned out, spurring him to move faster. He danced along the edge of my pleasure as I bucked, Never before had I felt something so intense. I began to shake as an orgasm crashed over me. It was blindingly blissful. Torture, music. I screamed, not caring who heard or that I was revealing how good he made me feel. Riker had earned every echoing cry from my lips. I slunk back on the bench, trembling still. He stood, and with hooded eyes, I watched as he slipped his hand down his shorts and pulled out his thick cock. I licked my lips hungrily, prepared to continue reacquainting myself with his body. Riker had changed so much, but our attraction was still there. A familiarity only known to people who'd been intimate with one another. He stroked his length, staring at my sated form. When our eyes connected, it felt like home. His forearms flexed as he pumped himself, the thick veins along his muscles pulsing as he gripped. Hot cum spilled out of his cock all over my chest. And for a moment, I didn't think to be angry that he finished on his own. I was too busy and enraptured by the momentary lapse in anger on his face. He looked good. Relaxed, almost. The calm, carefree expression on his face made me want to do everything in my power to see that look again. He didn't bother to help me clean up. He wiped his hands and his dick with a nearby towel and tossed it on the bench beside me before adjusting his shorts. Wait, was that it? Riker gifted me with a cruel smile before turning away and heading towards the door. I thought we were gonna fuck, I screamed, anger coursing through me as my heart raced. I wasn't just mad at him, I was mad at myself. I should be happy he was leaving, right? He paused at the door. I thought you were gonna stay, he choked out in a pained voice that left me broken. I slammed my thighs shut as the door opened, hiding my exposed body from the world as he left. I wanted to stay, I finally managed to whisper as hot tears fell down my face. Chapter 17, Present Day. I felt nothing when the fight started. No emotion, no excitement. The crowd around me roared as I sat in the leather seat in the roped-off VIP section with a blank expression. Gabriel knew something was wrong the moment I emerged from the locker room, but he didn't dare ask. Two older men in suits were patting him on the back and laughing about some obscure shipment that landed. Gabriel didn't bother to introduce me. I guess it wasn't customary to introduce the people you owned. I hear you made a deal with Lydell, the man on his left said. Where's the loyalty, Moretti? I thought you bought from me, the man said with an easygoing grin that contradicted his angry eyes. Even I have standards, Santabello. You and your son are too heavily involved in the sex trafficking business. It takes a certain kind of coward to mess with kids. Gabriel took a sip of whiskey as I settled by his side. You're lucky this is neutral ground, or I'd shoot you right here and now. I half expected this Santabello person to respond with an equal threat, but instead he laughed. Guess it's not a party until we're threatening each other. Santabello's eyes ran along my face as if recognizing me. I felt Gabriel tense beside me at his obvious perusal. You know, Gabriel, I hear Lydell is having some problems fulfilling orders. I hope you don't have any issues supplying your contingents. I went still, feeling those familiar pangs of panic and awareness coming on. For your sake, I sure hope they don't have any problems, Gabriel replied. He snaked his arm around my waist and turned to leave after saying, Enjoy the fight. Once we were a safe distance away, I leaned closer to Gabriel and asked, Who was that? No one. Don't ask questions. If I want you to know something, I'll tell you. He snapped in response. The fight started, and I gave up trying to have a conversation with Gabriel. I tried to explain to Gav what happened with Riker, but he didn't seem surprised. It left me feeling even more dejected. Gabriel was too wound up from his confrontation with whoever the Santabello person was. I wanted reassurance. I felt cheap, used up, expendable. I silently thanked Callum and Blaze for making our reunion less painful. The other two pieces of my heart refused to make it easy on me. Gabriel wanted me to trust him with my mind and body, but the price of his protection was submission. What use was any of this if he couldn't protect my heart, too?
Stop sulking,
Gabriel ordered while staring at Riker. He seemed to predict each punch made up on the mat. Leaning left and right in his seat, Gav followed their movements. Riker slammed his fist into his opponent's ribs as the crowd went wild. His hits were fluid and practiced, like it was muscle memory, instinctual. "Yes, sir," I said in a monotone voice, letting sarcasm flow through my tone.
"Watch your attitude. I have associates everywhere,"
he hissed. Gabriel put a hand on my knee and squeezed. I continued to stare on. The MMA match was brutal. Anything went. Riker's opponent, Boones, seemed unaffected by each hit, despite the blood pouring out of his nose. It was like his senses were dulled.
"Bastard's on something,"
Gabriel hissed. I leaned back in my seat as Riker's agile legs circled the ring. Boones landed a kick to his side and another punch. Riker wore a determined expression as he blocked Boone's assaults, but he was leaning to the right, favoring his side. Another jab. Boones was slow, though. Each punch he pulled back too far, and the time it took to gain momentum gave Riker the opportunity to avoid his blocks. Boones was huge, too massive and slow to avoid getting hit. He had to rely on the brute force of his blows. The man next to me was wearing a black suit and kept eyeing me. Once Gabriel was preoccupied, he finally spoke.
"It's not very often I see someone on Moretti's arm at these events. You must be important to him."
I turned to look at the pudgy man with laugh lines and yellow teeth. Although his words weren't particularly menacing, I detected the hint of a threat in his tone. The crowd cheered again, snapping my attention back to the ring. Riker had his arm wrapped around Boones, securing him in a headlock. "I'm no one," I replied simply, making sure my voice was loud enough for Gabriel to hear. Gabriel snapped his head towards me, scowling.
"No one?"
the pudgy man asked. "That's correct."
"Santabello said you looked familiar, but I guess he was wrong. Sorry to interrupt the fight for you, especially since you're just a no one."
I watched as his eyes went wide, and I turned to see Gabriel leaning towards me. He removed his hand from my knee, then wrapped it around my neck, his fingers pressing along my pulse. He hovered there for a breath, taking in my appearance before his lips crashed down on mine. Our teeth clanged against one another as he showed me exactly how much of a someone I was to him. His hand squeezed, teasing me with a lack of oxygen as I moaned into his mouth.
"Buck the fuck up, love,"
he yelled over the crowd after ripping his lips from mine.
"You left. You have a lot to atone for. Stop acting like the victim and do something about it."
Gabriel turned his attention back to the fight, and after shaking free of the anger and lust, I directed my eyes to the ring, too. Boones was landing hit after hit on Riker, and he just stood there, accepting each punishing punch and staring at me.
"Fuck, he's just standing there,"
Gabriel said while thrusting a hand through his hair. Was Riker trying to prove he was strong? I stood up, leaning against the railing in front of me, as fans sitting in the rows behind us complained. Another hit, and the ice around my heart began to thaw. A blow to the stomach. It pulsed. A kick, and my eyes were watering. Each hit to him made me feel, and I didn't like what I felt. "Why won't he fight back?" I asked, my voice shaking as the crowd booed. Tears streamed down my face as Boones gave him one last hit to his head, causing Riker to fall to the floor. Blood pooled in his mouth and splattered when his cheek hit the mat. Time seemed to slow down as the referee declared Boones the winner. Medics carried Riker away. I stared at the scene before us until Gabriel clutched my wrist and guided me back towards the lockers. Drunk spectators loitered around, but parted when they saw Gabriel storming by. I stumbled in my heels, but he didn't stop until we were in the locker room. He stood by Riker as an EMT checked him over.
"We'll need to take him in for a scan to check for a concussion.
Bruised rib, disorientation. Not too bad, actually. The usual." Gabriel exhaled slowly, nodding at the EMT.
"Fine, let me talk to him before you take him off."
One of Gabriel's guards entered the room and stood behind me. The beefy man stood with his hands clasped in front of him, his stance wide and brown eyes penetrating. The EMT looked between us while scratching his arm. I'll, just let you guys chat. He's waking up. Riker let out a low moan as the EMT left.
It's been a while since you let someone kick your ass, kid,
Gabriel growled. Riker coughed and clutched his side.
Normally I'd kill a man for losing me money. You were favored to win. You should have won.
Gabriel bared his teeth and let out a harsh breath. I could feel his anger. He glared at Riker for a moment before calming. After taking a second to glance back at me, he began rolling up his sleeves.
I'm not completely heartless. You're gonna go get fixed up, then come back to my house and fix your shit with sunshine. Do it, or so help me, I will end you. If me kissing her is gonna fuck up your game, then you better learn to fight with your eyes closed. Don't forget who owns you. You're lucky I let you look at what's mine. Consider it a privilege that I let you touch her. Don't you ever make a mockery of my generosity again.
I swallowed, a swirl of tension and arousal hitting my core. Gabriel's power was addicting. He leaned in closer as Riker let out another low moan.
And if you ever leave our girl wanting again, I'll remove you from her life completely. Understand?
Gabriel straightened, then turned to address his guard.
Go with him to the hospital. Sunshine will meet you there. Don't let him have the pain pills. He's prone to addiction.
I swallowed as my legs shook. Gabriel then grabbed my hand and tore me from the room. I looked over my shoulder at Riker's writhing form, and my heart felt like a rock in my tight chest, too heavy to beat. We exited through the back entrance where the limo was already waiting for us. I shimmied into the back seat as more tears filled my eyes. Will he be okay? I asked with a sniffle.
Yes,
Gabriel said with a frown while pouring 2 glasses of whiskey and handing one to me.
That wasn't bad at all. Hospital is a precaution. He's had one too many concussions lately. He'll be normal by the end of the week.
I nodded, feeling a bit numb and hoping he was right. Gabriel was typing on his phone when I spoke again. Why do I still love him? How can I love all of you? It's been 5 years. I wasn't enough then, and there's hardly anything left of my heart to be enough now.
Stop throwing a pity party,
Gabriel replied tersely. Although his tone was fierce, his dark brown eyes were warm, with a hint of sympathy. Why'd you make the rule? I blurted out. A rule that none of you could date me? Gabriel set his phone down, poured another glass of amber liquid, this time sipping it as the ice danced in the crystal glass. Why? I asked once more, this time in a whisper. Gabriel took another sip.
I told myself that the rule was necessary to prevent you from breaking us apart. I thought we'd fight over you. I didn't want to ruin what family I had. We all loved you, and even though I felt jealousy at times, it worked.
I thought back on our time in Chesterbrook. As a group, the guys sometimes vied for my attention, but mostly it was a fair dynamic. We all got along. We all loved one another in our own way.
I made the rule because none of us were worthy of you. I made the rule because we would have ruined it somehow. The only difference now is that when you left, you evened the playing field. You ruined it so that we didn't have to.
I closed my eyes, fighting the pain behind them. Fuck, yeah, I replied while rubbing my chest. It hurt. It all hurt so fucking much.
Own it. We're not going to get past this until you do.
How? Gabriel leaned forward, thumbing a stray tear that had fallen down my cheek.
First, tell us what the fuck happened. Then, stop trying to pick back up where you left us and make a fresh start instead.
As I sat there, pondering his advice, Gabriel rolled down the window separating the driver and us.
Liam, after we drop off Sunshine, we're going to the Hilton.
Yes, Mr. Moretti, the driver replied as the tinted partition rose again. What's at the Hilton? I asked.
An after party for booms,
he replied.
Gabriel's fist was shaky, and it brought me back to the night I watched him fight. The adrenaline made him antsy, and his rigid posture made me wonder if he was preparing for a battle of his own. Gabriel took out his cell phone and made a quick call. "Callum, meet us at the Beverly Hills Hospital," he barked before hanging up without providing any further explanation. I leaned back in the leather seat, closing my eyes as Gabriel answered another call. His harsh voice spoke into the receiver. "No, I have some business to attend to. Don't think she can handle it." I snapped my head up and stared at Gabriel, quirking a brow. He hung up the phone and met my stare head-on. "You don't think I can handle what, exactly?" I asked with a frown. Was he going to teach Boones a lesson? I giggled at the cliché. "I can handle it," I added defiantly while shifting in my seat. Gabriel didn't look impressed. He dragged his eyes down my stiff frame with a frown before sighing. "Just because you can doesn't necessarily mean you should. I have enemies. Most of them are too ignorant to do anything, but that doesn't mean I'm gonna expose you to shit that doesn't concern you." When we pulled up to the hospital, I expected Gabriel to at least walk me inside. He was the overbearing protective type, so I was confused when Liam opened the car door and Gav stayed inside. "Fine, Joe," Gabriel said. I looked down at his fists and noticed that they were clenched. "He'll keep an eye on you until Callum gets here. Be safe, don't do anything stupid, and don't you dare run off." Gabriel gave me a smoldering look, but there was a certain vulnerability in his gaze. He really was worried I'd disappear again. "I won't go anywhere, Gav," I replied. "Yeah, you said that last time, love." Chapter 18. Present Day. It didn't take long to find Gabriel's guard, Joe. With his black suit and broody expression, he stood out in the hospital waiting room. I made my way over to him and plopped down on one of the metal chairs along the back wall. "Any news?" I asked, turning to look at him. Joe cleared his throat before answering. "He's getting a scan right now. Should have a room within the hour." I nodded my head while sinking further into the chair. An awkward silence filled the space between us, and I wondered what one should talk about with a mobster. "Have you worked for Gabriel long?" Joe looked up towards the ceiling, as if begging the world to swallow him whole. He was tall, at least 6 feet, and had tattoos along his neck. I got the sense that watching over Riker and me was an inconvenience. Babysitting us was probably one of his more boring responsibilities. "About a year, but I worked for his dad back before he went to prison." I nodded my head, not sure what else to talk about. Although I was curious about the business that Gabriel ran, I didn't think he would be very forthcoming. After about 30 minutes of uncomfortable silence, Callum came bounding through the automatic doors of the hospital. Wearing a frantic expression, he stalked up to the nurse's station with a determined scowl. I called his name. "Callum, over here." He immediately snapped his attention towards me before fast-walking across the waiting room. Joe let out a groan as Callum arrived in front of me. "God, I was worried," he cried out while bending over and lifting me up from my seat. I wrapped myself around him and nuzzled into the crook of his neck. "What happened?" I grabbed Callum's hand and we both sat down. Joe shuffled on his feet. I wondered if part of his job was to stand watch for the entire duration of our time at the hospital. Before explaining to Callum what all had happened, I turned back to Joe. "You can sit if you want to," I offered while gesturing towards the chair next to me. He slowly turned his gaze in my direction, as if shocked that I was once again wasting the air around us by speaking to him. "Gabriel would sooner kill me than see me sitting on the job, and I'd rather take a bullet to the chest than be responsible for anything happening to you. Let me do my job and pretend I don't exist." Joe gave Callum a pointed look before continuing, "I don't need a jealous Gabriel on my hands either." Directing his eyes back at the sliding doors of the emergency room, Joe continued his rigid stance. I rolled my eyes at his gruff nature before finally addressing Callum's concerns. "Gabriel's an ass," I said. I swore I heard a hint of a chuckle coming from Joe, but the sound that escaped his lips was long gone before I could analyze it. "I'm sorry he didn't explain what happened," I said. Callum reached over and grabbed my hand, encouraging me to continue. "Riker lost the fight.
Well, more like he gave up on the fight. He has a concussion and is here to get a scan as a precaution. He's here to get looked at, and Gabriel had some business to attend to. I guess we're supposed to stay here until further notice. Callum leaned back in his chair and let out a slow sigh. It's strange, you know. Callum rubbed his hand over his scruff as if contemplating what to say next. Before, I'd only seen Gabriel once a year. We met up to talk about you, actually. I knew he was controlling, but I had no idea how much influence and power he has. I nodded my head, understanding what he meant. Back in Chesterbrook, Gabriel commanded the attention of the entire town. Even as a teen, people feared him. His very existence demanded respect, a trait he inherited from his family. You couldn't grow up with a mob boss for a father without inheriting a few rough characteristics. It's still strange for me to think that you're all friends now, or even acquaintances, I said. In my mind, Callum had always been a separate entity from the Bullets. They were two opposite sides of the coin. Two halves of my soul. Yeah, Callum began while looking over at a woman who was consoling her crying toddler. I didn't expect to befriend them either. We bonded over our mutual love for you, but it was more than that. I guess I liked the makeshift family they established. I could relate. Although I had two parents, I was very alone. The Bullets were more than friends, they were family. I could understand why Callum gravitated towards their group. I think it's why he went to dinner at our house all those times. He craved a sense of community. I care for them, you know. I feel a sense of responsibility for them almost, Callum said. I watched as his hands drifted over his chest. I wondered if it was a habit he created while on the force, brushing over his breastplate where his badge usually sat. But I don't think I could spend my life at Gabriel's mercy. The unpredictable nature of Gabriel's personality and power would make any normal person nervous. But I saw things differently. It was the consequence of his love. I knew deep down that it was a price I was willing to pay, but I understood why Callum felt uncertain. For as long as I'd known him, Callum craved a routine. He liked knowing the expectations of a situation. He approached life with reason. Callum did everything by the books. He grew up in a police officer's family. He knew the difference between right and wrong because he lived it. Being a part of Gabriel's world would mean accepting the gray areas of life. So tell me more about yourself, I offered. I wanted to change the subject to something more lighthearted as we waited for Riker's results. I felt like I knew Callum on a bone-deep level, but I still craved to know what he had been up to. Are you seeing anyone? I asked. Maybe the girl he once knew would have danced around that question, but I was more confident. I didn't skirt around my intentions, and I had every intention of exploring Callum. Callum laughed. I've dated, but there's no girlfriend. I released the breath I was holding. I guess no one measured up to your ghost, he added. I opened my mouth to respond, yet Joe's loud sigh brought me back down from the cloud I was dancing on. It felt good to know that Callum missed me. What about you? Callum asked. What have you been up to? Are you seeing anyone? I was almost embarrassed to respond. Callum was ambitious. He had his entire life planned out by the age of 16. I didn't have any achievements attached to my name. No goals met. I survived, but that was it. When it was just Phoenix and me, that was enough. But now it felt inadequate. I've been on the run, I answered honestly. I wanted to tell Callum that I had achieved something, anything, but the truth was my single most valued possession. I didn't go to school. I didn't get a good job. I ate out of dumpsters and stripped for a few months. It was embarrassing laying out my life at his feet. I needed him to know the road I had been down, because if he couldn't get past that, there was no point in giving him my heart. I'm a little intimidated by you, I said. You're a federal agent, you went to school. I strayed so far from the path that I don't even know who I am anymore. You were always so proud of me. You always said I would do amazing things. I guess I'm just sad that I didn't live up to those expectations."
"Baby,"
Callum began. He looked around and leaned closer.
"You're here. You're alive. I don't care about anything else."
A small tear ran down my cheek. "Is it enough to just survive, though?" I asked. Regret about the last 5 years was beating me down. I used to have dreams, ambitions.
"There's still time to do everything you wanted to. I'm going to do everything in my power to give you all the things you missed out on. And baby."
"Yeah," I answered, wiping my nose on the sleeve of my jacket.
"You didn't just survive. You fought."
Callum's eyes locked onto mine, and for a moment we stared at one another. I swam in the depths of his adoring gaze. Callum didn't see me as an accumulation of my failures. He saw my heart, my intentions. He saw everything I could be, and more. A nurse approached us, and it wasn't until she coughed loudly that I was able to tear my eyes from his. "Yes?" I asked. "Mr. Hill is in his room now," she said. "If you'd like to see him, you can follow me." Up until this point, it didn't occur to me that I would have to see Riker again. I was still angry about our reunion earlier, and I wasn't sure I was ready to see him in a vulnerable state. I wanted to cling to my anger, not feel sorry for the man in a hospital recovering from a fight. I gave Callum one last glance and stood. "I'll go." I needed to do this alone, and judging by Callum's expression, I knew that he understood. Joe rolled his eyes and took a step forward. I guess it was too much to hope for a little privacy. We followed the nurse down the hallway and past a few partitions of curtains. At the end of the hall, right across from the nurse's station, she stopped. After triple-checking the chart attached to the nearby wall, she flung open the curtain and walked inside. We followed behind her, and I wrinkled my nose at the sweaty, clinical smell of his room. Unlike before, Riker was awake. His eyes were half opened and shoulders slumped in lazy contempt. But he was much more conscious now than when Gabrielle and I last saw him. He looked at the nurse and Joe with a neutral expression. Joe situated himself in the corner of the room as the nurse checked Riker's vitals. But when his gaze locked on mine, there was nothing but fire within his green irises.
"What are you doing here?"
he asked, his voice a growl. "Checking on you." I walked closer to the hospital bed, making sure to avoid the bustling nurse beside him. "Gabrielle told me to stay here."
"That didn't take long. Already following Gabrielle's orders like a sad little puppy."
The nurse looked between us, then down at his hand. In one swift movement, she ripped the tape from around his IV, making him wince. "Sorry," she exclaimed. "Looks like you need a new bandage." She then looked at me and winked before applying a new bandage to the IV port, making sure to pat it down roughly. "Look," I began while sitting on the edge of the bed. "You're tired, I'm tired. We could spend tonight looking angrily at each other, and you could say a lot of stupid, hurtful shit that won't do us any good. Or you could get some rest, and I could eat some ice cream." Riker gave me an incredulous expression. He wasn't expecting the nonchalant words pouring from my mouth. The girl he remembered was complacent, cautious. I'd grown in that sense. I just prayed he didn't see the way my fingers trembled or hear the emotion in my voice. There's nothing I craved more than resolution. I wanted to just pick back up where we started. But Gabrielle's advice echoed in my mind. I needed to stop thinking I could go back in time and start creating a new dynamic. Riker still didn't respond, so I turned my head towards Joe, who was staring at me with an amused expression. Maybe there was hope for the angry bodyguard after all. "Hey, Joe," I asked, immediately causing his expression to slip into sour discontent. "I don't have my cell phone. Do you think you could ask Callum to go get us some ice cream?" Before Joe responded with an angry retort, I added, "No need to look so hungry, Joe. You can get some ice cream, too. Let me guess, your favorite flavor is cotton candy?" I gave him a cheesy smile, hoping that my joke would dispel some of the tension in the room. Joe didn't respond. He simply pulled his phone out of his pocket and used his pudgy fingers to send a text.
It's on its way, he finally said with a frown. I once again turned my gaze to Riker as the nurse shined a flashlight in his eyes. She'd been listening to our conversation while wearing a mischievous grin. I found myself wondering if she made a habit of eavesdropping on her patients. Maybe I'd like being a nurse. She finished up her tasks and exited the curtain before giving Riker one last hungry stare. It seemed that she, too, suffered from an attraction to assholes. "So, how are you feeling?" I asked in a teasing voice. I was forcing myself to be the young, playful sunshine he once knew. "What did the doctor say?" I hoped that Riker would play along, but he didn't. I guess I should have known better. Ignoring my questions, he asked, "So, Gabrielle said you're in trouble?" I rolled my eyes. You're so breaking the rules of my ice cream date. I didn't want another serious conversation. Today and yesterday were physically draining. I couldn't handle another gut-wrenching talk about how I'd ruined someone else's life. Look, I've been on the run. Gabrielle found me and offered me protection. My explanation felt hollow even to my own ears. He looked at me, his bloodshot eyes fierce and unwavering. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end, and I knew that Joe was staring. "Gabrielle's offered to protect you?" Riker asked. "In exchange for what?" My heart began to race. It seemed that everyone knew Gabrielle's protection came at a price, and by the look in Riker's eyes, something told me that the price was high. "I don't really think that's any of your business," I barked. Riker had completely demolished my idea that we could just sit in quiet while he recovered. "Oh, but I think it is." Riker sat up in the hospital bed and fumbled for the remote that controlled the electric settings. For moments, we silently watched him press the buttons until he was in a seated position. I looked around the room and found a pillow to prop behind his back. We worked seamlessly together despite our arguments. "Ugh, my head is killing me," he groaned. "Does your side hurt, too?" I asked, remembering the bruises. "No, just my head." He leaned forward wordlessly, and I stuffed the plush pillow behind his lower back. I remembered that he had an old injury from when he was 12 that made it hard for him to lay down for long periods of time. I remembered everything. I sat back down on the bed, waiting for more questions. "How long have you been in town?" Riker asked. His voice sounded forced, like he was mad at himself for asking me. "Blaze found me 3 days ago, and I've been here in LA for 2 days. Saying out loud how long I'd been here made me realize how much had happened. The bullets were like a tornado. Even though my time here had been short, my interactions with them had been destructive to my heart. I spent 5 years building up my confidence and my emotional barriers. I never let anyone in, except for Phoenix. 3 days was all it took for all that progress to crash and burn. I saw a glimmer of pain reflected in his green eyes before he asked, 2 days, huh? Instead of answering, I nodded yes and shifted on the hospital bed. Groans and creaks from the old metal frame filled the room. "So, you're a fighter now?" Although it was a question, my voice sounded more like a statement. Seeing Riker in the ring was surreal. I knew he was brutal and devastating at a match when he was 18, but he had perfected the art of destruction, despite his momentary lapse in skill today. "Yeah, I am." Behind me, Joe let out a snort. It was as if he couldn't hold back any longer. "You could have fooled me. You froze up there, son. I had 10 grand on that fight." Joe cracked his knuckles and rolled his neck before crossing them at his chest. I pursed my lips, forcing a smile back. No wonder Joe was grumpy. "What happened up there?" I asked. How could someone who was so cruel just minutes before be so affected by a simple kiss with Gabrielle? Was I conceited for assuming that it was me? "Why are you on the run?" he asked yet again. I got the hint that he wouldn't be providing me with any answers until I answered him. I wasn't ready to give anyone else more than the bare minimum, so I would have to deal with the unknown for a little bit longer. But I had a feeling that Riker would show his hand soon.
Callum saved us from continuing our stare-down by sliding open the curtain.
"Did someone want ice cream?"
he asked in a sickeningly chipper tone. He was overcompensating for the awkward situation with an optimistic attitude. I hopped off the bed and ran up to him with a grin. "Please tell me you got
peanut butter ice cream with Oreo crumbles and gummy bears on the side. Oh, and drizzled with hot chocolate."
I let out a giggle of delight as Joe and Riker let out disgusted groans.
"What the fuck kind of concoction is that?"
I jerked the plastic cup from his hand and tore off the lid before scooping up a bite and plunging it into my mouth. "Mm-hmm," I moaned. "A fucking delicious one." Callum laughed at my expression before handing Joe a cup too, so he did want some ice cream. That's it. I'm keeping him. Riker looked around the room at us in shock. With a frown, he stared at Joe, enjoying every last bite of his plain vanilla cup.
"Is this seriously happening right now?"
Riker asked in disbelief.
"Yep,"
Callum and I replied at the same time. I let out another giggle, not sure if it was tiredness or if I was so emotionally drained that I couldn't feel more than surface-level emotions. Either way, I didn't care. Riker shifted and groaned while clutching his side. I stood to assist him, but he held his hand up to stop me.
No, I'm fine. You just sit there and eat your fucking ice cream."
I shrugged, then slumped back down in the visitor's chair and continued to enjoy the rest of my treat. For now, I was okay. Callum still remembered my favorite ice cream. Riker wasn't giving me hate stares, and Joe looked only somewhat mean instead of downright murderous. It's the little things. Chapter 19. 5 years ago. After changing my outfit yet again, I settled on a white casual dress that was short, sexy, but comfortable. I'd been saving it in the back of my closet. I wrapped a black cardigan around my shoulders, praying my mom didn't think it odd for the hot summer months. Excitement vibrated through me. Bullet parties were notorious for being exclusive and wild. Every Monday at school, I'd listen to the crazy reminiscing of my classmates. Who fucked who at the party? What person got the most trashed? What guy the bullets beat up? What girl Gabrielle, Blaze, or Riker fucked? Most of the time, I wasn't interested in participating, or at least that's what I told myself. But lately, I needed the distraction. Dad was always gone, and Mom was always drunk. I made my way downstairs and paused at the bottom step. I noticed Mom laying on the white love seat in the family room. Her mouth was slack, and her curly hair, nothing but a mess around her face. There was a wine glass tipped over on the floor, accompanied by a red stain on the carpet where her drink spilled. I rolled my eyes and stepped up to her, preparing to remove the glass and put a blanket over her shoulders. A cleared throat from behind startled me.
"Leave her,"
Dad said. I turned to face him. He was wearing a navy suit pressed to perfection. His clothes were the only thing about his appearance that looked together. His thinning hair was greasy, and his eyes were red. He shuffled on his feet before going still.
"How long has she been out?"
he asked. Normally, I would have been the obedient daughter he expected me to be and answered his question. Not once had I ever gone against him. But a boldness bubbled within me, forcing me to voice my opinions. "You'd know if you were home more." Dad seemed unfazed. Bored, almost.
"I think she likes it better when I'm not home," he said.
I searched his face for any sign of remorse or regret, but found none. He treated his emotions like they were facts. The sky was blue, the earth was round, he didn't love us anymore. "How's the search for the missing teen going?" I asked. I had to change the subject, and soon.
"We haven't found any leads. We did, however, find out that he was part of a local underground fight club. I have Callum looking into it."
Dad gave me a pointed stare, and it was at that moment that I knew he was analyzing me. Did Callum tip them off? "Oh?" I asked.
"How well do you know the bullets?"
Dad asked. His eyes were cold and calculating, taking in each detail of my expression. He was cataloging my reactions. "We all went to school together," I said with a shrug before crossing my arms over my chest. I didn't like where this line of questioning was going. Dad watched me for a moment before making a conscious effort to mimic my posture. He once told me that it was an interrogation tactic he used to get people to talk. It made people connect with him on a subconscious level. He tricked people into feeling confident enough to let their guard down. I knew all his tricks, though.
That's all?
Yep. Dad walked towards Mom's sleeping form and brushed his hand tenderly over her forehead. It was the most affection I'd seen between them in years.
I know you're lying to me. I allow your friendship because it doesn't interfere with my image.
Dad then stared at the crimson wine stain on the carpet before adding,
We all need our secrets, Summer.
I should have been surprised by his admission, but I wasn't. The Bullets and I had kept things low-key, but Dad was observant, and we hadn't been the most careful. I disappeared to their house many times throughout the week. They were bound to see that we were more than acquaintances. But what about his secrets? My eyes fluttered over to where Mom was sleeping. She looked so weak. He followed my gaze and stood straighter.
I'll be back in the morning.
Outside, Blaze was standing in front of his Mustang in the Jamesons' driveway. I saw his face brighten under the glow of the streetlights as he began waving at me. I strolled towards him, still feeling unsure about my chat with Dad. Blaze wrapped me in a hug, crushing me to his chest before spinning me around.
I can't believe you're actually going with us,
he exclaimed. I giggled at his excitement, and he set me down, making sure to slowly slide me along his hard body in the process. I debated on telling them about this strange conversation with my dad, but decided not to ruin the night.
We thought we'd eat first. Riker walked over to the diner after he got off work, and
The sound of a motorcycle interrupted our conversation, and I turned around in time to see Gabriel pull up. He pulled off his helmet and gave me an appreciative stare before gliding towards us. Unlike Blaze, his greeting wasn't as openly affectionate. His knuckles grazed along mine, lingering in the touch before he spoke.
You ready?
Blaze nodded, and I shrugged. I was as ready as I would ever be. I sat up front, and Blaze immediately grabbed my hand. It was usually how we sat when he drove me around, but it felt more intense now, with Gabriel watching. Virginia's diner was on the outskirts of town. It was far enough away that we didn't have to worry about running into anyone, but close enough to be a regular hangout. The building was small and run down. Graffiti covered the exterior, and the food was mediocre at best. But since Blaze got his license almost 2 years ago, it had become our unofficial hangout. When we pulled up, Riker was leaning against the brick, smoking a cigarette. I walked up to him and gave him a small side hug, and he kissed my temple. The greeting was different than his usual friendly hug, and I didn't miss the look Gabriel gave us when I pulled away. Inside, we didn't bother waiting for a hostess. We went to the back booth in the far corner. It was next to the kitchen, so we could hear the cook, Abe, singing as he worked. Riker slid in next to me in the booth. Usually, Gabriel occupied that spot, but I didn't think anything of it. He rested his hand over my knee beneath the table. "How is everyone?" I asked the group, my cheeks flaming at his touch.
Today sucked. I think the transmission is going out on the Stang. Gonna cost a fortune to replace it.
Blaze pouted while resting his head on his hands.
Then I heard you decided to grace us with your presence at one of our parties, so my day got better,
he quickly added. I beamed while rolling my eyes. Well, it was the first time I've ever been invited. There was an unspoken invitation to anything the Bullets did, but Riker was the first to actually ask if I wanted to go. Blaze looked between us.
We've invited her, right?
He asked Gabriel.
Semantics, sunshine. You knew you always had an open invitation.
Gabriel responded in a cruel tone, looking me dead in the eye. Did I? I challenged. I couldn't help but wonder if they liked having me as their little secret. Hell, my own father knew about my friendship with them. All this time, I thought it was me that needed to keep things low-key, but I couldn't help but wonder if it was the other way around. I guess you're right. Before, I didn't feel like being dissed for whatever girl you were seeing that month, I said with a frown. 2 girls entered the diner and stared hungrily at Riker, solidifying my point. He massaged my leg then, making sure to press on my inner thigh.
Fucking, Gabriel said. My eyes shot to his in shock. What you meant to say is whatever girl you were fucking that month. I rolled my eyes as Riker scooted closer. Our thighs touched, and he took his hand from my leg, then wrapped his arm around me, comforting me with his embrace. Yes, silly me. I'm just the little prude girl next door that can't say words like fuck or pussy or cock. Gabriel's breath hitched as my lips formed each vulgar word, and Blaze leaned in closer. And don't forget, I get worked up over a little petting. I gave Gabriel a pointed stare. I'm certainly too virginal and naive to attend one of the infamous bullet parties. Maybe you should just take me home so I don't ruin a good time. I meant to sound playful, but there was a bitterness in my tone that made my shoulders slump. I was nervous about attending my first party and was taking it out on them. I'm sorry, guys. That sounded annoying even to my ears, I said with a frown. Can I start over? Riker hugged me tighter as Gabriel fumbled with his fork. Sure, but I want you to say cock at least 7 more times, Blaze replied. We all laughed, my sour mood dissipating. After we ordered from Diana, a beautiful single mom that always loaded up my plate with French fries, I saw a familiar face enter the dining room. Callum. Excuse me, I said while scooting out of the booth. I took slow strides up to him, and when our eyes met, he gave me a blinding smile. Well, hello there, Officer Mercer, I said in a polite tone, even though my heart was thudding. Hey, Summer. Callum drug his eyes up and down me, and I returned the perusal with equal interest. He was out of uniform, wearing dark denim and a button-up shirt. Just as I was about to ask what he was doing here, a beautiful blonde woman walked in behind him. She rested her hand on his shoulder before saying, I'll grab us a table. She was stunning. Toned, long legs and tight pants swayed towards a table, and she sat down gracefully. My heart dropped. All the fluttering joy of seeing him had completely disappeared into a ball of sadness. Was he just humoring me? I looked like an idiot throwing myself at him. He had a girlfriend? Date night? I asked, forcing my tone to keep bright. That's Lucy, Callum said. She's my... Hey, babe, where'd you go? A familiar voice asked as Blaze walked up behind me. He wrapped his arms around my waist, pulling me back into his chest right before he kissed my cheek. I was saying hi to Officer Mercer. I stuttered as Blaze's hands then dipped lower to my hips. I leaned back, basking in his comfort. Hey, Blaze said with that cocky drawl I loved. Aren't you the guy that got my girl and me out of trouble? That would be me, Callum grit out, his fists balled up at his side. Well, thanks, man. Would have sucked if Sunshine here would have gotten in trouble. I'd go nuts if I didn't get to kiss these sweet lips every day. Blaze spun me around. Before I could ask what was happening, he gave me the briefest wink before closing his lips on mine. Fireworks. Pure, blinding, bright fireworks. His fingers grabbed my chin, holding me in place as I leaned into him. It tasted like cola, and I let out a surprised moan against his lips. He opened for me and lightly flicked his tongue against mine. A shudder of lust went straight through my body like zaps of lightning. He pulled away, but my eyes felt heavy. I swayed a bit as he chuckled. Sorry, I can't help myself sometimes, Blaze said unapologetically. I felt his hands on my shoulders as he spun me around to face Callum again. I was surprised to see the pain reflected in his eyes, snapping me out of my lusty haze. We don't want to keep you from your date any longer, Blaze added. Have a good night. God bless my intuitive friend. He always knew what I needed. I wasn't exactly sure why, but I wanted the kiss to be real. We turned to leave, but a hand clutched around my wrist stopped me. She's my partner, Callum whispered. We've been following leads on the missing teen case. I heard that the bullies frequent this place. We decided to stop by and ask some questions. I didn't know you'd be here, I swear. I didn't want to involve you. My shoulders slumped when I realized that the gorgeous woman sitting with him wasn't his date.
I was thankful for Blaze's desire to help me save face, but now felt embarrassed. And that kiss? It would haunt me for weeks, maybe even months. "You should talk to Gabrielle," I blurted out, desperate to salvage the situation. Blaze squeezed my hand, an unspoken warning. The bullets had a strict code that I had to follow by proxy. Inviting Callum into the fold would be breaking an unspoken trust I'd established over the years. But I needed to make this right. Tonight had started off terribly. "You can trust him," I said to Blaze before turning back to Callum. "Sit with us for a minute?" Callum nodded, then followed us towards the booth after stopping to tell Lucy that he was going to chat with us for a few minutes. She looked at me, probably recognizing me as Chief Bright's daughter, before taking a sip of her soda. Gabrielle and Riker had been staring, and when I stood at the table, I couldn't tell where the hostility started and ended. Gabrielle and Callum were glaring at Blaze, Riker was glaring at me, and I was drowning in testosterone. "Guys," I said, my voice sounding small, "can you help Callum for a minute? We owe him for the other night." After looking around to make sure no one was listening, I plopped back down in my seat next to Riker. The second I was seated, he molded his body to mine.
"What can I help you with, sir?"
Gabrielle asked while leaning back in his seat. Callum stared at Riker, who was now playing with my hair. His jaw flexed as he tore his eyes from us and back to Gabrielle.
"Do you know this kid?"
He pulled out his phone and scrolled until he got to a photo of the missing teen, then turned it to face us.
"We found out recently that he's been involved in an underground fight club. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you?"
Callum asked sarcastically. I saw his head slightly shake. Without words, he was pleading with us not to make it any more incriminating on us all than necessary.
"Nope, don't know a thing about that,"
Gabrielle answered immediately.
"Well, that's a shame. Some people believe that the ringleaders, whoever they are responsible for his disappearance. It would really suck if the wrong people were blamed for this by association."
Callum's eyes cut to me, and I flinched. Gabrielle's expression lost all its easygoing confidence. I'd seen this look a handful of times and knew that it wouldn't end well for any of us. His voice was fierce then.
"I'd hate for the cops to make assumptions based on shit they know nothing about."
I couldn't help but wonder if they were still talking about the fight club and the missing teen.
"Look, his name is Elliot. Been missing almost a week now. We're starting to worry that he won't show up alive. If you hear anything or see anything, can you let me know? Summer has my cell number."
My heart flopped. Gabrielle glanced at me, a billion questions reflected in his eyes. I stared back, willing him to help. Finally, he sighed before replying,
"I don't know anything about the leaders of this fight club, you hear me? But I heard a rumor that Elliot never showed up last Friday for his match."
Callum bit his lip in concentration, and I couldn't help but stare.
"Tell the organizers to reach out if they hear from him."
Gabrielle nodded once as Riker laced his fingers through mine. Callum turned to leave, but stalled. For a second, he stood staring at the table where Lucy was sitting. Then he turned and faced me once more.
"Summer, can I chat with you for a second?" "Not without a lawyer present, Officer Mercer,"
Gabrielle interrupted with a satisfied smirk.
"If you're wanting to ask her questions about Elliot, then you'll need her guardian's permission. She's a minor, at least for the next month or so."
Callum sucked in a deep breath before responding, taking a beat to calm himself. He stared at me, daring me to contradict Gabrielle.
"Right. I guess I'll see you tomorrow night at dinner, then."
He started to walk off, and I yelled, "Wait!" before squeezing Riker's hand and chasing after Callum once more. I couldn't handle seeing him walk off so dejected. Even if things were still confusing between us, at the core of our relationship, we were friends. "Blaze is just a friend," I finally whispered, keeping my eyes on Lucy, who was now watching us. She cocked her head to the side, a knowing look in her eyes.
"Does he know that?"
Callum asked in a low tone. I chuckled. Blaze was the one who constantly reminded me of the fact. Yes. I struggled with what I wanted to say, but eventually decided on the truth. Blaze understands me. In all my years of knowing him, not once have I had to explain what I was thinking. He saw you walk in with that gorgeous woman over there and jumped to my rescue. He was helping me save face, that's all.
And why would he feel the need to do that?
Callum asked as a waitress passed by, carrying a plate full of greasy burgers and hot chili fries. Because he gets me, I answered with a shrug, praying that was enough of an explanation.
And what exactly did he get?
Damn, Callum, please don't make me say it. It's embarrassing. Next to you, I feel like a stupid girl with a crush. Callum rubbed the scruff along his jaw.
Come with me,
he said. We bypassed Lucy at the booth, and he didn't spare her an explanation as we left the diner. Strolling towards his police cruiser, he brushed his hand against mine. Callum then opened the back door and pointed inside before saying, "Sit." I rolled my eyes, preparing for his rejection, but instead he crawled into the back seat with me and pulled me into his lap.
"Oh, the summer,"
he murmured, nuzzling against my neck and inhaling my perfumed scent.
"Do you know when I first realized that I wanted you?"
he asked while spinning me so that I was straddling his lap. My head grazed the cruiser's ceiling and I scooted forward.
"It was about 8 months ago. It was close to Halloween, and your mom wanted to carve pumpkins."
Callum scooted me closer, and I let out a breathy sigh as I ground against him as his fingers clutched my hips tightly. I went still when an electric thrill shot through my core.
"You were carving a very ugly pumpkin. The eyes were mismatched and the smile crooked, but you looked so damn proud of yourself. Then you nicked your finger with a carving tool. I watched you suck on your thumb and wished it was my cock."
Callum grabbed my hand and lifted it to his mouth. He then sucked on my finger, swirling his tongue around it before raking it gently between his teeth as he pulled it out. I gasped. Things were so hot with Callum. What was it about wanting the things I couldn't have?
At first, I told myself that I didn't deserve you. You were so sweet and innocent. I had to force myself to only stop by once a week, but then I couldn't keep away.
"I want you to," I said as Callum began guiding my hips again. He pushed and pulled me in a steady rhythm until I was riding against his erection, my thin panties the only barrier between us. I was too hot and bothered to care that we were dry humping in the back of a police cruiser. I wanted him. I leaned in close to kiss him, but Callum pulled back, stopping the kiss from happening.
When that punk kissed you, I wanted to murder him.
I threw my head back, hitting the ceiling of the cruiser in the process, but not caring because it felt so damn good.
"I want you to be mine, but this is delicate. I'm willing to wait for you, baby."
My body was humming with an unspoken need. I leaned forward, brushing my lips against his cheek and increasing the speed of my movements. I was climbing that peak of pleasure, moving selfishly against him without a care in the world. It was just Callum and me. A loud knock on the window made me freeze and practically throw myself off of Callum. My knees hit the floorboard of the car, and I let out a hiss of pain. Looking up, I saw all 3 bullets standing outside the cruiser wearing varying degrees of deadly expressions. Fuck, I cursed while adjusting my dress. Anger coursed through me. "I'm gonna go kill them now," I said with a frown, causing Callum to smile. I looked at him, but he didn't seem concerned that we were caught. If anything, he looked like a proud dog marking his territory. I reached for the door handle, but he grabbed my hand to stop me.
"I'll see you. Be safe. I promise this will be worth the wait,"
he said before kissing my cheek and releasing me. When I stepped outside the police cruiser, Gabriel growled at me.
"Your food is getting cold, love."
Gabriel's pet name for me seemed sarcastic now. I wanted to smack the mean expression off his face. I turned to look at Blaze, then remembered what he said about crashing my dates. He must have been thinking the same thing.
"You do realize I was joking about sucking guys off in the parking lot, right? I didn't mean you should take that as a suggestion. I laughed, the anger fleeing my body. You do realize, I began with a smirk, that the three of you just gave me a free pass to be a cockblock tonight, right? So help me, if any of you sneak off with a girl at this party, I'll knock down the door and dump ice all over you and your victim. Gabrielle didn't look amused, but I was sick of the double standard. Behind Blaze, Riker lit a cigarette before saying, "Worth it." Chapter 20. Present day. The hospital kept Riker overnight for observation. Callum, Joe, and I stayed in the cramped room while Riker groaned and complained all night. I felt exhausted and annoyed, a dangerous combination. So when we received his discharge papers and made our way outside, I was relieved to see Gabrielle's limo to retrieve us. Joe said goodbye with a scowl and loaded into a parked Range Rover. I wanted nothing more than to ride back to Gabrielle's estate and take a hot shower, then slide into a plush bed. But those plans were ruined when Gabriel barked out his first order of the day. "We're going out for breakfast," he growled. I turned my head to argue with him, but froze when I saw his disheveled appearance. No longer wearing a suit jacket, the rolled-up sleeves of his dress shirt were wrinkled. His normally silky hair, the color of coal, was messy, as if he had spent the past hour pulling at its roots. He looked tortured. I leaned close to him, smelling the whiskey coming off him in waves. He was either still drunk from the night before or incredibly hungover. Although I felt sympathy for Gabrielle's obvious distress, Riker didn't share my feelings. "Like hell we are," he said with a growl while leaning his head against the tinted window of the limo. "I would like to go home and sleep." Gabrielle's eyes snapped to Riker with fierce intensity, and I half expected him to lash out, but Gabrielle surprised me. Perhaps he was too worn out from whatever business he had to attend to last night. "I lost $100,000 on that fight last night, Riker. The least you can do is have breakfast with me. Rent for your little gym is due at the end of the month. I would hate for that concussion of yours to make you forget to pay the bill." Although Gabrielle's voice was monotone and bland, the threat was still evident. I knew the price Riker paid. He was indebted to Gabrielle. I spoke up before Riker and Gabrielle could get into a pissing match in the limo. "Where's Blaze?" I asked. My throat was hoarse as I spoke, and I wanted nothing more than to take a nap. But breakfast with 4 of the men that consumed my every thought was too tempting to pass up on. "He's meeting us there," Gabriel answered. His tone was curt. "Well, all right then," I replied while leaning back in my seat. Nobody spoke as we drove down the road. It was an awkward silence bred from unfamiliarity. How could I feel such a deep connection to people I barely knew? I still didn't understand the Callum dynamic. I didn't understand how he fit into the Bullet's world, or even if he fit at all. Riker and Gabrielle had a symbiotic relationship now. Gabrielle funded his gym in exchange for Riker fighting in the ring. And Blaze, he went from worshipping the ground Gabrielle walked on to challenging him at every turn. "Where are we eating?" I asked. The ice cream long forgotten, my stomach grumbled the moment the question left my lips. I looked across the limo at Callum, who was grinning. "It's called Poor Richard's," he answered. I briefly thought back to a time in Chesterbrook and smiled. There was a restaurant on the outskirts of town that we frequented. It was in one of the less favorable parts of town. We didn't have to worry about running into one of their girlfriends or my family. The food wasn't that good, but the atmosphere made it all worthwhile. Maybe Gabrielle also missed those simple moments together. We pulled up in front of a quaint building with a chalkboard sign out front describing the specials: Eggs Benedict, omelets, sausage biscuits. Various quotes and deals painted in hot pink filled the windows. The logo out front was in a script font that looked fancy. This was definitely a step up from Virginia's diner back in Chesterbrook. Gabrielle's security detail checked out the restaurant first, and once Joe gave the all clear, Liam walked over to our door and opened it. Gabrielle exited first, and I quickly followed behind. The moment I was standing, he gripped my hand. "How was your night?" he asked. "It was okay," I whispered. "Callum brought me ice cream," I added with a laugh.
I sensed that my night was much tamer than Gavriel's. I didn't know what he did to Boone's, but I didn't have to. His expression said everything I needed to know. I took your advice, I said. Before Gavriel could respond, Callum exited the limo and placed his hand on my lower back. Riker followed closely behind, and when I looked over my shoulder, our eyes connected. Nostrils flaring, he lifted his chin, then passed us. We made our way towards the bright yellow door just as Blaze rounded the corner on the sidewalk. He looked between us, then leaned forward to kiss me on the cheek. "Good morning, sunshine." Detaching from Gavriel, I wrapped my arms around his neck and gave him a big hug. I'd missed him last night. Even though I knew it was better that he didn't come, he still seemed to make everything feel easier. It was like his confidence rubbed off on me. Inside the restaurant, Gavriel instructed the hostess to sit us at a large corner booth away from the crowd. The restaurant smelled like syrup, and I ordered the largest cup of coffee they had. We awkwardly sat side by side, with Blaze on my right and Callum on my left, while Riker sulked next to Gavriel across the table. Silently, everyone looked over the menus until the waitress arrived. As a teen, I'd gotten used to women fawning over the bullets, so when the pretty waitress with a fake smile gave each of them a slow and sultry once-over, I didn't growl or even frown. I couldn't blame her. The bullets were hot. Even Riker with his black eye and scowl had a certain appeal. We each took our turn ordering. Naturally, Gavriel ordered for me French toast with 2 slices of bacon and an egg over easy. It had been a while since I'd been around anyone other than Phoenix who knew me so completely. "This place reminds me of the diner back in Chesterbrook," I said as the bubbly waitress sauntered off. "I kind of miss it." Riker gripped the handle of his knife and took a large gulp of steaming hot coffee. After swallowing a mouthful, he spoke. "You miss the diner, huh?" I knew what he was hinting at. "Well, if you must know, despite the fact that you've been a complete and total asshole, I missed you too. You would know that if you made any effort to have a civil conversation." A tender touch drifted over the top of my upper body, and I turned my head to the right to see Blaze grinning ear to ear at me. I was then reminded of our conversation yesterday. I had no doubt he was imagining angry make-up sex between Riker and me. Before, I didn't understand the tension between us, but as a grown and experienced woman, I knew exactly what was between us. It was palpable. Inevitable. Instead of responding to me, Riker slumped back in his seat with a grunt. He cradled his head with a moan. Even though I didn't wish him pain, I couldn't help but smile at his self-inflicted karmic justice. "How was your night, Gavriel?" I asked. Blaze gripped my thigh as if in warning. Gavriel locked eyes with Riker before responding. "I took care of Boone's. It was high, which made it an unfair fight." Gavriel took a sip of coffee before continuing. "Riker's still fucked up, but it wouldn't have mattered. Boone's couldn't feel anything. We had a nice long talk about honor in the ring." The waitress returned and refilled my coffee, saving me from commenting on Gavriel's ominous statement. "You didn't have to do that. I can handle myself," Riker growled. Gav rolled his eyes. "Obviously," he replied deadpan. "Well," I began, changing the subject. "Sounds like an interesting night. What about you, Blaze?" Callum chuckled, as if amused by my determination to have a normal conversation. But there was no denying it. I was avoiding the inevitable talk they each wanted to have. They wanted answers, but I wanted normalcy. "I was bored all night," Blaze pouted. "I wanted to watch." He paused, giving me a mischievous look before continuing. "The fight. Was it at least good before he got knocked out?" Callum asked. "It was interesting. I'd never seen MMA before. I'd like to go to another one." "I'll take you," Blaze and Gavriel said. My mind drifted to thoughts of being on both of their arms. Then it drifted to thoughts of having them both in my bed. "This is such bullshit," Riker argued, interrupting my daze. My shoulders slumped, and I directed my eyes away from the table. I wasn't in the mood for his anger. In the corner of the diner, a large flat-screen TV was displaying the news. At first, I simply pretended to be interested in the reports. But that all changed when a sickeningly familiar face filled the screen. Subtitles flowed across the bottom of the screen, and although far away, I could still make out most of the words. Former Congressman Paul Bright spent the afternoon at the Children's Cancer Center of Sacramento. Projected to be the next lieutenant governor of Virginia, Bright is ahead by 8 points. I couldn't tear my eyes away. I watched as the report continued. They discussed his philanthropy efforts and his service in the military. They mentioned his selflessness as a police chief, then dove into the controversial bills he supported while in office. Something jostled me in my seat, but I was too stuck in the memories of the man on the television before me to respond. "Sunshine?" a distant voice asked. I shook my head, willing the memories to go away while clutching my chest. A tightness had swarmed in over my heart, making it difficult to breathe. I have to go. I said. Blaze refused to let me out of the booth. Avoiding his gaze, I knew that he was scared I would try to run. "I'm not leaving. I need to go to the bathroom," I clarified in a whisper. Blaze gave me a long stare. It was obvious that something was wrong with me, and I prayed that he would let me process it alone. After spending 5 years relying on only myself, I felt too intrusive to let them see me break down. Reluctantly, Blaze shuffled out of the booth, and I crawled my way out of the vinyl seat. I didn't give the guys a second glance as I sprinted past the bubbly waitress carrying a tray of our food. With my heart pounding in my ears, I found the bathroom off in the back. Slamming open the door, I then locked it and leaned against the tile wall, forcing my breathing to calm. It had been a while since I had had a panic attack, but the sensations were still familiar. I felt dizzy. My lungs didn't feel like they could expand enough to get a deep breath. My chest was tight and felt like someone was standing on it. And that someone was Paul Bright. Paul Bright was evil. He wore a mask of kindness, but I knew the truth. He had blood on his hands. Tears fell down my cheeks against my will. The bottled-up emotion that I kept hidden from everyone else felt too heavy of a burden to bear. I grabbed my chest, wishing to claw a hole in my heart to let the hurt seep out. Loud knocking on the wooden door of the bathroom drew me out of my panicked haze. I managed to focus long enough to unlock the doorknob. My fingers trembled as I mentally prepared a small apology to whomever was waiting on the other side. It wasn't a woman waiting to use the restroom, though. Instead, it was Riker tapping his foot on the other side of the door. The moment his eyes raked over my tear-stained face, he pushed his way past me and inside the bathroom. I shut the door. He stood there for a moment, simply looking at me. I felt a new level of embarrassment. I'd survived, hadn't I? I'd endured much more pain than this moment. But seeing Riker look at me with pity was too much. "What makes a person strong, Sunshine?" he asked. My throat felt like it was closing up, and even though he asked me a question, I couldn't respond. "Answer me, Sunshine. What makes a person strong?" He took a step towards me and wrapped his arms around my back, pulling me close. With his right hand, he pressed my ear to his chest and spoke again. "What makes a person strong? Feel my words at my chest. Listen to my heart. Listen to its constant beating." I ground myself against the vibrations of his words, the low tone grumbling in his chest. I slowed my breathing, mumbling to myself the answer he wanted to hear. "What makes a person strong?" he asked again. I squeezed my eyes shut for a moment, pushing back the last bit of panic in my system before answering. "Their ability to take a hit," I choked out. Riker pulled me away from his chest and looked into my eyes. It was the first time I had felt recognition from him. It was the first time that he saw me, really saw me. He didn't see a girl that ran away with the intention of hurting him. He didn't see another person on his long list of broken promises and rejection. He saw my genuine fear. He saw the hopelessness in my frown, and in that moment, I knew that he would eventually forgive me. Riker gripped my upper arms, peering at me. I'm sorry, I whispered. These attacks were embarrassing. Not even Phoenix had witnessed one. Whenever I felt them coming on, I locked myself in the bathroom and waited them out. Please, he pleaded. Please, just tell me what happened. I rose up on my tiptoes and brushed my lips against his. My salty tears landed on his cheek, and I prayed that he would understand. Talking it out was not what I needed right now. I had to be selfish. Even though he needed resolution, I needed him. His lips were unresponsive to mine, so I pushed against him again. I need you, I mumbled. I needed him in every sense of the word. I needed him to make me feel so much pleasure that there was no more room in my brain for the other emotions. Riker finally gave in, kissing my lips with more intensity and pulling me deeper. He bit on my lower lip, then drew back with a groan. The sounds of his throaty desire made me shake. Tell me what you need again, he whispered against my skin, dragging his lips across my collarbone. How do you feel? Do your ribs hurt? Your head? I asked, stalling. I don't give a fuck how I feel. I asked you what you need. I need to feel so good I don't feel anything else. He dipped beneath the leather of my skirt and plunged his finger inside my wet pussy. That I can do. A hunger in my belly ignited with his touch. I began trailing kisses down his neck, darting my tongue out to taste him every so often. I needed Riker beyond reason. I didn't care what pain clouded our past or the uncertainty fueling our future. I turned around and braced myself against the sink, clutching the porcelain like it was the only thing keeping me on Earth. Do you remember our first time? Riker asked. I closed my eyes, imagining the Jameson's houseboat, the rocking waves and his deep thrusts, breaking past my virginity and filling me up. I remembered how the moon illuminated the scars on his back. I remembered his tentative stare as he asked permission. Yes, I moaned as Riker licked my neck. I let out a gasp as he spoke again. I was the first. I branded you first. You were mine first. He sunk inside of me with his middle finger. Each caress and touch chased away my panic attack. My sobs turned to whimpering need, hot tears bathing my cheeks in a weepy baptism. All I could think of was his skilled fingers thrusting into me as he pressed his erection into the crease of my ass. My leather skirt fell to the floor, and he kicked it aside before circling his fingers around my sweet spot of pleasure. His other arm held me in a tight embrace. We couldn't get close enough. I needed every inch of his skin on mine. His strong arms made me feel content and safe. With a flick of his finger, I let out a sharp cry, and he bit into my neck while placing his free hand over my mouth. Can you be quiet, sunshine? Or do you want people to hear you? He asked while flicking me again. I could open the door. I could let them watch me slide right into that sweet little pussy of yours. My heart stopped. I went rigid for a moment, worried that he'd actually expose us to the world, but also a little thrilled by the idea of it. You like that, don't you? You want someone to watch me fuck you. Riker moved his hand from around my mouth and threaded my hair between his fingers. Pulling me back, he forced me to look at my reflection in the dirty bathroom mirror. My hair looked wild, my eyes bright and lips plump. Riker, although bruised, looked handsome and powerful behind me. Our first time together, it was too dark to truly see one another. In the houseboat, I was nothing but a clumsy shadow of passion following his lead. Now, I couldn't hide. The fluorescent lights overhead exposed every last detail. I saw his bruised skin, his haunted eyes. I wondered if I was worthy of the glorious man bringing me to the edge of oblivion.
Watch. I want you to see yourself come. See how fucking perfect you look.
With that, he plunged deep inside me. I gasped, trying to keep the cries of delight from escaping my chest. He held still for a moment, and I watched as his eyes closed. He let out a slow sigh of satisfaction, and I realized that this was the reunion I craved. Riker and I would never have perfection, but each pounding hit into me was a reminder that I was here. I had survived. I could still feel pain. I could still feel pleasure. Without warning, he pulled out completely, then slammed back into me. I collided with the sink. I felt so full. He let go of my hair and brought his hands up to my chest, yanking down my corset before kneading my breasts.
What do you feel?
I was worried that if I answered him, what little control I had over my moans would disappear. My entire body hummed with desire, each cell aware of his touch, his grunts. He rocked into me again, then stopped.
Answer me, sunshine.
I feel you, I moaned. Only you, Riker? He pulled back and thrust once more, my pussy clamped down on his rod, clinging to each of his punishing strokes. I slumped forward a bit, my eyes lowering as I focused on keeping my quivering legs still. He once again threaded his hand through my hair, grabbing the roots of my scalp and pulling backward.
Watch,
he ordered. Seeing our reflection in the mirror made this seem more real. He was beautiful and broken and mine. A knocking on the bathroom door distracted me, but Riker didn't pause. Her pumping pulse keeping rhythm with the pleasure budding within me.
Do you want me to open the door, sunshine? Want me to unlock it and let them walk in as your creamy pussy comes on my cock?
I let out a moan as more knocks filled the room. A muffled voice on the other side of the door asked if anyone was inside. The thrill of our forbidden fuck made a cry of bliss shatter around me. Riker pumped harder, taking me to nirvana, taking me home. He welcomed me back with his own orgasm. It ripped through the pain of our reunion. I didn't care who heard. My release took away my inhibitions. As the last wave crashed and my mind cleared, I realized that the knocking had stopped. Riker caged me in against the sink, both his hands gripping the edges as he trailed kisses down my spine. Once the crashing orgasm had stilled, he then rested his cheek against my skin. His cock was still inside of me, so I hugged it tightly, which earned me a hiss of air. He pulled his sensitive head out with a groan.
Fuck, I need a pain pill,
he moaned while reaching around me for a paper towel. After wetting the cloth, he cleaned himself off, then threw it away. I went to reach for a towel of my own, but his hand grabbed my wrist.
Oh, no, sunshine. You don't get to clean up,
his husky voice said.
You're gonna walk out of here with my cum dripping out of your pussy. You won't be able to think about anything except how dirty and wet and horny you are.
I bit my lip, my pulse picking back up, ready to go again at his words. He bent over, picked up my skirt, and I spun around to face him so he could put it on me.
Can't believe you've gone all night without panties,
he said with a dark chuckle. Someone ripped them, I replied with a pointed stare. At the reminder of our time in the locker room, shame filled me. Was this real? Did this mean anything to him? My eyes took in the public restroom, and once again, I felt like a cheap fuck. Riker grabbed my chin, forcing me to look back at him.
You've changed.
So have you. I wondered which version of myself he loved more.
Do you remember when I snuck into your room, and I told you that it didn't look like you?
How could I forget? It was one of my last memories with Riker. He'd always seen the world, seen me so clearly. Yeah?
Well, this is the most like you I think you've ever been.
He meant to reassure me, and his words should have, but there was something disheartening about the realization that at the core of my personality was just a broken girl
that loved too deeply. When Riker and I emerged from the bathroom, Callum was frowning at us, and I avoided his stormy gaze. Blaze hadn't eaten any of his food and was shifting in his seat. I knew that he must have been worried that I had fled the restaurant, but when he saw my dazed expression, his eyes brightened. I sat down, and he leaned over to ask, "Feeling better?" Blaze smirked, then winked at me. "Much." I smiled, thinking back to his newly found voyeur kink. I leaned in to kiss him on the mouth, not caring that I had just fucked Riker in the bathroom or that Callum was glaring at us. Blaze tasted like bacon. He grabbed my hair, molding our lips together as I leaned closer. "Enough," Gabriel growled in a low voice, making me pull back. I winked at Blaze, then dove into my food. "You've turned quite brazen, love," Gabriel said with a small smile. Chapter 21. Present Day. I sat next to Riker on the ride home. The moment we were sitting in the leather seat of the limo, he leaned over and fell asleep in my lap. I was stroking his hair while staring out the window when Gabriel's phone started ringing. "What?" His voice was like a bark, so unlike the soft words he spoke to me in private. He listened to the person on the other line as I made eye contact with Callum. Having them all in the same place at the same time emboldened me. I wanted this to work. I wasn't sure what all had happened over the last 5 years, but I was sure that I wanted Callum to be a part of whatever future awaited us. I kept my eyes on Callum as I uncrossed and crossed my legs, giving him a clear view of my bare pussy. Callum's eyes widened, and he groaned into his fist. He then crossed his legs and twisted so that he was facing the window. Gabriel's curt tone rang out in the car. "Why the fuck do I pay you to take care of these things if you're not going to do your job?" he yelled. I dipped my brows in confusion, stretching to listen better. "You're telling me that $8 million of product just disappeared? Not good enough. Find out where Santabello is. I'd bet my dick he's behind this. He's pissed I didn't go with him on the deal." The person on the other end of the line continued to talk, and Gabriel hung up mid-sentence. Looking out the window, Gabriel looked pensive for a moment. "Call Nix," he ordered, tossing me his phone. I barely caught the phone before it landed on Riker's face. "Why?" "5. "What?" "That's 5 spankings. Ask another question, and you'll get 10. A warm thrill shot through me, and I squirmed in my seat. Gabriel's punishment was unreasonable, a spanking for asking a simple question. Did I even care? My squirms forced Riker to shift and turn towards me, groaning out hot air in my lap. "Why are you calling him, Gav?" I asked again, daring him. Maybe he needed this? Whatever that call was about had him worked up, and I was more than happy to help him relieve his stress. 10. I shut my eyes, and Blaze let out a whoop. "Please tell me I'm allowed to watch. Holy fuck, I want to watch," he said as he looked between us with a grin. Even Callum's chest seemed to heave with unspoken arousal. I lifted his phone and made sure to slowly drag out each punch of the dial. Phoenix answered on the 3rd ring. "I'm assuming this is my sweetness. How's everything in L.A.? "It's good," I replied, my voice more husky than usual. I mentally chastised myself. Nix would know I was sitting here horny as fuck. "Ooh, that good, huh?" he asked. "Well, why the fuck are you calling me then? Not that I'm complaining." Gabriel needed something. At that, Gav plucked the phone from my hands and held it up to his ear. "Phoenix, I've got your first assignment. A weapons shipment of mine went missing. I have reason to believe an Anthony Santabello is responsible. I need you to find out where he is right now and where his son, Lucas Santabello, was last night." Gabriel answered a couple quick questions, then went quiet. I was hanging on to every word. After a few moments, he finally replied in shock, "D.C.? What the fuck is he doing there?" Shivers of trepidation shot through me. No, it was just a coincidence. I couldn't live in fear forever.
Paul Bright had some powerful connections that funded his recreational activities, but I didn't think that the same men helping him would be the ones going against Gabriel. There were plenty of criminals in the sea, so to speak.
Fuck. And his son?
More silence was on the other end of the line. I knew that Phoenix was on the other line, probably working his magic.
Perfect. Confirm that and get back to me. Save this number.
Gabriel hung up and once again looked outside with a frown. I watched the beautiful man with the world on his shoulders.
We're going to the Rose tonight. I have some business to attend to,
he finally said with a scowl. Blaze clapped his hands together in excitement. What's that? I asked. Blaze and Gabriel exchanged a conspiratorial glance before answering. A club. Seemed innocent enough. I shrugged and leaned back in my seat, continuing to stroke Riker's hair until we pulled up to Gabriel's house. Land Rovers and men in fitted suits lined the drive. Had Gabriel beefed up security? Once the limo was parked, I woke Riker with a gentle nudge, and everyone but Callum filed out of the limo. Are you coming with us? I asked. I wasn't ready to let go of having them all together at the same time. My past was sprinkled with moments of the bullets, but there was something magical about adding Callum to the mix. I sensed his hesitancy. I made eye contact with Gabriel to make sure that it was okay, and he gave me a tight nod before saying,
I'll wait for you inside.
I crawled back into the limo, shutting the door behind me. The limo driver graciously left the car running, but exited too. Callum and I sat in silence for a moment. I didn't know how to bring up everything that had happened. Are you friends with the Bullets? I asked. I was curious if their relationship revolved around my disappearance or if they'd found common ground.
Blaze and I talk regularly. I've been to one of Riker's fights. It's hard to come out to L.A. with my job. Gabriel has been the most distant, but it's mostly because of our conflicting careers.
I nodded while scooting closer, rubbing my eyes and stifling a yawn. I wanted nothing more than to take a nap and a shower. It's kind of weird, huh? All of us being together. It's not the most likely combination of people, but it works. Callum gritted his teeth and stiffened when I lay down on his shoulder.
I'm not going to pass you around, Sunshine.
You've listened with heart and patience. Now let the melody refresh your spirit before the story continues.
He finally bit out. Regret laced his tone, and I frowned at the abrupt statement. I sat back up and twisted so that we were looking at each other directly in the eyes. He continued,
Your friendship with them has always baffled me. When you disappeared with Riker back at the diner, I went crazy with jealousy. I know it's not fair of me. It's been 5 years. They might be okay with sharing you, but I'm not. I still have too much to process.
I nodded my head and laced my fingers through his.
I was hoping all this time that you missed me as much as I missed you. But now I can't help but wonder if you thought of me at all. Was it always them?
I missed you, Callum. I missed all of you. But I've been so focused on survival that I didn't have time to pine over the men from my past. Seeing you all again is like a rush of guilt, elation, and regret hitting me at once.
I never wanted to make you feel bad. I just wanted to understand. It feels like I'm 10 steps behind the rest of them.
I let out a slow sigh and spoke again. If I'm going to survive this, I'm going to need all of you. It's going to take everything we've got. I'm sorry that I hurt you. I'm sorry that I left. I'm sorry that I'm not handling these reunions the way you think I should. I don't want to hurt anyone any more than I already have, but I'm also not going to waste time living in the past because I can't change what I've done. I can only change the decisions I make from here on out. And I choose whatever capacity of a relationship you want to give me. I've had a life without you, and I would really like to not do that again. Callum lifted his hand and stroked my cheek with his thumb. Then he dragged it across my bottom lip, forcing my pout to part.
When I went to Gabriel for help, I knew that finding you would spark a change in our dynamic. We were bonded by someone who was gone. It just will take a little adjusting. Not to mention, I'm not used to the lifestyle they live.
Callum leaned in closer and placed a kiss on my forehead. His hot lips lingered on my skin, and I reveled in the feel of him.
I promised you 2 days. I'll go with you tonight, and we can decide later what to do next.
I held his hand as we walked inside. His fingers clutched mine like I was a lifeline. And once we entered the large mansion, Gabriel approached us.
I'm having a dress delivered for you, love.
I shivered at the familiar nickname, enjoying the sound of it in his gravelly voice.
Gabriel looked at Callum before asking, Do you need a suit that actually fits correctly? I would prefer that you wear something tailored. Image is everything, you know.
Callum rolled his eyes. Never one to care about fashion or image, Callum preferred jeans and a t-shirt. It was one of the things I loved most about him. While my parents were fussing over the latest gossip, fashion, and trends, Callum did whatever made him happy.
Well, I'd hate to ruin your image, Gabriel.
Callum's voice was sarcastic but light-hearted. Callum stayed downstairs to discuss the various cuts of suits, and I went upstairs to the guest bedroom. Riker was lying on the bed when I opened the door. Why am I not surprised that you picked my room to crash in? I asked. His eyes were hooded, most likely a side effect from the exhaustion he felt. I made my way over to the bed and sat down on the edge.
Your room? He asked with a grin. This is where I usually stay.
You stay here?
Oh, not often. I have an apartment near the gym now.
It had just dawned on me that I'd be going back to New York with Gabriel tomorrow, leaving Riker behind. I shook away the sadness I felt, trying to live in the moment. Do you like it here? I know you were trying to get to L.A. the summer before. Riker stretched and winced a bit.
It took me a little longer to get here. I lived with Gav in New York for a couple of years. It's pretty here. I like the sunshine,
he replied cryptically, his eyes locking in on mine with unspoken meaning. I'm so sorry, Riker, I said in a broken tone. I never would have left if it wasn't important.
You gonna tell me who you're running from?
Yes, I began while sucking in some air. But Gabriel gave me 2 days before I have to say anything, and I'm gonna make the most of them. I stood and stripped out of my clothes, not bothering to be modest. I was a confident person. And after our rendezvous in the bathroom, I didn't feel it necessary to at least pretend to want privacy. Riker's gaze hovered over each inch of my creamy skin as I made my way over to the connecting bathroom. While the powerful water fell down my back, I thought about the men that crashed back through my life. Gabriel wanted to control me. Blaze wanted to see me. Callum wanted to save me. Riker wanted to punish me. Some things had never changed. Their personality traits became amplified over the years. When I was a teen, Gabriel was just as bossy. He ordered us around, and he was good at it. Back in Chesterbrook, I saw Blaze the most. He'd always find excuses to be near me. I'd even catch his gaze hot and heavy on my neck in the school hallways. Riker has always been my bittersweet bullet. He felt things deeper than the others. He was intense. He wanted me to be stronger, but knew that strength came at a price. I wasn't quite sure if we were on better terms yet, but I knew that he saw my pain. As far as Callum, I thought he showed up to our house all those times because he craved a sense of family. Looking back, I knew better. Callum saw the writing on the wall. He saw the toxic nature of my family, and he showed up night after night out of a sense of obligation. He wanted to protect me. Even if it was a subconscious decision, I knew that that was why he was there. I wanted to get to a place where we were better. I knew that it would take a lot of work. We wouldn't be the same group we were back in Chesterbrook, but also there was potential here. This was my chance to not only regain the time we'd lost, but seek out an opportunity to claim so much more. Chapter 22. Present Day. The dress Gabrielle picked out for me was short, form-fitting, and black. It hugged each of my curves, and a trim of lace gathered around my cleavage, giving the illusion of lingerie peeking through the neckline. I blushed when he presented it to me an hour ago, and when he handed it to me, our fingers grazed as he dragged his eyes up and down my body, likely imagining me in the dress he handpicked. I'd spent most of the day napping with Riker. We didn't say much, not that there was much to say. The kind of wounds we had could only be healed with spending time together. And since I was going with Gabrielle back to New York in just a couple of days, time was a luxury we didn't have. I sent one of Gabrielle's guards to the drugstore to buy black hair dye. I figured that as long as I was under Gabrielle's protection, there was no use continuing to put bleached highlights in my hair. For tonight, I wanted to look like the girl they once knew. When I walked downstairs, all 4 guys were standing in the entryway. It felt cliché as hell, me descending the stairs and feeling like a slutty princess. Their eyes locked on me as my heels clicked against the marble tile. Blaze gave me a blinding smile and immediately walked up to me once I hit the bottom step. He touched me and let out a slow sigh. "Wow, Gav," he began while lightly tracing the line of lace around my collarbone. "We should have brought you shopping with us." He leaned forward and kissed me on the cheek before saying, "You look beautiful, babe." I returned his smile, then took in his casual appearance. Fitted slacks and a white button-down shirt donned his muscular frame. The strands of his brown hair were wet, as if he'd just showered. "You don't look too bad yourself," I whispered, biting my lip. Blaze always dressed like a rock star, but today he looked refined and delicious. I walked over to Gabriel and gave him a timid smile, feeling a bit nervous about what he thought of my dress. For some reason, his approval meant more to me than the others. I wanted him to see that I was trying to please him. "I'm glad you went back to your natural hair color," he said while brushing his knuckles along my hips. "It really is you." Gabriel hadn't put on his button-up shirt yet. His undershirt left little to the imagination, and I traced a fingernail along his tattoos. "Have I mentioned how much I love your ink?" I asked. I felt an extreme awareness of his skin on mine and took a deep breath. He, in turn, began tracing the rose along my forearm. "I love yours, too. It suits you," he replied. I leaned into him, resting my head on his shoulder and inhaling his vanilla scent. Gav's lips touched my ear as he whispered, "I can't wait to show you the rest of mine." My pulse raced as I thought of exploring the swirls of black ink along Gabriel's naked, tan body. I hummed with anticipation and wondered when I'd get the chance to see more of the dips and grooves of his muscles. His phone began vibrating in his pocket, and he pulled away to answer it in the kitchen. Riker was sitting on the entryway bench, and he stood with a grunt before making his way over to me. I entwined my fingers with his, smiling a little when his thumb grazed over the bullet ring I was wearing. He, too, seemed to realize what he was touching, and he brought my hand up to his lips before kissing the metal.
I'm surprised you still have this,
Riker said. His voice was husky. I took in his black suit and tight smile. The bruises on his face were dark, but didn't distract from his rugged handsomeness. Even though his tie was perfect, I pretended to straighten it, seeking the excuse to touch his broad chest. It's one of the few things I kept from my time in Chesterbrook. I'll never forget the day the Bullets handed me this sentimental ring. I got it the night before I left. Even in my darkest moments, it was a constant reminder that someone somewhere once loved me.
I often wondered if you kept it,
Riker said. He had a faraway look in his eyes that reflected the pain of my disappearance. It's a part of me. You're a part of me, I whispered in response before pulling away. I bolstered up enough courage to make my way over to Callum and smiled when I saw the fire in his gaze. It was odd seeing him in a tailored suit fit perfectly around his tapered silhouette. His blonde hair looked trimmed, and I wondered if he had gotten it cut while I was napping today. His blue eyes seemed bright and hooded as he took in my long legs and the black pumps covering my feet. I wanted to lean in and kiss his plump lips, but didn't want to push him too far. Callum wasn't willing to share me. Even though I wasn't sure about the other's intentions, I wanted to respect his wishes.
You look beautiful, Summer,
he said, his voice hoarse. It didn't escape me that he used my usual name instead of the nickname the Bullets had coined. Thanks, Callum. I grabbed his hand, squeezing a bit in a last-ditch effort to show him that I appreciated him. His tight expression softened a bit, but he still felt distant. The drive to the Rose was short. Located right on the ocean, the walk up to the front doors was covered in sand. I removed my heels to navigate the gritty, sinking sand. Guards flanked us on both sides as we entered, Joe in the lead. The bouncer at the door nodded once when Gabrielle approached. I expected to see a sweaty dance floor with loud music and swaying bodies, but instead was greeted with a lounge area with plum carpet. Black booths lined the walls, and there was a bar in the far corner with lights roped around the bar top. Expansive windows were behind the bar, showing off the crashing waves outside. It looked more like a country club than a dance club. A woman wearing a black lace mask stalked towards us and took her time disrobing the jackets of each of my guys. I gritted my teeth as her long fingers grazed their arm muscles. I thought this was a dance club, I asked. Blaze gave me a small smile and grabbed my wrist, leading me towards one of the booths closest to the window. It overlooked the night sky and the rocking waves below. I was briefly reminded of our beach party back in Chesterbrook. The bonfire on the sandy banks of the lake paled in comparison to the posh bar overlooking the ocean now. A man in a suit was sitting at the booth, and Gabrielle left me for a moment to go talk to him. Blaze quickly took his spot beside me and whispered in my ear,
"We weren't completely honest with you, babe."
I shuddered as his husky voice traveled down my exposed skin.
"It's a club, yeah. But it's a little more exclusive than your average dance club. The clientele have particular tastes. It's a sex club."
At first, I felt anxious. Then I felt wild jealousy. How often did the guys come here? We didn't have labels or commitments, so I couldn't help but wonder if they had plans here that didn't include me. My face must have soured because Blaze quickly added, "We don't have to do anything." He gave me a tender kiss on the lips before continuing.
"I would love to do this with you. I've been thinking about it all day. But your comfort is my number one priority. We're here because Gabrielle had some business to attend to, that's it. But if you want something else to happen, babe, you just say the word."
I let out a sigh of relief when I realized that Blaze wanted me. I hated the trickles of insecurities that were still evident in my mind. I couldn't help but think back to my time in Chesterbrook. The guys were always surrounded by adoring girls that were wanting to tame them. I might have grown more confident sexually, but so had they. It wasn't fair to feel jealous. I was the one that left. And even so, we never established that sort of relationship. My night with Riker was hot and intense, but I didn't think we would have ever become exclusive. Even if I had stayed, I knew nothing would have come from it. He was going to L.A. Do you come here often? I giggled then, realizing my question sounded like a cheesy pickup line.
Gavriel does a lot of business here when he's in town. I've been a few times, but I've never been more excited to be a member than I am right now.
A blush flooded my cheeks as Blaze grabbed my hand and jetted it towards his hard erection. He gave me his signature cocky smile before asking, "Do you feel that?" I shuddered as he pressed me harder into him.
I want you. Only you can make me feel this way.
Before I could respond, Gavriel made his way back over, smirking at where my hand was. I pulled away as Callum and Riker joined us. They all huddled around me.
Lucas won't be here until later. He has a room reserved at midnight, which means we have a couple hours to kill.
Gavriel's voice was all business as he burned his gaze across my creamy skin. I heard the suggestion in his tone. That, coupled with what I knew about the Rose, made me think of all the things we could do with a couple spare hours. Callum spoke up.
I'll take a seat at the bar, and keep an eye out in case he decides to come early. I've got men for that,
Gavriel said with a wave of his hand.
How about you actually enjoy yourself for once, hmm?
I leaned into Gavriel, praying he didn't push Callum any further. He was already on edge and ready to bolt. Gavriel leaned in to whisper something in Blaze's ear. Blaze gave me a wicked smile before they both addressed me.
I'm gonna give you a tour of the place, sunshine,
Gav said while pulling me away from the others. Riker looked like he wanted to argue, but Blaze elbowed him in his bruised side, making him moan.
Go,
Blaze said with a mischievous grin.
Take a look around. We'll catch up to you later.
The club wasn't that big. 2 halls led off from the main lounge, and a procession of doors lined the walls.
Each door leads to a bedroom. Each room has a view of the ocean. There's something about the water that draws me in.
I thought back once again to our time at the Jamesons' houseboat. It was my first party, my first step into freedom, and my last night with the bullets. I wondered if that was why Gavriel had always loved the water. Did it remind him of me? Do you come to Los Angeles often? I asked. A part of me wanted to know if I would be seeing Riker again soon.
I travel frequently. If you want to see Riker, love, all you have to do is ask.
Gavriel paused at the door at the end of the hall and opened it with the keycard he produced from his pocket. I followed him inside. A light flickered on, revealing a large room with a king-sized bed overlooking the ocean. "It's beautiful," I whispered. The plush bedding was a deep red, and the iron headboard was wrapped in intricate designs as if designed for bondage. Mirrors lined the ceiling, and the low lights gave off a moody feel.
It's so strange being here with you, love.
Normally, I was a confident woman, but Gavriel's words shook me to my core.
Nothing has ever felt so meaningful.
I wasn't sure what to do. A part of me wanted to launch myself at Gavriel, attack his lips with my own, and show him just how much I wanted him. "Do you remember when we met?" I asked, my voice shaking with emotion.
"I do, but I'd like to hear your version of that day's events,"
Gavriel said. In the far corner of the room was a simple bar. Gavriel poured himself a glass and brought it over to me. He tipped the crystal against my lips, allowing me a taste, before he pulled it back and downed the rest of it. I swallowed deeply before beginning my tale. My mom heard that the Jamesons got their first foster placement. She took me to the store that morning. Mom bought a case of chocolate chip cookies, then arranged them perfectly on one of her platters. I remember she made me get dressed in a pale pink skirt because she wanted us to match when we stopped by. At the time, I didn't think anything strange of her behavior. Mom was always consumed with her image, and it was something I learned to accept as a quirk of her behavior. When we knocked on the door, Mrs. Jameson answered, but she looked angry. The moment she saw my mother, she plastered on a fake smile and accepted the cookies we brought. My mom bullied her way inside, and that was when I first saw you. Gabriel walked over to the windows and looked outside. The soft light of the room, combined with the moonlight outside, made his skin glow. His haunting silhouette against the ocean's backdrop made my skin flush.
She had just asked me to call her Mom,
Gabriel explained. My pulse pounded as he finally explained his side of the story.
I told her there was no way in hell I'd consider her my mother. I had just gotten out of the hospital with a gunshot wound, and she didn't care what my name was or even who I was. I was nothing more than a charity case that she could brag about to her friends. And when I saw you, in your perfect little dress, with your perfect mother and your perfect platter of cookies, I hated you, too.
I nodded my head. I had assumed as much. When I walked through the Jamesons' entryway, Gabriel had given me a burning look of anger so intense that it made my legs tremble. I remember that, I began. My mom and Mrs. Jameson snuck off to the kitchen. I felt intimidated by you. I knew the proper thing to do would be to introduce myself, but I couldn't help but stare, and then you said, "What the fuck are you staring at?" Gabriel chuckled, and I couldn't help but smile at the memory. I am not sure what made me respond the way that I did. Maybe it was the fact that my mom and I had argued that morning, or maybe you've always pushed the right buttons, but I'll never forget how I looked you in the eye and said, "I'm just trying to figure out how they put eyeballs on an asshole." We both laughed at the memory. Gabriel's chuckle sounded so youthful that for a moment I thought we were back in the Jamesons' kitchen.
When your mom came to get you, Gabriel began, I remember seeing her grab your shoulder. Maybe to others the movement was normal, but her nails dug into your skin. You winced a little, and it was at that moment I realized maybe we were a little more similar than I originally gave you credit for.
Gabriel set down his glass and made his way over to me. His eyes were dark and hooded, and he stood so close that I was breathing in his vanilla scent.
"You're jaded, love,"
he said while tracing a finger over my breast.
"You're dark."
He circled me, trailing his hands over my skin until he was at my back. I let out a quick breath as he lifted my curly hair and placed a soft kiss on the back of my neck.
"I thought you were too good for me,"
he admitted while pinching the zipper at my back and slowly easing it down.
"I thought I was saving you by staying away."
I leaned back, resting my head on his shoulder as he lowered the zipper even more. His fingers teased my lower back as his knuckles grazed my sensitive skin along my spine.
"Now I know better. We're the same, you and I. The world broke us, and the only way we'll ever feel whole again is with each other."
Gabriel shoved the dress down over my shoulders and hips, and when it hit the floor, I kicked it away. He began kissing a trail down my spine, hovering over my bra clasp, until my chest was free. As air hit my pebbled peaks, I groaned.
"So pretty,"
he murmured while lowering to his knees. He drug his teeth across my thong, grasping the material with his bite and pulling it over my ass. He didn't pull them completely off, though. The material stayed at my knees, making me immobile. My knees knocked together, and I swayed in my heels as he lightly bit the globe of my ass. Waves of warm pleasure flooded me, and I tried to keep upright. For so long I'd wanted this. So long I thought of my tortured bullet. Now that I had Gabriel on his knees and worshiping me, I couldn't believe how much his kisses felt like home. With one hand still clutching my thong, binding my legs together, he stood, then lifted my body to cradle me in his arms. My black heels fell off my feet as he carried me to the bed and laid me down.
"Look at that gorgeous pussy."
His voice was reverent as he pulled the lace around my knees off, sliding it into his pants pocket. A shiver that started at my scalp and traveled all the way down to my toes made me tremble with need.
Are you gonna open up to me, sunshine?
I knew that his question had many meanings. Would I open up to Gabriel? Would I tell him everything? I knew that he wanted to see the darkest parts of me. He wanted to know what haunted me, what put the jaded look in my eyes. He didn't want to fix me. He wanted to know me. He wanted to control me. Yes, I whispered.
Good.
Standing at the edge of the bed, Gabriel wrapped his hands around my thighs and pulled me towards him. Hovering over me, I squirmed as he untucked his button-down shirt, revealing a holster with his pistol secured against his hip. My eyes zeroed in on the weapon, and he traced my gaze.
You scared of me, love?
He asked while unholstering it and straightening to point it up at the ceiling. I shook my head no.
You sure?
Gabriel asked. He looked at the black, shiny pistol in his hand. Then he pointed it at my head.
Do you trust me? Can you give yourself completely to me?
At first, I froze, fear consuming me like a fire of doubt. This wasn't the first time I'd looked death in the face. I wanted to trust Gabriel, wanted to put my life and death completely in his hands. He needed it. It was the only thing standing in the way of us. I'd been fighting so hard for my own survival that handing over what little power I had made me sick to my stomach. We had a silent standoff for a moment, neither of us moving, neither of us breathing. His hands were steady and sure, and I stared at the gun pointed at my head. Would death be quick? Would it hurt? I'd already survived so much. A life on the run, alone, and without them, was worse than death. I'd gladly pay whatever the consequences if it meant I could have him, if it meant I could have them. I sat up and braced my forehead against the barrel of the gun, bravely daring him to test my faith in him further. The cool metal pressed against my skin, and I let out a whimper before biting my lip. The corner of his mouth quirked, and I knew that he was pleased with my decision.
Suck it,
he demanded, and I let out a shiver of arousal. Trusting him completely, I lifted up to put the barrel in my mouth. My tongue connected with the metal, tasting like tangy gun smoke. I maintained eye contact with Gabriel, staring intently into his brown eyes and pouring my faith in him out at his feet. His chest heaved at my submission, and with one last act of trust, he pulled back the safety. I shut my eyes at the sound of sliding metal. The bullet locked into place, but my heart didn't race. Gabriel would never, could never hurt me. It would go against his nature. Gabriel and I were tethered in a way that was difficult to explain. I'd stare down the barrel of heartbreak if it meant I could own what little pieces of him I could.
Fuck, so pretty,
Gabriel moaned before pulling the gun from my lips. My eyes still closed, I listened as he disarmed the gun and placed it on a nearby table. Within seconds, his warm body was hovering over me, pressing into me.
Are you wet for me, love?
He asked, nibbling my neck as he sunk lower.
Open your eyes, I want to see you.
The exact moment I opened my eyes, I felt him enter me with a slamming hit so intense I couldn't help but let out a moan of pain and bliss. Wrapping his arms around me, he pulled me into a sitting position before slamming into me once more. With my thighs wrapped around his waist, I clung to his hard cock with the walls of my pussy as he pounded harder into me. We hugged while staring into the darkness of each other's soul. I clung to that ache deep within me as he pressed again and again against my sweet spot of ecstasy. I've always wanted you. Always wanted this, I said in a breathy voice. My voice made him stall, and he worked me back down until I was laying on the bed. His hands found mine, and they pinned them above my head. Once again, I was submitting to his control, and I wanted nothing more than to stay at his mercy forever.
I've always wanted you, too, even when you thought I didn't, I always wanted you, sunshine. Not a day will go by that I don't remind you of that.
He slowly pressed his lips to mine, a soft kiss packed with throbbing emotion. My eyes watered as I accepted his love.
Do you trust me?
Gabriel asked. I saw a vulnerability in his stare that broke me. With one hand still clamped around my wrist, he used the other to tenderly stroke my cheek and brush hair out of my eyes. Completely, I assured. He pumped into me once more, freezing right after the impact.
Will you try something else with me?
Yes, I whispered. Gabriel slammed into me once more before saying,
I'm gonna make you come, first love.
His thrust then grew in intensity, and I felt the force of every movement against my sensitive core. He kept pushing until the only thing I could feel was his hard length testing the limits of my need. After a few more punishing thrusts, I was exploding on his cock. Slick pleasure coated him as I clung to his back with my free hands, scratching him with my nails. Small cries escaped my lips, and he rode out my orgasm, claiming each ounce until he was joining in my bliss. With a groan, he came with a shudder, then collapsed on top of me. After a few moments of post-orgasmic bliss, he shifted so that he was beside me. I wrapped my legs around him as slow tears streamed down my face. I wanted to tell him how much I loved him, and that I would never leave him again. 1,000 words would never be enough, and I prayed our bodies said all the things I was too cowardly to say. The door to our room opened, and I immediately shuffled to cover myself. I couldn't see who had entered from behind Gabriel's body, but I recognized our intruder's voice.
Sunshine?
Callum asked, an unmistakable hurt lacing his tone.
Gabriel mouthed, trust me,
before rolling over and sitting up.
So glad you could join us.
Chapter 23. 5 years ago. The Jamesons had a houseboat on the lake outside of Chesterbrook. The Bullets used it for parties and such, especially in the summer months. I was giddy with anticipation as they drove down towards the lake shore. When Blaze parked his Mustang, I sprinted out of the seat to get a glimpse of the bonfire in the distance. There, people were already gathered and dancing to loud music.
We should take her picture or something, Blaze said with a smirk. Scrapbook it to show her future children.
The guys were frustrated after Callum interrupted our dinner, but they quickly forgave me once we pulled up to the party. I did, however, have every intention to stop them from going off with another girl tonight. Revenge would be sweet. In the back of my mind, I told myself that tonight, all of them were my date. For so long, it felt like a secret. I wanted one night where I could keep them to myself. One night where I felt like a bullet. We made our way down to the sand, and I removed my shoes, chucking them near a bush where a few other heels had collected. The moment the Bullets were in view, girls adjusted their tops and sauntered over. Guys lifted their drinks and whooped. It was like they were celebrities. There was a salty smell in the air, and the sun began to set, leaving a dark orange haze over the water. The docks were to the right, and people ran up and down the wooden planks, squealing and laughing. Brooklyn was the first to approach one of the guys. The moment I saw her, my heart clenched. I'd prepared myself for the inevitable attention the guys would get, but I thought I'd have a little bit longer. Her eyes locked on Blaze, and she swayed her hips as she headed towards him. I braced myself to be abandoned for her pretty face, but Blaze surprised me. Lacing his fingers through mine, he pulled me towards the water, completely ignoring Brooklyn's advances.
So, what do you want to do?
Blaze asked. I looked behind me at Gabriel and Riker, who had started chatting with a group of guys by the keg. I don't know, I began. What do people usually do? Blaze puffed out his chest before grinning at me, and I knew the direction this conversation was going.
Well, the night is young, but usually people pair off. We have free reign of the houseboat, but I saw a few promising bushes back there.
I threw my head back and laughed as another group of Chesterbrook grads walked by, eyeing us curiously. I couldn't help but wonder if they found our dynamic peculiar, What was Chesterbrooke's golden child doing with the bullets? How about you get me a beer and we can sit here for a little bit? I asked.
Already on it,
Riker said behind me. I turned around to see him and Gabriel standing there, red Solo cups in hand. The sun had started to dip below the water when the four of us sat down in the dirty sandbanks, sipping our drinks. "Oh," Riker began. I turned my attention to him and noticed that there was a hint of a blush on his cheeks. "Yeah?" Riker looked to Blaze for help.
"I made you something in my welding class before graduation," Blaze explained. "Gabriel got the materials, and Riker took it to a jewelry shop to have your birthstone set."
Riker fished around in his pocket before pulling out a ring box. I gasped. Opening the box, Riker showed me the silver ring inside. Around the edges was a twisting, ornate design made of metal, and the top was a bullet casing with a sapphire placed in the center. It was my very own bullet ring. Emotion swelled within me, and I clutched my chest. "It's beautiful," I whispered. Too nervous to grab the box, I stared at Riker's outstretched hand. Gabriel took the ring and eased it onto my finger. I noticed that he'd picked my ring finger, but I kept my mouth shut. I'd have to let my imagination run wild another time. Tears filled my eyes as I felt intense gratitude. "Thank you," I choked out.
"I told you she'd cry,"
Blaze said with a grin. I playfully slapped his chest before wiping away the couple of tears that had escaped my eyes. "I don't know what I'm gonna do without you all," I said. My voice was thick with emotion as I tried to keep my thoughts from going too far off the deep end. Tonight was meant to be fun, and I shouldn't be ruining their thoughtful gift with talk of the future.
"What do you mean?"
Gabriel asked. I lifted my knees up to hug them to my chest before responding. "I'm going off to college. I move into the dorms in 8 weeks. Riker is moving to L.A. Blaze is going wherever my sunshine goes," he interrupted. More tears filled my eyes as I turned to look at him. Blaze, my sweet friend. He always found me, followed me, saw me.
"That's the plan,"
he said with a shrug. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Gabriel giving him a pointed stare.
"I've been applying for some mechanic jobs in Boston. I might be a couple weeks behind you, but I found some affordable apartments outside the city."
I clutched my chest. "Are you sure?" I asked Blaze. This was the first I'd heard that he was interested in following me, but I should have known. Blaze tucked a strand of hair behind my ear. Tingles shot down my spine as I gazed into his hazel eyes.
"I don't think I'd last very long without you, sunshine," he said.
Gabriel's cough jerked me out of our intense stare. I turned to look at him and took in his tight lips.
"I'm going back to the city,"
he said in a curt tone.
"There are lots of people that owe my father a favor. I'll find work. And besides,"
Gabriel gave Blaze another hard look,
"it's just a quick train ride to Boston."
I smiled at the thought of seeing Gabriel some. It wasn't as close as Blaze, but it wouldn't be impossible to see him. I danced my toes in the water, feeling a little less helpless than before.
"Looks like I'm the only one who wants to move clear across the country,"
Riker said with a sigh. I looked down at the sand and pinched the gritty grains between my fingers. I couldn't imagine not seeing Riker. He might have joined the group last, but he'd burrowed himself deep into my soul.
"You know, it's always been my dream. Before I moved here, I knew I wanted to be on the West Coast."
Riker stood up, and after dusting the sand from his pants, he reared back and tossed a rock into the lake.
"But who knows where I'll end up?"
I looked up at him, but he kept his eyes on the horizon. The guys made sure to keep my cup filled, but Riker and Gabriel made me drink water between each gulp of spiked punch. It wasn't long before Blaze had me dancing with him. Normally insecure, I kissed my inhibitions goodbye as he ground against my back. Blaze ignored the rest of the world and danced with me. our bare feet sinking in the sand as our hips moved to the beat playing on a boombox. I stared at Gabriel, moving with a wide smile as the bonfire illuminated me with light. Gav smirked at my silly dance moves and waved off another girl that had tried to sit in his lap.
"I'm gonna get something from my car,"
Blaze said in a husky whisper, the heat of his words traveling down my sweaty neck. We were both out of breath, but I wasn't ready to stop yet. This was fun. Hurry back. Once gone, Gabriel stood to take Blaze's place. Sauntering over to me, the song slowed, but my heart raced. He looked so handsome, a thin layer of sweat across his forehead. His dark, penetrating eyes looked me over. He grabbed my wrists and worked them around his neck, crushing me against his chest.
"You look beautiful,"
his low voice said as he ducked and placed his forehead against mine. Melding my pelvis to his, we moved as the world spun around us. The music had a steady bass beat, and there was something suggestive in the way we moved. Each breath brought us closer until I was nothing but an inch away from his lips. If I were to get courageous and pucker mine, they'd brush against his. "I'm glad I came," I whispered.
"I'm glad you did too."
Maybe it was the alcohol or the starry night. Maybe I was just tired of teetering on this line of attraction. I'd gone so long convincing myself that they didn't want me that I'd started to believe it. With a single shaky inhale, I crossed the invisible barrier we put between ourselves and pressed my lips to his. His initial reaction was shock. Gabriel's lips went impossibly still, but he groaned into my mouth as I clutched his shirt, yanking him closer. He dove into the kiss, his lips guiding mine in a fevered dance. Was this really happening? My tongue slipped across the seam of his mouth, tasting whiskey. He was delicious. I allowed myself to feel wanted in that moment, allowed him to show me that I meant more to him. My thighs quivered, and I urged him to do more, to open for me, to lay me down in the sand, and show me that this wasn't one-sided. But instead, he yanked away, taking my heart with him.
"I can't do this, love."
I squeezed my eyes shut, refusing to look at the pity I knew was on his face.
"You're my best friend, and you've been drinking,"
he said. I clutched his shirt in my fist tighter. "But," I began, trying to find the reason in this hurt. "I thought that maybe—"
"We can't."
It was a definite response. There was no room for question. "We can't." I nodded, feeling foolish. His tone was unyielding. Gabriel didn't want me. "Of course I've been drinking." I laughed with a shrug. "I'm not going to get worked up over a little kiss between friends." I added with a forced laugh, throwing the words he once used against me back in his face. "Gosh, is it getting chilly? I'm going to go grab my sweater," I said with a half smile. Gabriel didn't stop me, nor did I look over my shoulder to see his expression. I'd always wondered what would happen if I crossed this boundary, and now I had my answer. Nothing. Nothing would happen. My legs climbed the stairs over the hill that led to the parking lot. Forcing the tears to stay away, I looked for Blaze's Mustang. My chest ached with unspoken pain, and I rubbed it, willing the hurt to go away. He didn't want me. We can't do this. I made my way towards the car, my heart pounding with pain. But I stopped when I saw Brooklyn and Blaze leaning against the hood of his car. The car that I'd ridden in while holding Blaze's hand more times than I could remember. I squeezed my eyes shut, more pain rocking through me. But when I opened them back up, the scene before me was still the same. They devoured each other, licking and sucking. They fought for dominance over the kiss, their lips molding together in a passionate display that broke my heart. It wasn't the first time I'd seen Blaze kiss another woman. It was something I'd gotten used to. but seeing it so soon after Gabriel's rejection made my chest hurt. Just a friend. Just a friend. I made my way over, slapping a palm on the door. "Hey there," I said, forcing a smile. I willed the chirping crickets around us to sing louder. I needed something, anything, to cover up the sounds of their sloppy kisses. They didn't break apart at the sound of my voice, so I yanked open the car door. After finding my sweater, I slammed it shut. Blaze finally realized he had an audience, and when his eyes locked on me, he flinched. "Sunshine," I was, "Oh, don't worry. I'm just fulfilling my duties as official cockblock of the night." I forced a chuckle, willing my heart not to hurt. "Sunshine, let me walk you downstairs. This was just, she surprised me and then kissed me. I didn't want," I shrugged, ignoring his flustered embarrassment. Blaze was just doing what he always did. For all their flirting and words, at the end of the day, I was just a friend. Blaze could follow me to college, but it would be the same. It would always be the same. No, I said, throwing my hands up to keep him from coming closer. "I'm gonna go back to the party. Don't do anything I wouldn't do," I joked while throwing finger guns. Did I just throw finger guns? Lame, Summer. Totally lame. I made my way back down to the party, but I didn't want to. I wanted to go home. I realized why I'd never attended these things. I'd been living in a bubble with the Bullets. I could hide from their world and pretend that there was something more between us, but it wasn't real. Was any of it real? Did any of this even matter? I bypassed the bonfire and descended the dock. My bare feet slapped against the wood as I made my way towards the Jamesons' houseboat. I walked in a stupor, numbing myself from the pain of knowing that there would never be anything between us. At the end of the row of boats, I wasn't surprised to find Riker sitting on the boat's deck and staring up at the stars. "Mind if I join you?" I asked while climbing the ladder that led to him. "Was wondering when you'd find me." I settled on a lounge chair beside him, and he handed me a glass of wine. "They have all the cheap stuff at the bonfire. I like to raid Mrs. Jameson's wine cabinet on the boat." I laughed and began guzzling down the heady liquid. It wasn't as sweet as the punch on the shore, but it burned away the emotions rising up my throat. Whoa, slow down," Riker said while sitting up. My tongue felt heavy as I slid back in the chair. I let the liquid burn my bones and coat the emotions swirling in my gut. Riker and I enjoyed companionable silence as we relaxed beneath the stars. He must have understood that I needed a moment. There was never any pressure with him. He enjoyed the silent moments with me, and I appreciated that now more than ever. "Blaze says pretty things," I finally said after staring at the stars for a while. Each muscle felt relaxed, and I had an easygoing grin. "He's good at saying the right things, like following me to Boston. He probably said it because he didn't want me to be sad. He's always trying to make me happy, that one." My speech was a little slurred, but I was still aware of what I was saying. "And Gabriel? He's a tease. He likes to dance across the line and fuck with my heart because he knows he can. It's not fair," I moaned while propping my head on my hand and looking over at Riker. "I mean, have you seen him?" Riker stared back at me. "What about me?" "You?" I hiccuped. Riker nodded. "I want to live in your brain. I want to see things the way you do." "No," Riker began while standing. You don't." He held out a hand to me, helping me off the lounge chair. I was reluctant to move. I found solace under the stars. I collided with his chest, stroking his muscles with my fingertips. "Why not?" The moonlight illuminated his dirty blonde hair, making a halo around his head, and the water lapped up along the boat's sides as he stared at my lips. "The things I want to do to you may scare you," he whispered before pulling away. My lips parted as I let out a gasp, and a shiver of arousal traveled down my spine.
I understand being afraid to be left behind,
Riker said while grabbing my hand and leading me inside. The houseboat was nicely furnished. Plush couches filled the space, and the wood floors were slippery as we glided across them towards the bedrooms.
Everyone I've ever loved has left me.
His voice sounded strangled. I wanted to soothe the pain in his voice, kiss the furrow on his brow.
I've been thinking a lot about L.A.,
he then said.
I've been thinking about this beautiful girl that stole my heart. She's forbidden to touch, but oh, so tempting.
Forbidden? What did he mean by that? The master bedroom was large. A king-sized bed sat in the middle with white bedding, the plush-down comforter looking like a cloud. The nightstands on both sides were dark chestnut brown and covered with candles. Riker let go of my hand to light them.
I've been a punching bag all my life,
Riker said while striking a match. One by one, he ignited each wick before walking back towards me. He looked beautiful, haunted, stunning.
I can handle pain, rejection. My mother left me as a kid, and my father taught me how to bleed. I'm gonna love you, sunshine. I'm gonna do everything I can, even though I know you'll leave. Everybody leaves.
He trailed a finger down my arm. Goosebumps flared up where his skin touched mine as shadows from the candles danced around us.
You're gonna be the one hit I can't take, but I don't care.
How could he think so lowly of himself? What pain had Riker endured to assume that he wasn't worthy? Before I could assure him that he deserved love, his lips descended upon mine in a frenzy. I moaned into his touch, melted into his kiss. My hands wrapped around his neck as my thighs wrapped around his waist. God, yes. My voice was breathy as he set me down on the bed and took off his shirt. This wasn't slow and testing. I needed every inch of his body on mine. Desire spread through my belly like fire as I kissed him. My Riker. So perfect. He saw the world like none other, but he couldn't see himself. He couldn't see his thoughtfulness or selflessness. He couldn't see how handsome and strong and observant he was. Riker couldn't see how I'd fallen for him. Riker, I whispered as he trailed kisses along my collarbone. I pulled him flush with me, the pulsing in my core throbbing when I felt his skin on mine. Was this really happening? I whimpered a little when he pulled away. He looked at me with hooded eyes before asking, "What?" I knew this was a pivotal moment. With wine on my tongue and truth in his kiss, I knew that there would be no going back once I said these 4 little words. I'll never leave you. Chapter 24, Present Day.
Come on in, Callum,
Gabrielle said with a mischievous grin. I went still, too nervous and scared to move. What was Gabrielle planning? Shame filled me. Callum had made his intentions clear, and I'd thrown it in his face.
Blaze said you needed me. I didn't realize you were indisposed. I'll excuse myself.
Callum replied, his voice choked with emotion. I could hear the pain in his words, feel the anger in them. I sat up, clutching the satin sheets to my chest as I stared at Callum's back. He'd turned away and had a hand lingering on the heavy wooden door.
Get back here, Mercer,
Gabrielle said, his voice holding no room for doubt. Squeezing my thigh, he then stood and began getting dressed. He moved with slow intensity, methodically fastening each button of his shirt. I was hanging on to each of his movements as the 3 of us remained silent. What was Gabrielle planning? I didn't want to hurt Callum more. He was already battling his code of ethics. Being here could push him over the edge. But I was curious how far he'd go before he broke. Was I awful for wanting to test the boundaries? Maybe Gabriel was right. We were alike. When his pants were on, Gabriel spoke again. You can turn around now. I watched Callum's shoulders rise and fall as if sucking in a courageous breath. When he turned to face me once more, his eyes took in every inch of my exposed skin. Baby, he murmured under his breath before thrusting a hand through his dirty blonde hair. Go to her, Gabriel ordered, pulling the gun from the table and holding it in his palm. Callum looked between us, unsure what to do. Fuck you, Moretti. I'm not like the people you own. Callum spat. But you want to be, Gabriel replied. You want to feel accepted. You want a family again, don't you? I watched Callum's chest heave as he planted his feet firmly on the wooden floors. Outside, the waves crashed beneath the starry sky. My heart crashed against its cage. I wanted to hope that he'd cave and claim me. You want this. Stop pretending like you don't. This was never just about finding sunshine. This was about finding a family, and you know it. Callum still remained firmly by the door, and a piece of my heart went solid. I began to feel my emotional walls going up, preparing for his rejection. Callum couldn't handle the type of love and acceptance that Gabriel offered. It took a certain personality to accept his control. Being in the family was more than a decision. It was a life sentence. No matter what happened to me, once a bullet, always a bullet. Gabriel took a look at me, noting the tears streaming down my face with a frown. After holstering his gun, he stormed up to Callum. You need a push, Mercer? Gav asked while moving behind him. Gav wrapped his hand around the back of his neck, forcing him forward. Callum's legs moved with reluctance. Each sinking step closer to me made his face scrunch up in pain, but Gabriel was relentless. Kiss her, Gav shouted, spit forming at the corners of his beautiful mouth as he pushed Callum's head to me. I stared at Callum, getting lost in his blue eyes before closing the distance between us. I refused to give him an opportunity to flee. My tears covered his face as I urged him forward. His lips fell hard against mine, but as I worked mine against his, they melted. Oh, fuck, he whispered before opening to me. Keep kissing her, don't you fucking stop, Gabriel ordered while pulling away. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw him headed back to the liquor cart to pour himself a drink. My lips swelled as Callum's tongue snaked in my mouth. He abandoned his suit jacket and I scooted back on the bed. He followed my movements, matching each dip and keeping his lips on mine. Once both his knees were on the plush mattress, I unbuttoned the first 2 buttons of his dress shirt as he unbuttoned his cuffs. Then I lifted the hem over his head, letting my hands trail across his heated, freckled skin. The silky sheets around me fell, giving him access to my heavy breasts. Baby, he whispered my name like it was a secret, only for him. Grab her, Gabriel ordered. Callum tore himself from my lips, remembering we had an audience. He looked at Gabriel in disbelief, and I watched the fire begin to fade from his eyes. I grasped his hands and placed them over my heavy peaks, begging him to knead my flesh. Callum snapped his eyes back to me. Then his eyes drifted lower. I leaned forward and kissed his neck. Don't stop, Callum, I whispered between tastes of his skin. Don't ever stop. My words released a frenzy within him. He sought out my lips with his own. His kisses grew hurried, as if committing each sensation to memory. Take his pants off, sunshine, Gabriel ordered. I felt a quiver deep in my bones. His voice and orders took the entire experience to a different level. I enjoyed knowing Gabriel had complete control of not only my pleasure, but also Callum's. My fingers fumbled with Callum's belt buckle. I eased his fitted pants and underwear over his muscular legs as he sucked on my pebbled nipple. Once freed, I took a moment to appreciate his glorious erection. Pure perfection. Long, thick, and hard. I ached to let it fill me. His mouth on my breast sent shooting thrills through me. Gabriel set his glass on the table, and the clinking sound once again distracted Callum. He turned to stare, but I directed his attention back to me. Grasping his hips, I shoved him over on the bed and blocked his view of Gabriel. "It's just you right now. All I see is you," I whispered, staring into the stormy depths of his soul. I kissed his abs, his hips, his thighs. I showed my complete devotion to his skin as he tensed in anticipation. Grazing my lips over his thick cock, he lifted up, wordlessly urging my lips to close around him. I eased him across my tongue, closing my lips around his shaft before pumping him down my wet throat. Up and down, I moved as he groaned and squirmed. Fuck. Behind me, I heard movement, but I didn't dare stop.
"Admit it, Callum," Gabriel said beside me. "Tell me you want to be a part of this. You want this."
Callum stiffened, but I held his thighs down with my hands. I moaned on his cock, thoroughly enjoying making him feel good. The higher he went, the wetter I got. I wanted to deliver him to oblivion with just my lips.
"Fuck off, Gav," Callum said, his voice guttural.
A hand wrapped in my hair, pulling me up and suspending me over Callum, my teeth just barely grazing across the tip of his cock. I wanted to cry out in frustration, but knew Callum and Gabriel needed this. A drop of pre-cum beaded at the top, and I ached to lick it up.
"Say it. No. You're gonna deny our girl the pleasure of sucking you off? I bet she's wet. Are you really that selfish? Say it."
I tried to pull forward to kiss his glorious cock, but Gabriel's firm hold stopped me. I let out a groan and shuffled closer to ease the strain on my scalp.
"Stop, you're hurting her," Callum said while sitting up. "No, you are,"
Gabriel yelled back.
"You're denying her. You're denying yourself. Say you want to join my family, Callum. It's easy. The only way you can have her is through me."
A small tear streaked down my cheek, landing on Callum's thigh as I whimpered. I wanted this for Callum more than I wanted him for myself. I wanted to know that he'd always have a family. He'd always be cared for.
"Fine," Callum grit out. "I want to be a part of your family. I want this, all of this. I want her."
Slowly, Gabriel eased my head back down on Callum. My tongue swirled around him as I pulled him harder into me. Sliding down my throat, his velvety rod jerked in my mouth.
"That makes you happy, love? Sucking him off?" Gabriel asked.
My answer was a garbled yes, as I tested how deep I could take his cock. With Gabriel guiding my movements and Callum riding beneath me, I felt stuck between holding all the power and giving it all up.
"I take care of what's mine, don't I?" Gabriel asked.
His voice had gone smoky, each word laced with heat. I pulled up to stare at my commanding lover. He knew I needed this. Knew Callum needed a family. He needed control. How could this be so perfect? How could I be so lucky to find jagged pieces of a puzzle that fit so perfectly? The door burst open, putting the entire room at a halt. Blaze bounded through the door, and I wiped my lip. Callum sat up with a groan.
"What?" Gabriel barked. "Santabella's son is here and is about to leave. We have 6 minutes."
Blaze rushed out. There were no quips about the current state we were in or jokes about joining in. This was serious.
"Fuck," Gabriel cursed. "Bring him to the beach. 2 minutes. Send Joe up here."
Blaze looked at me, a flash of concern in his eyes, before he spun on the wood floors and exited through the heavy door.
"Get dressed, now."
I moved quickly, scrambling to find my clothes and shoving them over my head. Callum did the same. Gabriel was zipping up my dress when Joe walked in, dutifully keeping his eyes on the ceiling.
"Need me, sir?" "Bring him with us. I want him to see this."
Joe looked at Callum, then stalked across the room. "What's happening?" I asked as Gav grabbed my wrist and guided me out the door. Behind us, Joe was dragging a struggling Callum. Beads of sweat dripped down his forehead as the bulky brick wall of a guard carried him down the hall. Gav? Callum doesn't have to come, I said, wincing as he yelled. In the lounge, a guard was standing at a side door, holding it open for us. Joe, leave Callum here, I pleaded as Gav pulled me with him. It was the first time Joe offered me a sympathetic look. With kind eyes and thin lips, Joe grunted while pulling a screaming Callum outside. No one batted an eye at the spectacle, and a sickening feeling gathered in the pit of my stomach. The fluffy sand beneath my feet made each step sink. I could turn around if I really wanted to. I could run. I should run. The air was humid, and the sound of the waves seemed too relaxing for the terror I felt. I made note of the parking lot in the distance, the club behind us, the pier to the north. Joe was likely tired. I could run if I had to. Hands circled my waist, and I was pulled into a comforting chest. Riker. What's happening? I cried out. Riker just stroked my hair in response, whispering comforts against my neck. Joe dropped Callum in the sand, and when his knees hit the ground, he let out a groan. Callum's guttural moans destroyed me. I sucked in the humid air as I tried to get a better grasp of my surroundings. Gabriel's guards were everywhere, circling us. I started to feel trapped. Joe left Callum on the ground and stationed himself beside me. Gabriel approached Callum. You want to be in my family? He asked. His voice wasn't commanding like before. There was a menacing nature to it now. The tone was unyielding and matched his black, emotionless eyes. Consider this your initiation. You're now an accomplice to Murder Officer Mercer. Welcome to the Bullets. Callum struggled once more, but two men grabbed his arms, holding him still. I pulled against Riker's hold, but it was useless. You can't do this, he screamed as someone duct-taped his mouth shut. In the center of the circle, I noticed a lanky man. From what I could tell in the dark, he had black hair and was short and thin. His voice stood out to me, nasally and pleading. Gav, man, you know I'm just a pawn. Dad gives me an order and I follow. Santabello's son? Makes sense. Gabriel's response was dark and low. He removed his jacket and handed it to a nearby bodyguard before unbuttoning the cuffs of his shirt. While rolling up the sleeves, he continued, You're not smart enough to think for yourself. You don't want my father as an enemy, Moretti, he exclaimed as Gav stalked closer. Aside from the crashing waves, everything was eerily silent as Gabriel bent over the trembling man. I'm the enemy here. I want my money back, or I want blood. Santabello started promising everything then. Money, hookers, drugs, weapons, servitude, information. My father knows a lot of shit. He's got the politicians in his pocket. I could give you names, info. You don't want to kill me. I'm valuable, he began with a shrill cry. He does some really fucked up shit in exchange for them pushing his policies. I have information about lots. Paul Bright, you know the guy running for lieutenant governor over in Virginia? I know loads about him. I gasped as my legs went weak. I'd known Santabello looked familiar. Oh, God. A swarm of realizations hit me at once. Coming here was a mistake. Riker caught me before I hit the sand. Sunshine? His voice sounded distant. My heart pounded as sweat poured down my face, the salty droplets hitting my tongue. Was someone sobbing, or was that me? Or Santabello's son, or was it Callum? Or all those that had died because of me? Sunshine. Sunshine, listen to me. A penetrating voice called to me. It stabbed at my paranoia, poking holes through the fog and bringing me back. I tried to wade through the pain to get back to him. No, I moaned. Strong arms cradled me as the loud sound of a gunshot rang in my ears. The echoes of the bang were overpowered by the roaring waves. I was going to die. They were going to die, everyone I'd ever cared about. Come back to me, baby, Callum's voice said. Another hand on my back, a kiss on my cheek, a tear wiped from my face. He's gonna find you, I whispered.
He's gonna find me. The darkness became too much, and I welcomed the overwhelming panic. Slipping into my own personal hell, I closed my eyes and prayed that when I opened them, Paul Bright would go back to being a distant memory. Strong arms carried me back to the limo, and I was crushed against a chest as soft words were spoken over me. It's okay. I'm here. Take deep breaths. Slowly, I waded through my panic and grounded myself in my setting. We were in a car. We were moving. Riker was holding me. Callum was stroking my hair. In the corner, Gabrielle was on the phone, demanding something. I need a doctor now. I don't care who you have to kill to get one at the mansion in the next half hour. Make it happen. I nuzzled into a strong chest and inhaled the woodsy scent. I don't need a doctor, I mumbled. Beneath me, Riker shifted, exposing my face to the center of the limo. When my eyes connected with Gav, I flinched as blood filled my vision. Fuck, clean yourself up, Riker growled as I twisted back towards his chest. The limo smelled like rust, and I ground my teeth, letting the last ounces of paranoia leave my system. I'm ready, I whispered. Ready for what, sunshine? Blaze asked. I felt a calloused hand over my forehead as I shut my eyes. I'm ready to tell you everything. My voice was hoarse but unwavering. I wasn't ready, but time was no longer a luxury we had. If Gabrielle's and my mutual enemies were teamed up, our problems were bigger than I'd ever imagined. Just promise you won't hate me for being a coward.
Chapter 25. 5 years ago. The sheets around me felt light on my skin. My bed was moving, like waves almost. Something next to me radiated heat, and when I shifted, an ache deep within me made my eyes shoot open in surprise. Last night. Riker. Don't move, he groaned while pulling me closer. Beneath the covers, his strong arm was wrapped around my waist, holding me tightly to him. I sunk into the pillow, debating between having the inevitable freak-out now or later. I'd fucked Riker. No, Riker and I made love.
Never slept so good,
Riker murmured while nuzzling my hair. I curled backward, pressing into his hard erection.
You feel so good.
I let out a shaky breath while snuggling closer and thinking about last night. He'd been perfect, attentive, loving. He'd brought me bliss again and again before claiming his own release. With each kiss, he showed me how much he treasured me. With each caress, I felt his patient longing. He ignited my skin with his tongue, conducted my pulse so that it matched the rhythm of his heart. He throbbed within me and made my night memorable, unforgettable. Jarring me out of my daydreams, he rocked into me, pulling me flush against his body as the morning sun filtered through the window. I wanted to roll over and explore more of the sensations from last night, but the doubt started to creep in. What did this mean? Riker and I had been drinking. I was reeling from the rejection of Gabrielle and Blaze. Oh, God. Gabrielle? Blaze? My muscles stiffened and I felt Riker stir behind me.
Is this the part where you start to regret last night?
He asked bitterly. Sensing the insecurities blooming within me, he pulled back and I missed his warmth. No, I choked out, my throat dry. I'm not, promise.
Where's your mind at?
I sat up, gathering the sheets around my chest. I wasn't sure why I was feeling so modest. Riker had already seen and tasted every inch of me. He gave me a hard stare, and I immediately thought of his admission last night.
Everyone leaves me.
I lifted my hand, preparing to stroke his cheek, when a loud voice outside the boat made me pause.
Riker? Sunshine? Icy fear flooded my veins as steps pounded on the deck, through the door and towards us. I glanced at Riker, but he seemed unfazed. Relaxing within the sheets, he was prepared for whoever and whatever came. I just wasn't sure I was ready to be as confident. "Riker, we can't find Sunshine," Blaze shouted while throwing open the door. The force of it made the wood slap against the wall and bound back. Blaze held a palm out to stop it from hitting him in the face. Blaze stared at us, and I watched his expressions evolve. When his eyes roamed where the sheets covering my breasts had fallen, his hooded stare took in my curves, making me shiver. But then he saw Riker beside me, and his brow furrowed in confusion. I knew when it clicked in his mind. He balled his fist, and a red flush covered his tanned cheeks as he realized what he'd walked in on. "What the fuck is going on in here?" he asked. I fumbled out of the bed, clutching the blankets to my body while I searched for my clothes. "Sunshine, you don't have to go," Riker said with a sigh while shuffling off the bed and putting on a pair of maroon boxers. His hair was a messy cascade of waves along his shoulders. He looked tired, but happy. I patted my hair, feeling the wild mass of curls, and winced. Rubbing my thumb beneath my eyes, I wiped away the excess mascara. Black streaks coated my thumb. "No, it's okay. I should get home," I choked, emotion clogging my throat. "Actually, I think you should stay," Blaze said, crossing his arms over his chest. He was angry. For so long we danced along the line, knowing there was something more, but wordlessly agreeing not to ruin anything by acting on it. I'd ruined everything. He watched me fumble with my dress, slipping it over my body, and I felt clumsy beneath his stare. I heard a sigh of appreciation when the blanket shifted, fully revealing my breasts and torso, but I wasn't sure if it came from Blaze or Riker. I was too nervous, too embarrassed to say anything. I just frantically covered myself while avoiding eye contact. "Is this a thing now? Are you both dating?" He gestured between us, and my head pounded. Oh, God, what had I done? With one night, I completely ruined the bullet dynamic. Riker stepped into his wrinkled jeans while biting his lip. "Maybe," he said. "We haven't exactly talked about it yet. Was hoping to take her out for breakfast before declaring my undying love." Maybe. I knew he'd said more, but the insecurities within me clung to that word. Apparently Blaze had caught that too, because he then barked, "Maybe. Don't you think you should have had more to go off of than a fucking maybe before you both took this step?" Blaze asked as another yell came from outside. Gabriel. I squeezed my eyes shut. I'd crossed the line for a maybe. There would likely be consequences from my fearless bullet leader. Gabriel had expectations for the group. Within seconds, Gabriel was entering the bedroom, sidestepping Blaze to look at me. Storming forward, he cupped my cheeks in his hands, peering into my eyes with a troubled look. "You were gone for hours. I was worried sick." His eyes locked on my neck, and he abruptly pushed my hair aside to get a better look. "What is this?" he asked, snapping his gaze to Blaze. I whimpered, remembering Riker's kisses the night before. At the time, I'd enjoyed the feel of him sucking on my neck, but now I wasn't so sure it was worth Gabriel's angry stare. If I had a mirror, I was sure I'd see a purple hickey. "Don't look at me, that's all Riker," Blaze exclaimed. His tone was harsh and laced with hurt. I wanted to close the distance between us, hug him to my chest, and apologize for breaking our dynamic. But I couldn't. I was a coward, unable to own up to what we'd done. If only I could borrow some of Riker's calm collectedness. "Sunshine is fine. After the two of you ditched her, we spent the night together," Riker explained. "I think what you meant to say," Blaze began while stalking forward, "is you fucked Summer while she was drunk and vulnerable. You took advantage of the situation." Blaze wound back and punched Riker in the jaw. Riker absorbed the hit, then rubbed the stubble along his face. Glaring at Blaze, he wiped blood from the corner of his mouth. "I'm impressed. Actually got a good hit in," he said with a dark grin. "What?" Gabriel asked, his tone curt. His voice went dangerously soft. It was a tone he reserved for people he hated. Oh, God. Did he hate me now? What do you mean, he fucked Sunshine? We don't have to explain ourselves, Riker said, continuing to rub his jaw. Guys, I just want to go home. Please take me home, I whispered as tears streamed down my face. Gabriel, who still had his hand on my neck, stared at me. You want to go home? Fine, go. Go home. He pulled his hand back as if it burned him to touch me. Did you think I'd be upset? Did you think I'd care? Is this your childish way of getting back at me because I didn't kiss you back? You kissed her? Blaze asked incredulously. Don't even. I saw you in Brooklyn practically fucking on the hood of your car, Gabriel replied. We made a pact that last night was about Sunshine. We weren't going to fuck around. Well, I'm the only one who actually made it about her, Riker said. His blonde hair had fallen around his shoulders, and he stared angrily at them while putting it back up in a bun. I said make it about her, not fuck her, Gav growled. I clutched my chest, embarrassment and pain coating a layer of tar over my heart. They made it sound so cheap. I'd known that they used up girls, but I never wanted to feel like one of those girls. Outside, laughter filtered through the windows as people got ready to enjoy a weekend at the lake. I looked down at my ring. This was exactly why I shouldn't cross the boundaries. I'd ruined everything. I'm so sorry, guys, I cried as more tears fell down my cheeks. From the corner of my eye, Riker winced, like my apology hurt him. I didn't regret my night with him, but I regretted that I made a choice in the moment. Before, if I'd apologized, everything would be forgiven. My friendship with the Bullets was easy. One of the things I valued most about our dynamic was knowing that no matter what, they'd forgive me. But now, there was something definite in the way Gabriel, Blaze, and even Riker looked at me. I sensed that there was no coming back from this. We'd never be the same. Get out, Gabriel said. Blaze will take you home. I need to talk to Riker. I exchanged a look with Blaze. Even though I felt shame, sadness, and guilt, I willed him to know what I needed once more. I needed him to stay behind with Riker and Gabriel to make sure they didn't kill each other. I needed him to keep the peace. It was what he was good at. I'll meet you outside. I'm gonna stay here for a minute. Blaze grit out, and I sighed in relief. I sensed that he wanted nothing more than to let Gabriel kill Riker, but once again, he did what I needed. Riker pushed past Blaze and came up to me, dodging Gabriel's shoulder as he passed. I'm gonna walk her outside, and I'll be back, he said, clutching my wrist. I wanted to feel comforted by his gesture, but I felt like it just put more distance between him and the others. We made our way to the deck, my heart pounding. Unlike before, as we passed through the lavish houseboat, I didn't take in my surroundings. My mind was in a hazy fog. Was this the end? Was this how I lost them? Outside, the sun was rising over the water, and families on boats got started for a day on the lake. I stared off into the distance, avoiding his gaze, when Riker cupped my cheeks and turned me to look at him. Do you regret this? He asked. I closed my eyes, breathing in the fresh air and thinking for a moment about his question. Despite the pained look in Blaze's eyes and Gabriel's anger, I couldn't bring myself to regret my night with Riker. He'd been perfect. Everything I'd wanted for my first time. Being with Riker was special. I completely trusted him with my body, and he treasured that trust by taking good care of me. No, I whispered. I could never regret this. I sucked in a deep breath, and the hope that flooded his expression made my chest go tight. He saw a future with me. He saw our life together flashing before his eyes as I affirmed that I wanted last night, wanted him. But I couldn't feel the same happiness. Though I'd never regret our night in the houseboat, there was still too much standing between us. I'd never be able to fully give Riker my heart because it also belonged to Gabriel, Blaze, and even Callum. How could I love them all? Riker, I began, knowing that my words would crush him. He'd predicted this moment.
I'd deliver a blow neither of us could recover from. This can't happen. I choked on a sob as he went still. This was killing me, but in wanting to salvage what was left of our friendship, I knew it had to happen. Riker said that eventually everyone left him. The bullets felt bigger than me, bigger than us. If I wanted him to have something that lasted, it would have to be them. Because I'd ultimately hurt him by not being able to choose. Rubbing the back of his neck, I watched as Riker gave up on me.
I see,
he said. He leaned forward and gave me a slow kiss on the cheek, lingering to prolong our contact for as long as possible. I'm so sorry, I cried out as he pulled away. With one last look, he made his way inside to fix his friendship with Blaze and Gabriel. Sobs crashed within my chest as I watched his retreating form. I knew it was the right thing to do, but damn, it hurt. Shouts erupted, and I flinched when the sound of glass shattering filtered towards me. I climbed down the ladder, aching to put space between their anger and me. But when I looked up the path, I remembered Blaze's Mustang and what had happened on the hood of it. Brooklyn's body as she reveled in his kiss, his hooded eyes, the way he couldn't hear me. Blaze didn't owe me an explanation for last night, especially not after what I'd done with Riker, but for some reason I craved it nonetheless. Couldn't I have just one night? I couldn't handle the reminder of him in Brooklyn, so instead I walked the banks of the shore. I had no sense of direction. I just knew that I had to keep moving. I had to escape. For so long, the bullets had been a source of comfort for me, and now they were the source of all my turmoil. They say fear reveals what you care about most, and I feared losing the bullets. I feared not having Blaze's cocky grin or Gabriel's overbearing protectiveness. I feared not hearing Riker's wisdom or spending my nights hiding from the world with the three of them. They were my safe haven. They understood that hell hides in plain sight. Even so, what I'd told Riker was true. I couldn't bring myself to regret my night with him. How could I ever look at Riker again without feeling his hands on my skin, his lips on mine, and the love he poured into every thrust? How could I move on? I walked. I walked until the sun was high in the sky. I walked until the sun beating on my back made my skin burn. I walked until the late crowd grew scarce and the sounds of cars on the highway far and few between. Trees towered overhead as I continued in a numb haze, ignoring the phone in my pocket. It had finally died an hour ago, saving me from seeing Gabriel's, Callum's, and Riker's names pop up with each call. I traveled along the banks of the lake, then turned down a woodsy trail, seeking the shady comfort of the forest. Each step, my bare feet grew scuffed and bloody, marking my trail. I accepted the pain, owning my punishment as I lost myself in the woods. I deserved this, didn't I? Riker and I both made the decision to have sex, but I was the one that kissed Gabriel. I was the one that wanted more with all of them. I felt so ashamed. I told Riker that I would never leave him, and then I did. A house in the distance drew my attention. It wasn't a special house. Nothing about it was spectacular, just a cabin in the woods. But there was an ominous sense of foreboding about it that drew me closer. Every nerve ending within my body stood on end as I approached. In the drive, a familiar car made me pause. Dread pooled in my chest. What was Dad doing out here? No sooner had I thought it than the front door opened and my father emerged from the house. His suit was rumpled and his hair a mess. He seemed frantic, jogging towards the car. Something told me not to shout and reveal myself. Although admittedly lost and stranded in the woods, my gut told me to hide. I dodged behind a tree, staring off into the distance as he reversed down the drive and sped off. Gnats swarmed around me as I slid down the trunk of the tree, scraping my dress and back against the bark. With my morning now pushed to the back of my mind, I debated on going to the cabin. Could I explore? Could I finally know where my father snuck off to each night? Or, like with the bullets, would knowing be worse than the unknown? Chapter 26. 5 years ago. I sat there for what felt like hours, staring at the cabin in the distance. I listened for movement and kept my eyes glued to the windows, watching to see if the drapes shifted or if a light turned on. The sun was low in the sky when I built up enough courage to explore the interior of the cabin. I told myself that if I got caught here, I'd have an excuse. I was nothing more than a lost teen looking for someone with a phone. I wasn't snooping. I twisted the doorknob, but it didn't budge. Every hair on my neck stood on end as I moved over towards a window. After wiping away the dust, I cupped my hands around my eyes and peered in. Although dark, everything appeared normal. A floral couch, small TV, a kitchen table sat in the corner with 2 chairs. I circled the building until I found a bedroom with another window. With my back against the exterior wall of the cabin, I sucked in a deep breath. Every tingling sense in my body was on high alert as I calmed my racing heart. There was a heaviness in my chest, making it feel like someone was standing on me. There was something bad about this place. I just couldn't place exactly what. Unlike the front, the bedroom window opened with a groan. I winced as the glass squeaked along the frame's track. My roaring pulse thudded in my ears, and I had to strain to hear if anyone was coming. After a few breaths, I determined that no one was in the cabin, so I crawled my way in, grinning a little when I remembered the last time I'd broken into a building. My feet landed on thin blue carpet. A twin bed was pushed up against the wall. On it was a simple quilt and a single pillow. Dust billowed up as I walked across the room. It looked like no one had ever slept there. For a moment, I considered not continuing to explore my father's mysterious cabin in the woods. I rubbed my chest, my bloodied feet dragging across the scratchy carpet as I made my way to the connecting bathroom. Heavy. The air felt heavy. The rusted sink smelled of bleach. Behind the shower curtain was a mop bucket filled to the brim with dirty water. Back in the bedroom, I traced my fingers over the wooden dresser and winced when the splintered wood cut my skin. The living room had a floral-printed couch and a box television set coated in a layer of dust. In the kitchen, no food inhabited the running refrigerator. The chipped chestnut cabinets only held a large collection of black trash bags. There was nothing. Absolutely nothing. It was just a creepy cabin in the woods. I turned to leave, but spotted a rug off-center, as if it had been haphazardly moved last minute. I crouched low, looking around the dark room before lifting the red-stained carpet. Fear danced along my spine, bringing my heart to an alarming tempo as a door with brass handles appeared embedded in the floor. I covered my mouth with my hand, suddenly feeling more terrified about what I would find. My thoughts were racing. My feet ached to pace the small space, so I stood up to stare at the door, the floorboards creaking beneath my feet. Walking back and forth in the small kitchen, I debated on opening it. I was alone and stranded in the woods. Within a couple hours, the sun would be setting. I wished that Riker, Blaze, Gavriel, or Callum were with me. I craved the comfort of their protection. Squeezing my eyes shut, I decided to open the door. I bent over and yanked the 2 doors open with a grunt. The heavy wood groaned on its hinges. I gently set down the doors on the wooden floor, then peered down into the hole. A staircase. A dark staircase. I inched my feet out, finding the first step, and the next. At an incredibly slow pace, I descended each with care. As my heart thudded, I trailed my hands along the walls, seeking a light switch. "You can do this, Summer," I whispered to myself. It was so dark I couldn't see my hands or the steps. I didn't know how far down this basement led, or if I'd even be able to see what occupied it. My mind conjured up images of snakes and ghosts waiting to grab hold of me and never let go. When my toe hit the floor and I could no longer descend, I waved my hands around, flinching when they brushed along a hanging metal cord overhead. I pulled it, and a dim light bulb illuminated above me, its glow a steady crescendo, building as I took in the room. Polished concrete covered most of the floor, with a tarp laid down in the middle. A metal table was dead center of the room, and I made my way towards it. My chest heaved with every step, and I trembled as I observed the thick leather straps bolted to the thick metal. Along the wall was a line of kennels of varying sizes. I made my way over to them, still trying to process everything. Fur of all colors and textures collected in a dustpan on the floor in a corner. A jar of teeth sat on another wooden table with drawers. Another tarp was neatly folded in the center of it. I clutched my chest as my eyes locked on a half-open trunk. A knife was sticking out. What was this place?
How long have you known?
I whirled around with a scream so loud my vocal cords couldn't maintain the power of it. I grabbed my dress and moved back, my hips colliding with the table. I knocked over the chest and knives of every variety spilled out around me. There, at the base of the stairs, was my father. But that wasn't the only thing that scared me. When I had entered the basement, I was too busy looking at the peculiar table and tarps that I didn't notice the wall behind me. With my angry father standing in the center, a wall displayed printed photos of various sizes. Each of them had different subjects. Mostly animals, some of them people, but all had a common theme. Blood. Oh, God, the blood. I clutched my neck, aching to close in on itself. I wanted to become as small as possible. Dad looked pleased by my terror. He glanced behind himself at the shrine of death. Then, when he twisted back towards me, there was a happy gleam in his eyes.
Everyone is looking for you,
he said in his cold voice.
I know these woods well.
What is this place? I stuttered, not willing to recognize the truth. I clung to the lie that this was all a misunderstanding. It was the only way I could cope.
What do you think this place is, Summer?
He asked calmly. I knew it was an avoidance tactic. I'd learned long ago that my father avoided questions he didn't like with more questions. Do you kill? In the corner, I noticed a larger photo taking up a good square foot of space. Despite the absolute terror flooding my system, I moved closer, keeping my father's rigid frame within eyesight. Once I was close enough to make out the mutilated torso, I gasped. A missing teen? His face was pale and cold. Lips blue. Slashes covered the length of his torso. There was a gash across his neck and holes in his hands. For the photo, my father posed him in a prayer position. It was so much worse than I could have ever imagined. My eyes traveled the length of the wall on impulse. I wanted to shy away from the gore, but I couldn't stop staring. Animal. Boy. This teen looked eerily similar to Elliot. He also had blonde hair, stained with blood. His cheekbones were high and prominent, like his, too. I continued to follow the line. Animal. Cat? I spun around to face my father, his eyes bright and proud. He stood taller as I took in every inch of his terrifying frame before turning back to the wall of his conquests. You're a serial killer?
Do I detect a hint of whimsy? Dad asked. We're cut from the same cloth, Summer. I made you in my image.
I pressed my back up against the wall, wincing when it collided with the photos behind me. It felt like I was pressing up against a sea of dead bodies.
Is your heart racing? Do you feel your pulse? Thump, thump, Dad said. He patted his chest while walking towards me. Thump, 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 thump. Stop, I pleaded as he closed in on me, our noses barely touching. I could smell Mom's lasagna on his breath. You could join me? No. Dad pulled away, disappointment in his dipped brow and thin lips. You think you're better than me, don't you? I looked around the room for anything that could help get me out of here. At home, Dad had tricked us all, but here, in his element, his control was slipping. He couldn't hold on to the mirage that he was normal. If I didn't escape, I'd be dead. I was sure of it. I slid away from him and made my way back towards the table where I had spilled the collection of knives. I was able to link Mr. Elliot to your bullets, you know. Between my influence and their reputation, it'd be easy to convince the courts that their fight club was somehow involved in his disappearance. You wouldn't, I choked out, eyeing his pocket where the corner of a keyring stuck out. Dad laughed, his boisterous chuckles echoing off the walls. I covered my ears to block out the manic sound. Look around you. I do whatever I want. I can get away with whatever I want. I'm the chief. You think it's hard for me to make evidence disappear? I can prioritize tips, remove witnesses. And now that I've made some very influential friends, nothing, and I mean nothing, can stop me. I eyed the staircase. For a moment, I thought of Riker. I breathed deeply, imagining the way he calmed himself before a fight. He didn't allow his nerves to affect him, even when he was beaten down and bruised. Strength came from people willing to take a hit, and I had to be willing to take that risk and fight my father. You're insane, I whispered before bending down and grabbing the first knife I saw, making him laugh more. You really think you can hurt me? Yes. With a scream, I ran towards him, the small knife stretched out and my free arm waving. I prayed my loud shrills and unpredictable movements would catch him off guard, but instead his lip quirked as if he was merely amused. We stood toe-to-toe, and I slashed the air. He dodged my blade with an unimpressed sigh. I kicked and he sidestepped. Laughing, he moved away from each of my advances, unfazed. I crouched low as we circled one another. I needed his keys. If I could get out of here, I'd have a chance. I can't wait to get rid of the bullets, Dad said. I don't make a habit of killing family. I have standards. But if you so much as breathe a word of this, no one will believe you. It'll be my word against yours. And my word has enough weight to have your friends locked up for life. My heart thudded at his threats. Could he really do that? I didn't have the stamina or the ability to fight him. I tried to think of my father's weaknesses. What could I do to distract him? You're a coward. No wonder Mom hates you, I spat. He paused for a second, and I knew the key to getting his attention. He was prideful about his image, determined to appear normal despite the bloody double life he was leading. She's drinking and driving now. Does she know about this? Does she know she's married to a psychopath? Dad's eyes no longer looked amused as he matched the intensity of my stance. You don't have to bring her to this room. You're killing her just by existing. Dad froze, and I took my opening. Lunging, I slid the knife across his chest, and he crumpled to the ground as he bled. I yanked the keys from his pocket and began sprinting up the steps. If I could just get to the top. If I could just get to the car. If I could just get to the bullets. A hand grabbed my ankle, and I fell, my chin hitting the wooden plank of the staircase. Another hand encircled my other foot, and I began sinking back down to the basement. You didn't think it would be that easy, did you? Dad asked. He was at the base of the steps with a vice-like grip around me, pulling me back. You need to work on your technique. Your puncture might bleed, but it won't do any lasting damage. His shirt was seeping with blood, coating the steps with his crimson stain. My nails dug into the wood as I screamed and clawed my way out of his hold. I used every ounce of energy I had, and splinters gathered beneath my nails. No, it wouldn't end like this. I rolled my leg in a pool of his blood, making my skin slippery. His hand struggled to maintain its grip, and the moment I was free, I kicked him square in the face, sending him backward.
My feet sprinted up the steps, slamming the kitchen hatch behind me before making my way outside to his car. I didn't bother to shut the door behind me. Adrenaline was like a drug. I clung to it as I soared down the drive. I just had to survive a little longer, just had to get home. I looked down at the car charger in the center console and with trembling hands plugged in my phone. Rushing down the highway at impossibly high speeds, I waited as my phone booted up while trying to ignore the influx of missed calls and texts. Gav.
Summer, get your ass back here.
Riker.
I knew you'd do this to me.
Blaze. Please just call me, text me, anything. Callum.
Baby, where are you?
Closing all of them, I dialed the one person that understood my father best. Summer Bright, you come home this very instant, Mom yelled into the receiver. Mom! I choked out with a sob. My vision blurred from the salty tears, and I pulled over on the shoulder of the highway. There was silence on the other end of the line.
Summer, what's wrong?
Dad. I stumbled upon this cabin in the woods. The stuff he does there. Mom, don't say another word, she hissed, her voice lowering to a whisper. Although adrenaline still pumped through my veins, a sickly feeling dulled my jitters.
Did you go inside? The cabin, I mean, she asked.
Yes.
Did he see you?
I whimpered, slamming my head against the steering wheel. Yes.
Run.
My spine straightened and I stared at my phone for a moment. She knew. What?
Run, Summer. Run and don't you come back here.
I couldn't believe this. I'd survived my father's hell to be dropped into another version of it. We could go to the police, I offered. Wasn't that the right thing to do? Wasn't that what you were supposed to do? All my life I was taught that the police caught the bad guys.
He is the police. The last person I confided in died in a mysterious accident. You have no choice. He will isolate you, control you, keep you chained to this house and this town until you've withered away to nothing.
You've known this whole time? I cried out while filtering through my memories. I thought of the drinking, the sleeping pills.
I thought he was cheating.
Her voice slurred, full of emotion.
I wish he was cheating.
I'll put a bag and some cash in a duffel bag beneath the statue at the high school. Go there within the hour. Head to the bus station. Get out of here. We could run together, I offered. How could she expect me to do this on my own? She'd controlled every aspect of my life for as long as I'd remembered, but now she wanted to let me free? She paused, letting out a low sigh before answering.
I still love him, Summer.
Does that make me a monster, too? I didn't answer her. Ending the call, I sat back at my seat, letting loose a series of expletives and guttural screams. I forced my eyes to stay open because every time they shut, I saw them. The photos. The dead, glazed-over eyes and marred bodies. Boys with blonde hair in their deadly praying pose. I looked down at my phone. My fingers itched to text the bullets. I wanted to beg their forgiveness and plead for their help. I hovered over the dial button, knowing that Blaze would answer on the first ring. But my father's words echoed in my mind, stopping me. I can't wait to get rid of the bullets. I slammed my head against the headrest as tears poured down my cheeks. I had a choice here. I could fight the devil, stay and risk the bullets and my mother. I could go to the police. But did the bullets want me anymore? And my mother was choosing my father, a serial killer, over me. I could be free. I could escape and never return. I shut off my phone, and after rolling down the window, tossed it on the pavement. I knew what I had to do. With tears streaming down my face, I sped off towards the high school, kissing Summer Bright goodbye.
Epilogue. Riker. Present day. Guilt was a nasty side effect of regret. It kept you up at night, eating at your insides until there's nothing left. I felt like nothing. The only part of me still worth believing in was lying asleep in my bed, still processing everything. The others wanted to immediately act, but I just wanted to watch her. As her chest moved up and down, I relaxed with each breath. She was alive. She was safe. She fought her way through hell and back to me, and all I'd done was give up on the one good thing in my life. "Want to come downstairs?" Blaze whispered through the cracked doorway. I'd ordered them all to leave her alone. All the fussing was keeping her awake. She'd invited us to the darkest day of her life, but was more worried about us than about herself. Not really. Gavriel's orders. Fucking Gavriel. Signing over my life to him had its perks, the main one being her, but it wasn't cheap. He owned me, mind, body, and soul. I stood then to adjust the comforter up higher on her body. I rubbed my thumb along her brow, and she let out a moan. She was so fucking strong. How did I miss that? I saw the world for everything it was. I could sense a liar a mile away. But when it came to her, I'd been driving blind. I assumed the worst. Everyone was sitting around the kitchen table arguing over what to do next. Putting a hit on a public figure, especially one under Santobella's protection, would be hard. "She okay?" Callum asked, looking longingly up towards the stairs. He may be one hell of an annoying prick, but he loved our girl. That was good enough for me. "Yeah, she's fine." Gavriel was on the phone with Nix. He gave him the rundown of what Sunshine told us, but something told me that Nix already knew. Hell, he'd hacked into Gavriel's system with ease. I'm sure it was no skin off his dick to dig into Sunshine's past. "Yes, I want all eyes on him at all times. He takes no more victims. He so much as pisses the wrong way, we expose him." Gavriel hung up with a sigh before looking around the room at us. "Anyone else feel like shit?" Blaze asked, sinking into his seat. He always had to tell it like it was. He was careless with his words. I'd always known there was more to this story. I just never expected this. Around the table, no one answered, but they didn't have to. They may each wear the emotions differently, but it all boiled down to guilt. It always boiled down to guilt. "So, what are we going to do now?" I asked, choking down my emotions. "I'd deal with it tomorrow. Tonight, Sunshine needed me. She'd been taking far too many hits for far too long. I'm going to submit an appeal to reopen Elliot's case. Maybe he was sloppy. I'm sure there's evidence somewhere. I can get a warrant for the cabin if she's able to give me a detailed description of where it's at. Maybe—" "No," I said. "We're not doing this your way." "My way? How about the right way? Justice can only happen if we go through the courts." Gavriel laughed darkly while swirling around a glass of ice. "You have to fight evil with evil. The road to justice isn't lateral. Sometimes it's messy." "You made that pretty clear last night," Callum growled, thrusting a shaky hand through his hair. Last night had really fucked with him. Pretty soon, his soul would disappear, like the rest of ours. "So, what would you suggest?" "Well," Gavriel began, cracking his knuckles, "I suggest we kill the motherfucker."
This recording of Sunshine and Bullets was presented by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Text copyright 2018 by Coralee June. Sound recording copyright 2019, Dreamscape Media, LLC. Thank you for listening. Please check www.dreamscapeab.com for Dreamscape's latest releases.